Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Blast R6 Major Copenhagen. My name is Jasmine, and I'm joined by the fabulous X and Fresh. How's it going, homies?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. It's been a long day full of action, but I've got 2 more best of 3s to get into.
Yes, our upcoming matchup is going to be none other than the Marshmallows taking on M80. We're hearing the energy here in the studio right now, and I'm really intrigued to see whether or not MNM will be able to do it, claim victory. How are we feeling about this one?
I think there's a big game on our hands here. Yeah. I know that me and Fresh have been really looking forward to this one. Obviously, MNM, a team from our home region, a team from EU, and then M80, 1/5 our own region, we can say. They got spoiled, they stole one, but still a cracking team from North America.
One of them's got to go home, and I don't want either of them to go home. I'm just like, ah.
Especially when you see those adorable marshmallows, right? Yes, they're set on fire, but they are incredibly adorable. And I'm super excited to dive into this one because, as you did mention, one of these teams will be going home, which means this is going to be a best of 3. Now, M80 haven't necessarily given many of us the performance we were really hoping for. I think a lot of people kind of would have assumed that M80 would have been one of those teams most definitely making it through to finals. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, the words we used yesterday is this team is too big to fail. This team is too big to be in these positions. But the one thing yesterday is they did have a big scare yesterday in map 1, but when they came through map 2, it felt like the juggernaut had finally awoken. Like these boys remembered, hey, we're some of the best players in the world, and we know how to play well and win as a team.
And how about on the MNM side of things? Do you feel like the Marshmallows have got some game of their own?
They've definitely got a little bit of game of their own. I think, from my point of view, they've potentially underperformed a little bit here so far at the Copenhagen Major. No, I said the Sweden Major, we're nearly not far away, but at the Copenhagen Major, they've potentially underperformed just a little bit, as have M80. They're in a very similar position. Yeah. We know that they're capable of a much better quality of siege than what we've seen so far.
Now, for the side of MNM, I have a question I want to kind of propose to the two of you. Obviously, they've previously lost versus teams such as G2 and FaZe, and won versus Revan 2-0 yesterday. Do we think the caliber of teams that MNM went up against previously is slightly different to that of M80?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah. I think obviously getting the win against Revan there, there's an expectation that they're going to get that win. You know, there's an expectation that they're going to come out on top. Very similar to M80. There's an expectation they get the win against Falcons. So in terms of who these two teams have played coming up to this point, the bracket's working. The system is working well because they've both had a very similar journey.
I think one of the things about MNM is we've always said they beat the teams they're not supposed to, and then lose against the teams that they're supposed to beat. They managed to overcome that yesterday because they were supposed to beat Revan, and they did it handily in the end. So, you know, hopefully for them, or for their sake, you know, that's a good time.
Now, how about once we start to focus in a little bit more on this best of 3 veto? Talk me through this, gents.
So, the map pick there straight away from M80 is very surprising. Now, there'll be a lot of people who say, wait, M80 have picked Skyscraper into MNM because MNM were unreal at Skyscraper. Were being the key word, is that there was a big change, you know, at Six Invitational 2023 where Skyscraper really started falling out of their map pool. For M80, it's a bit like the Sonics game earlier where it was like a perma-ban for them and they've now picked into it. So they've gone away and they've worked on that.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a want and a need almost from M80 to play Skyscraper here. They want to show us something. They want to. There's no point holding anything back now. We're at a do-or-die point in the competition. You're going to see teams pulling out maps that you maybe wouldn't have expected because they've been hidden for such an occasion. MNM, they've proved that they're very beatable on Skyscraper, as mentioned there with what happened over in February. So I think as far as the first map choice, we were both scratching our heads a little bit, but it does make sense the more you dig into it.
Do we feel like we're going to go to all 3 maps, though?
Ooh.
I think there's a good potential for it. And the reason being is that the second map, if M80 win their map pick, the second map is Club. Now, M80 will know it's coming, but it's a weak map for M80, and MNM love it. They've got an 80% win rate on it this year. Played it 10 times, won it 8, and only lost against some formidable teams as well.
It is a weak map for M80, but they did a fantastic job yesterday, albeit against the Falcons, so a team that for the first time at the Major has done incredibly well, not the same stamp as MNM by any stretch, but M80 was shocking. They were terrifyingly scary last night on Clubhouse. Some of the executes, some of the way that I think that's that last round. Yeah. It was just Spoit. It was the Spoit show. He just rushed in down blue. The shots were being called by Iconic, and you could see everything was falling into place.
Well, I think without further ado, we should throw it over to Blue and Lynx. Homies, what do we think? 3rd map incoming?
M80 doesn't lose here. M80 does not lose here. I will say, I think we are going to all 3 maps. I think
They don't know you like that, bro. They don't know you like.
You know, I'm taller than the camera angle, right? Like, I want to get it out there.
All right, how about you? How are you feeling about this one, Blue? You think we're going to end up going to the 3rd map?
Yeah, no, I think we'll end up on a 3rd map for this one. In terms of the way it goes, it's hard to predict. Both these teams have been giving out good performances so far, so it's a tough one.
All right, well, I think without further ado, let's throw it over to the two of you to chit-chat a little bit further.
All right, well, we'll indeed do that. It's going to be the last game for the two of us here at the Major, so we're trying to rock it as best we can as we'll be going live with the first map pretty much immediately here. Folks, M80 up against MNM. Battle of the M's. Who will win it? We'll have to wait and see. Only one team can carry forward past this point. What will it be? We'll be finding out over the course of these next 3 maps. Let's find out as we get ourselves into the band phase. Right now for Skyscraper, M80 starts on the attack. We'll have the 2 center bands for the blue ones there in the middle. M80 will have the 2 outer ones, including this one, coming up right now.
As the desk mentioned, this is a map picked into by M80, one that they don't usually play, and one that MNM really looked weak on in SI, but also against Fury earlier on in this tournament. So M80 might have an advantage here. The first band is definitely a surprising one. Thermite taken out by MNM. Floors, the follow-up from M80. I mean, no big surprise there. So much utility with those Rotero drones, especially if you want to play a defender like a zombie, keep her on the board. But the Thermite, John, really trying to limit the hard breaching here.
Yeah, to be fair though, Thermite is very much the go-to hard breach for those outside wall access points, especially when you're trying to attack like office and whatnot. Going for another hard breacher there oftentimes makes that execute very uncomfortably. You do want that wide open breach, and he's the best one to try and provide it there. So I think that's actually a pretty good call from MNM to try and shake things up for M80's sake. Defender bans, though, are going to make perfect sense. Mira being knocked out. Mira gets a lot of powerful play here. She's allowed to stay in play, and then the usual triangle set of operators there throughout the defenders there for a zombie. That is, of course, going to leave Solus and Valkyrie in play, and we should see at least one of those immediately bust out here for MNM. Looks like Valk is going to come into play for the first site choice, which surprisingly is going to go downstairs for MNM. Not going to go to the usual T-room start. Let's go for barbecue initially on the first site choice.
Also, unfortunately for Jack, it will not be bedroom, as that is on his, I believe on his bingo card. Is that, I don't know if it's bedroom specifically or if it's just all sites played in general at the Major on every map, but he does need bedroom, and I don't believe it's been played yet. But barbecue kitchen, close enough, at least for our case. We'll use that Valkyrie to extend pretty decently onto the top floor. Because on this site, if you give up that geisha control, if you give up that karaoke control, you give the attack a wide ability to cover a plant that goes down in either of the bomb sites. So priority number 1 for MNM will be to hold that karaoke position and that geisha position. Priority number 2 is a little bit different, a little bit weaker. All you have to do, shoot a few drones. Skyscraper's map where you don't need to fervently hold on to map control, say over inside of Office and Exhibition. Just take a few gunfights, maybe, but shoot some drones. Fall back to places like Drum and Shrine that can often become choke points for the attack and really difficult to clear.
You have M80 spawned out, so we begin to see them move towards the building and begin clearing things in just a second here. MNM, of course, well set up and ready for that now, especially with the layers of defense they've been able to build for themselves. And they're not even on window entry going to show up as well, with the Thorn being brought in from This is not an operator we see commonly played all that often, but this is one of the maps where it is going to find a potential state of play on quite a few of those rounds. Away from that, though, pretty slow start for this one as M80 definitely wants to take the tactical approach to things. Big emphasis on the additional drone time right now to find a good insertion point, not only for Gomez, but the rest of the squad too, as they've now been able to hunt out Nafe's exposed positions a bit closer to Office side and force him to fall back. He's going to try to cut some of that off there with a bit of pre-fire that he's gone for, but obviously unsuccessful due to the lack of pointed info in terms of where specifically he's being played from. Diaz there almost gets a few bullets sent back in his direction, and you can see him trying to take out that soft breach potential right there, but once again, none of that actually ending up connecting. We see the geisha play now starting to come out and becoming much more important here because the Valkyrie Solotov has gone directly inside of it and is going to be contending against some of that window pressure, but may not be able to last very long here given the already loss of a wall. It's been played. That second impact as well goes into the wall, but the bullets also sink right into Diaz's head. First kill of the game goes to Solotov, taking him down and giving MNM a round advantage in the round here.
Solotov did lose an impact, though. While he gets the kill, I believe that hole in Geisha is opened up, so that's another angle available to the attack, but the defense has held on remarkably. Gomez getting 1 kill, but down fairly soon after. The trade's working in MNM's way because of that first pick onto the Solotov, and now the second onto Iconic. Kino and Spoit, the only ones left, and what do they have? Well, certainly not top floor control, and with only a minute left in a 2v4, that'll probably be the death knell for him.
holding strong, not giving up those crucial positions, and more importantly, not being shaken out of them. A bit of a weird one for Solotov there as he misses the entry from Spoit. He's able to kind of just sneak around him real quick. Those Thorns gonna shake him off for a moment, but again, he's under no pressure right now on the inside of Geisha, so is able to navigate away from those without too much of an issue. For Kino and Spoit, though, still looking to try and close this one down, but Kino now gonna get cut off by Tyrant, still sitting upstairs in a very powerful position here. And Spoit may very well fall victim to that same position. Thankfully, again, there's a bit of hesitance from Tyrant. Just taking the same direct duel, doesn't want to lose himself here and set up a very winnable 1v2, especially against Spoit. So backs away from it, we'll try to bait Spoit in. Actually gain free entry into the kitchen site as well. The peek will come through on Nell. They'll confirm that he's indeed inside of the site. Spoit knows that his position is not really secure here. Needs to hunt for kills, but in the process, he'll end up hunting down one of those goo mines as well. Pretty much has killed most of the time he had remaining. Having to go back into the corner and take that Thorn out of his legs. So you can see this M&M do not want to contend against him. They just sit back, waste up the time. Spoit knows he won't be able to get it done, so just stat pads a little bit here. And the round will close out convincingly in the favor of M&M.
This is where M80 might face a lot of trouble. That forward aggression, those frontline players from M&M are really strong, especially Solotov and Tyrant. So clearing out positions like Geisha are going to be very difficult. And this might bear some parallels, especially on sites like Barbecue, to that game against NIP, where M80 really struggled to clear out just positions held by the defense with a lot of utility and a very mechanically gifted player behind it. On Chalet, think of Piano or Blackwall. On this map, think of Geisha or Tyrant's playing right there, Shrine. The defense will hold aggressively, will hold those forward positions, and M80 have struggled to clear them throughout the tournament, partially because of some poor coordination, but also of some players who, aside from Spoit, have been a little bit quiet.
We're going to head upstairs now for the second site defense on M&M. They'll shift over towards the office, and that'll probably get quite a few operator changes that come along with that. M80 will be changing up their style as well, going for a much more execute-heavy form execution into the site here. Most notably Kino, of course, bringing the Ying in, which has been a big part of their strategy on multiple maps throughout this season so far, but it's all going to get shifted up. Potentially expecting another site to be played out here instead, so they go a little bit more for the direct hard brief. They actually bring two of them, as Diaz is going to lock himself into the original selection of the Hibana, and now it'll be boosted by Kino's Ace, alongside a usual assortment of execute and soft breach operators here, and even the intel op coming from Iconic too. They're playing onto the playing over the token, excuse me.
See what they do for the roam clear could certainly help out in clearing out those M&M defenders.
A bomb has been located.
Starting out down below at the moment, there's specifically one person holding down below inside a bedroom, but Diaz only worried about the run out, making sure that Gomez on the drone isn't taken out without at least a little bit of a fight from the Hibana. Clearing out Exhibition and Office. Usually we'll see some presence on that western part of the map over by T and Karaoke. It appears that Iconic will be the one helming that role, while the rest of the team will clear out the utility on the site and open up some of these angles. The strategy can often be a little slow for the attack just because they'll be sitting outside the balcony for quite a long time, but now with Gomez joining the party over by T and Karaoke, hey, maybe this might go a little quicker.
Rest of M80 still looking for as much map control as they can gain here, so not seeing any immediate action come in from either M&M or M80 themselves, but we're going to see it soon. Nafe with the lineup, but just fires a bit too early. We'll back away from that position, and Dragon takes up the corner spot instead. Protocol goes in to try and relocate this player. Unsure if they're going to be able to evacuate immediately from that spot or if they'll be sticking around. Looks like the latter option. M80 still moving quite slowly on their own clearance to try and set up with a small office pinch and bleed out into the primary site after that point.
Good angle to be opened up by Diaz Lucas. A lot of M80 players now stacking on the entry into Terrace. Very good for them, but the Bandit being alive allows them to get at least one X-Kairos, but arguably the more important one is opened up. They can now look into that Dragon position and cut off the defender sitting inside of there. That's Nafe the Wamai right now. So M80, if they can pinch this player successfully, now have a very, very viable pathway into the site and the man advantage if it works.
It goes through, but it's going to go way past Nave's position, so no impact being made there. Tyrant is the one to actually get the kill. Nitro a little bit elsewhere. Nave still under pressure, but also still in the position here. Has not been challenged outside of it. Great angle to knock out Gomez, and he peeks directly to the inside of it. They lost one of their own, but now it's been instantly traded from the kill we just saw, of course. Diaz finally sneaking some damage off onto Nave here on the inside of Dragon, but he's wasting so much time on top of the kill he's already scored for the team that even if he goes down right now, it's not a bad thing in any sense of the word. Fires just a little bit too early there, so the recoil goes wild. Iconic picks up a second one. That may reignite the potential for the team, even given the loss of Kino. We have to see what time getting low. Diaz is caught on the cross here. Iconic recrosses that as he needs to pick up case control. That was left sitting on the outside of Shrine. And now Iconic, unfortunately, been brought down to just a sliver of HP. He'll be put into a very similar position that Spoit was here, where it's just not winnable at the end of the day. MNM excel yet again to take control of a second round here.
Looking convincing as well. Ooh, M80 timeout, 2 rounds into the game. I would have thought to be the worst side on Skyscraper, and they are already pressing the pause button. We kind of understand, based off of form at least, they had a lot going for them on that attack in particular. They had an angle cutting off Nafe. They had Diaz holding the flank. They had one player on that Shrine window and another one just around the corner ready to push. And they're completely outmaneuvered by MNM. Tyrant comes up from below. M80 aren't aware of it whatsoever. And then MNM are still able to outgun the pressure, which is only equal at that point. 2 MNM players in that position versus 2 from M80. MNM still come out on top. M80 are looking a bit more like the theme park M80 from yesterday and not the clubhouse one against Falcons.
It's a bit of a similar position to what we saw happening in the first round there too, where once again those extended positions, especially Nafe inside of Dragon, just never really getting touched, or at minimum taking far too long to be cleared out there. But M80 are just not left with a reasonable amount of time to focus on the actual site execute there. So that's a bigger issue they'll need to be working on as well, hopefully pointed out now by their coach in the tactical timeout. They can begin trying to speed things up a little bit when we move ourselves into the next site. Thankfully, again, this is a much more straightforward site for M80 to attack as well here, as we'll finally move over to what is usually the default for a lot of teams in the T room.
Normally the primary site, as you mentioned, John, but MNM have had such success on barbecue and office now. Unless the timeout works, this could be a shoo-in and a hat trick for MNM, getting all defensive site victories. That's what M80 are facing. And I'm gonna do the cardinal sin. I'm going to talk about it not before the repick is settled in, but it's too intriguing to let go by. Kino on the Monty currently, and I want to bring that up not just because M80 play that operator or try to bring that operator out alongside the Ying if things are going tough, but also that kind of like CEO on bank, when Monty's brought here, there's a very specific type of take teams tend to go for. It's over on that back stairs side. See someone hop in that window you're looking at right now inside a bathroom, move up those stairs, and then a Monty comes in from the top back stairs door. And then they try to converge on that position, clear out anybody actually playing on the stairs. Right now for MNM, doesn't appear that they are. Then get a plant down inside of Karaoke. MNM are spread out all across the map at the moment, by the way. So if that does happen, that is what M80 are going for. Site's actually pretty free right now, all things considered.
A real centered setup for M80 to try and abuse that. Unfortunately, they're still going about their usual early round duties, so it's a proper gambit from MNM to try and take that chance. More than likely, by the time M80 will have realized the weakness in the actual site, we'll have seen MNM make their return to a relatively strong point for themselves. But we are going to see quick control of the barbecue area be taken now by M80, or at least attempt to be taken. Dave is going to try to get in the way of that. Wasted out the time on the previous round. This time he's going to deal with a Monty, so it's a little bit less straightforward. But first kill of the round is still ultimately scored by MNM's second kill is as well. Solotov and Nello knocking out both Gomez and Spoit, respectively, bringing it down to a 5 versus 3 situation. MNM once again going to have their life on easy street for these next 2 minutes, just because of the inherent advantage they've built up. As long as they don't overplay their hand across the map here, should still be in a pretty strong position. About a minute from now, when we will see M80 forced into the execute, and even better now, Solotov, just the walkout against Diaz to take him down. Iconic finally gets the team onto the board and dealing with Nafe, who had been playing in barbecue a few seconds prior, but already made a moot point when you consider the trade that's coming not only from Muses, but Nello now as well to end the round. M&M shutting down every single take attempt so far from M80 and give them already a very strong 3-0 lead over their opponents.
Comparisons on the desk made to Sonics pulling out that bank, the surprise we saw earlier. M80 pulled out a surprise map pick of their own, and unfortunately it's the complete opposite conclusion so far. 3 rounds lost, and MNM seemingly facing a much easier time than their Fury game all the way back in phase 1 is now a make or break moment for M80. MNM will have to start repeating sites. Barbecue now open. If M80 do not put up at least a convincing effort on even say that top floor clear, let's say they lose the round, if they still look like they're getting stuck on holes outside the wall, it's gonna be a rough time.
All right, gonna re-host, it looks like, folks, so stick with us for just a second. I think we had a drone bug or something like that. He said before, that is basically when a player has a frozen drone at the beginning of the round, which basically removes it from play. Even if they pick it up and throw it back out again, it still is bugged usually. So Not going to take a chance on that, as it's not really fair to the attackers, so we're going to rehost to make sure that everything is as fair as can be. And we'll start the round out exactly from the beginning of that one.
I mean, sure, one less drone, but you do have Spoit on your team.
True.
So
that hasn't always been the winning formula, though, as we've seen at this event.
Nah, that's true. I mean, this is an elimination match, I guess, so, yeah. There was a compelling argument.
If there was ever a pressure point for Spoit to step up, it would be here and now. But at an 0-3 start, it's going to be quite the momentum breaker if he was reliant upon that in any sense of the word. Don't necessarily think that's the case for a player of his caliber, however, so need to see him and the rest of these star players on M80 wake up, find some solidarity here inside the first half. Otherwise, once again, they're going to be staring down the barrel of a very, very rough scoreline they'll have to try and retake from at a potential 1-5, or maybe even worse than that, if things do not rebound in their favor. Only about to go through the second rotation of sites, however, so still a good possibility for M80 to rebound here. Give us like a 2-4 or 3-3 even if things go much more their way here on the second run of those sites.
I mean, that's what happened during the MNM game. The half ended 3-3, and then Fury just won 4 rounds in a row, and it was pretty much done and dusted, at least for that map. They ended up losing the series, of course, but still, MNM have been able to get 3 rounds on the board, end the half even, and then completely collapse on the second one. So M80 can look to that game, at least in theory, that, hey, it's not done yet, sure, it's 3-0, but if we make the adjustments necessary and win all 3 of these sites, sure, it might seem difficult in theory, but we can make it work. We're certainly a team that has the potential and the ceiling to do it. On that site as well, you know that on Barbecue, they're going to hold Geisha, they're going to hold Karaoke. Maybe if the Geisha side is giving you trouble, try to go for a clear inside of Karaoke. Get someone on the rappel, get someone to move in from backstairs. Maybe focus on the T position instead and take that, and then try to apply pressure to both positions. Whatever it is, whether it's M80 running the same take back or doing something different, at the end of the day, what needs to be fixed is the coordination between the players, because especially that last round that we saw on T and Karaoke, their entire plan of moving in through that bottom floor and trying to move up the stairs, it was basically stopped before it even began by MNM.
It is going to be a complete redo of the rotational, at least to start things out here for MNM, not favoring going over to the living room site, just for this first hold at least, but could obviously evolve past that if issues pop up with any of their other sites. Wasn't really the case though, so MNM have a strong reason to replay them exactly in the same order we saw on rounds 1 to 3. M80 will be keeping the Ying in play for this secondary attempt of the site, and that's alongside some other key pieces of utility. Notably utility tracking as well there on Kino, as he'll be bringing the IQ in to try to spot out things like the Thorn traps, as well as a few other key pieces of utility, such as the Valkyrie cameras as well. Quite a bit tactically to be spotted out here, as the IQ has quite a bit of work to do. Try and prompt her teammates on what is potentially lurking on those initial entry points.
5 seconds left before insertion.
You can also see the impact of that thermite ban on
Attackers are moving out to
the
locate a bomb
M&M side of
and defuse it.
things. Just notice there is no thermite ban at the top. That's a little awkward, but we'll figure it out. With no thermite allowed to be played, you have the impacts on the side of M&M, 4 total. And so Solotov, knowing that there is an ace on the board, or knowing that there is an ace or a Hibana, the odds are they're not going to use all of their hard breaching to just open up one hole, so you'll be able to impact it and completely stall them out. And a hole that is opened up to benefit the attack ends up becoming a vessel for time denial and utility denial for the defense. That's how Solotov was able to stall so much time inside of Geisha, on top of just straight up killing the ace as well. And if they're able to reliably do that again, with DS retaking the same position as before, we're likely going to see a similar trend around 1.
So M80 still taking a slow pace here to start out the round, already with a little bit of control built up for themselves. But the big issue on the last attack here was being unable to clear out the kind of natural extensions that M&M deploy into. That's the areas like Geisha and the surrounding areas near T-Room above the actual site, which is currently being played. If they struggle in that same way again, they're going to have that same exact problem. They will ultimately run out of time and have to try to go for just a haphazard execute, walking more than likely directly into the setup from M&M and feeding them a whole bunch of kills in the process here. Uses a little bit more of a direct contention out on the walkway here, in the way of that initial clear from office side that M80 is certainly going to be going for, but they need to find the confidence to move forward into Drum. Actually start challenging some of these angles first, and indeed they will do that, but once more, there's additional counter pressure coming forward from some of their other teammates too, but Usus is not going to be present inside of those angles here. Someone needs to take the swing from M80, and they just don't seem to have the confidence to go for it at this phase of the round.
They're really stuck behind this deployable shield and by this shotgun tucked around the corner. This is exactly where M80 were struggling in round one, but in a very different execution. Saltov was able to get the first onto Diaz, so we're literally retreading ground at this point. And M80 are completely stopped in their tracks. Candela's going out, but still no follow-through because they're stuck inside of Geisha and outside of Drum. So what are they to do but slowly whittled away by MNM?
Nice. Finds a moment of opportunity here and walks right back up after the Candelas fade away. Immediately puts a huge amount of damage onto Iconic, making him think twice about that again. Nicely done as well from Saltov as he denies the opening of that final Candela just by shooting it out entirely. Kino will be able to finally pierce the veil and Drum, but is immediately shut down due to the slow follow-up. Nafe is allowed to rotate up the stairs because of that one. Gomez, though, finds another pickup. Able to trade out onto Tyrant and still keep his team's hope alive, but now Iconic has gone into a down state, so it is truly just Gomez against the world here in a 1v3. Time is minimal as well, 15 seconds to play it out, and he's got the wrong read, at least initially on the corner, but adjusts very nicely to still pick up Gomez. After that, though, it's the shutdown from MNM as they still keep the perfect scoreline going at 4-0 against M80.
And with no tactical timeout to save them, M80 are struggling to find anything against these theme park or these skyscraper defenses. But I think you can forgive my slip of the tongue because this is feeling a lot like that Falcons game yesterday where it was only 3-1 at this point in the game because of a 1v5 ace clutch from Iconic. That game only went M80's way by the end because two different times, two different players on M80 saved map number 1. Iconic in round 2 and Gomez later on in round 9 with a quad C, or a triple C4. And there's no individual performance saving M80 this time. Spoit's having a decent game, but he's been picked off early on twice so far, and Diaz Lucas, normally the backline hard breach player, has been picked off the other 2 rounds. M80 from front to back are all performing below where they should be and where these players are capable of, and it hurt them in the Falcons game, and it's hurting them again in map 1 of the MNM game.
We're gonna excuse the out-of-game-ness for a second here, folks. We did have to go for another rehost, so apologies once more for that. We should hopefully be back in as soon as we get the lobby rolling. I think Des explained it earlier. We do have to bring the players back in the same exact positions that they started out, just so you guys don't get thrown off on the in-game UI. So that's why these tend to take a few extra seconds. It's not just a matter of immediately throwing everybody back in the lobby and hitting the start button. Our observer or in-game lobby host has to do a little bit of work as well to make sure that the bans and the previous round conditions are also set up properly so we don't come back with a 0-0 scoreline and confuse a whole bunch of you at home. So this is why these tend to take just a few minutes to get us back in game, but rest assured we will eventually get ourselves back into it, hopefully without any further interruption. It looks like we have all 10 players back in now, so once we have confirmed the settings, we'll be good to continue onwards. Once again, if you're just joining us though, it is a 4-0 lead currently for MNM, only at the start of the series, but similarly to M80's series yesterday, it is on M80's own map pick that they are faltering to this degree. Need to see a big turnaround and need to see it now. Otherwise, we could be looking at a very quick map number 1 in the favor of M80, or excuse me, in the favor of MNM.
And that's the worry. You're going to drop your map pick, and M80 looked a lot more confident on Clubhouse yesterday, even though it was Falcon's pick. So if we're following a similar trend, just because M80 might not play a lot of club, and it might be their opponent's pick, doesn't mean they're going to underperform. They are a best-of-3 team to be sure, and maybe they're showing that by losing a lot of best-of-1s and seemingly looking weak on that first map, but then closing it out on the second. It's a very risky strategy, a very risky game plan, but it might be what's happening here. It's still, they would still like to see some improvement in these final 2 attacks as MNM continue their site rotation, which has so far not been halted.
4-0 lead again for MNM here. M80 so far without a single serious answer to that. Not even a close one, unfortunately, at the end of the day. They have all been, at least in my opinion, handily under the control of MNM every single time so far. We've already seen the tac timeout used 2 rounds back. So what does M80 look to change up their fate? What did they potentially bring out and allow to potentially race forward here to maybe, just maybe, allow for them to win out another round? We'll be seeing in the next few moments. Nothing crazy when it comes to the operator setup, as they are having to focus pretty heavily on the hard breach part of this round here. Office is quite the tricky one and can be very difficult to actually get full access to if you don't have those sidewalls open back up. So that's going to be the priority here when it comes to utility from M80 this time.
Every single M80 player has lost one of their drones in the prep phase.
Really?
We're down to 4 drones now, because another one's just been shot. Solotov going on a tear with the Solus before the attackers have even touched ground, and it's not working out as the round continues. If M80 are looking to clear out positions like Shrine and Terrace, I mean, at least they know they're there, and they're not getting caught off guard initially. Nello tries to get aggressive, and he's shut down by Gomez, and that's the first time M80 have started around with the opening pick.
A good sign, hopefully, and throwing out so many drones in the early round that it's at least led to them finally getting the opening pick. And it's going to be a quick follow-through because of the fact they have the buck as well. Look at this, Gomez sees blood in the water, and he's going to snap at it. Nicely done to find kills 2, 3, and suddenly 4 for the members of M80. A plant will almost certainly come along with that. That's the M80 we've been missing now, and finally might be getting for the rest of this map. Plants on the ground, that should be it there. I doubt we'll see a clutch from Nafe, as he's got absolutely no clean way to get himself back in the site, and there we go, a flawless round from M80 out of absolutely nowhere to finally put them on the board.
That is the M80 we've been missing, and that's a good round to bring back the momentum. Quick, clean, and then you're done. M80 didn't have to slog through that one. There was no question whether they were going to lose it. The moment Gomez got that second kill, not necessarily the first one, but opened up that wall with the skeleton key and immediately started pushing on through with that kill onto Yuzus. The round was pretty much done at that point, and then he just got a clean shot on Tyrant for the victory lap. Very good play by M80. I doubt MNM will replay Office, though. They've still got T and Karaoke that is unlocked and not lost by the team so far. M80, unfortunately, don't have a very easy way into the site like they did on Exhibition and Office, as we just saw. They will have to work for this one. You can't just blitz on in.
And once again, a bit of an issue for M80 as well, in the fact that they get away with that one mainly because of a mistake of their opponent and leaving that massive gap and not having a constant overwatch for that. So M80, assuming that we don't see the same level of mistakes being played out by MNM, could very well run into the same issues we've been seeing in the previous 4 rounds before that. At the same time, a nice confidence boost also being given over to M80. They tend to play pretty heavily behind those and can have a bit of a snowball effect. So they were able to find that first round or 2 for themselves. Maybe we'll see that confidence continue to burst forward here. And it may be enough to get them at least that second round inside of this half to make it still winnable for themselves. At 5-1, though, it'll be tough for them to be able to sustain enough of a comeback to still stay in the fight for this map here. Let's see how they try to reconcile that at least second round. They'll begin carving their way towards the building here. MNM still giving us the usual assortment we've been going for on similar sites in the past here. Nothing crazy being shown out by their road operator lineup that M80 will have to watch out for, but M80 also bringing the Monty back too. That means they will be a little careful of the Legion. They can very obviously get in their way quite directly.
Also got to be careful that they don't just walk directly into angles held by MNM. M80 did not do a very good job at taking account of MNM's setup, who had vertical holes basically looking at every entrance on the first floor below Karaoke. They had one looking at bathroom, had some looking in barbecue. They were watching M80 the moment they set foot in the building on that first floor. M80 aren't doing that this time. Gomez is lurking a little bit, but he'll make his presence known. Tyrant's close to that nade, but you can't nade him through the stairs. And now he knows there's a Yana lurking down below, or that knowledge is confirmed. So Gomez will back off. He won't push his luck and pressure a more important position. Somebody playing in the Geisha drum area. This position has proven very difficult for M80 to clear on Barbecue and Kitchen and on T and Karaoke as well. The Monty's over here this time, not trying to push up backstairs, but with Nello looking close by and support inside of, or outside of Geisha, inside of drum and on main stairs, there's still a lot that M80 have to deal with.
Point ready to work for the entry, but a deployable shield will stand in his way, as will the ADS is being placed just on the inside of the doorway as well here. No confidence for Spoyd to be able to swing himself directly forward into the actual site area itself, and as a result of that, Nafe will be able to score the first kill, capitalizing on some of the hesitance here from M80. M80, though, in the meanwhile, did move in, took Geisha control. Kano's just brute forcing it, walking himself all the way into the inside of Karaoke. Will try to go for the pseudo-safe plant position here, surrounded by a couch and one table. He's got a few teammates watching him as well, and that'll work out as Diaz holds the line. Even against Solotov pushing through the smoke as well. Finally uses, gets the cutoff against him. That'll leave us even, down to a 3v3. Somewhat of a 2v3 when you consider the Kino obviously is not going to be the most active participant in any of these gunfights, and now he won't be a participant at all, taken out by the M590 of Nafe. Time is still ticking down, and now we've seen a little bit of a stoppage from MNM here. Gomez with not enough confidence to swing up the stairs, but when he finally reignites it, it's perfectly timed to quickly take down Tyrant and then wrap back outside as well here. Iconic starting to get a lot of pressure thrown out against him as he is on the repelled angle, but now MNM running out of time. They need to get themselves onto the counter defuse, and no, the M590 pump will take down the one, but you still have the second player on repel, and Iconic with the fadeaway shot to shut it all down as M80 do indeed find that second round at the end of the half.
Ever elusive, they finally have something. Just 2 rounds onto the board. That might be enough to save them. We need to see these defenses. M80 have picked a map that they play arguably less than their opponents, though MNM have looked weaker on it than last year. You need to make a compelling argument for why you can stay in the Copenhagen Major and why you picked Skyscraper. M80 had some cheeky executes, and that one certainly worked, even though it entered the 3v2 and they got the bomb down in a man disadvantage. These defenses are what we need to see. 2 in a row to even at 4-4. MNM have lost rounds in a streak before on Sky against Fury in this tournament. That's what M80 will have to do if they want to take their own pick.
All right, so the sides flip. M80 breathes a little bit of a sigh of relief if they get a good start to this one, which in going to T-Room, you would generally expect them to be able to do. They should be able to bring this to a much more palatable scoreline and still have a chance to recover their own map, but just like we saw them do yesterday against the Falcons. MNM will bring a very similar flair to their attacking lineup that we saw out of M80 when trying to go for the same sites. The Monty's back, the Dokkaebi in play as well to overwatch in the post plant, and of course, give out those phone calls for additional intel. Aside from that, though, just the one kind of pocket hard breach from Nate if they do end up needing it. Not by any means going to really be a requirement here, though. And then Solotov and Yuzis playing on the more hard focused fragging roles here.
Yuzis can be such an impactful player, but Solotov and Tyrant have already shown why they're the main 2 on MNM, but Yuzis can always pop off when need be. Spoit the player on M80, him and Gomez playing aggressively inside of Office and Exhibition. Again, similar story from what you'd expect on MNM's defenses earlier. You shoot some drones, fall off. They're not, well, I was about to say they're not looking to get too aggressive, but Spoit is now open to the opportunity for a run out. Gomez not even fighting the hole made inside of the reception wall. His rotation back is going to be a little bit more difficult, especially if MNM are watching it intently. A lot of the damage they wanted to do might be done. MNM down to 6 drones, still a majority, but some damage done. And now M80 will rotate back. So what we'll see is a very, very tight hold on Drum and Shrine as M80 try to stop MNM from pushing any further.
Solotov being extra careful to make sure there isn't going to be additional pressure from Geisha if he decides to take the fight here on Drum's side. Doesn't want a surprise pop out from the left, and indeed he'll be avoiding that, thankfully. Diaz is on the losing end, at least of the initial pressure thrown out against him, and Gomez over here by Shrine as well. Gonna force it back by chucking both the Pokeballs at him. It won't work out for him, but for Solotov, he'll be able to strike true on his duel closer to Drum there. Finally finishing off Diaz, whether through catching him in the mid-rotation or just forcing out another fight. And also now Gomez being hit quite heavily, still trying to support that position over by Shrine and force back Nello and some of the other members of MNM. Has not worked out. MNM has taken at least his initial staging positions closer to the site. Now they need to build up the confidence in the remaining player count needed to commit themselves to this execute.
Diaz, one of the most clutch players in the late round, has now been the opening pick 3 times so far, 0-3, and that's a very curious position for him to find himself in. You'd expect players like Spoit and Gomez to take that mantle, but they're both on low HP. Any kill they've gained, it'll just be an equalization, but Solotov is on 1 as well. MNM are taking a little bit of time. Nello's got to make his way on in. The MNM don't entirely have solid control. That's the benefit of a 5v4. They can trade this out. Even if it's Bloody taking control of Geisha, Shrine, or Terrace, if they keep this advantage, they still have a chance.
Nello forced away yet again as the second Toxic Babe has just come out from Kino. He can stack those together to delay it all the way down to 10 seconds and remove Nello from basically being able to push himself into T-Room. Keep in mind, he needs to support Nath, who currently has the case in hand as well. This is just not the winning setup at the moment here for the players on MNM. They have tried to waste out the time far too much, and as a result of that, they're going to fall to the same problem that we saw M80 fall at issue 2. Tyrant is all that remains now, and he's out of time as M80 claim the first round of their defense and bring it back to only a 1-round difference between them and MNM now.
Yeah, MNM got to the point where they needed to start clearing out those tower positions, and it just did not work out. You saw how late they went for that Selma on the T-wall. That was a last-ditch attempt to bring back that round because clearing it the traditional manner was not working. That's a lot of what M80 were suffering from on their attacks. Trying to clear out Geisha, it failing, trying to rotate and reposition, getting cut down or stopped completely. Even though they got the pick on a DS Lucas and MNM were able to make some progress, they just took far too long to get into the bomb site and start putting that bomb down. And if we're gonna see two slow attacking teams on Skyscraper, that is not a winning recipe. And M80 will have a much easier time on their defense compared to their attacks.
Second round goes over to the expected site for M80 inside of the office there. Well, MNM struggled, like I said before, in a similar fashion how M80 did. They still had another inherent advantage that M80 never really captured for themselves, and that was being in prime position to execute onto that site. It was just a matter of not having the confidence more than anything to pull the trigger and risk their own lives in the process. So hopefully a quick fix for them. They do not expect it seems to go to necessarily this site for the second one, or they're bringing a different strategy than originally planned. It's 4 out of 5 of them end up re-picking operators. Everyone except for Usus, who stays on the Ash. That means the Ying is surprise brought in alongside other important change-ups like the Nook for Tyrant, which can hopefully sneak up on some of these M80 extended setups that are going to be out by Dragon and a few other areas on the map to try and waste out time.
I can imagine that Spoit and Gomez will take some of those positions. Hopefully not DS Lucas. He's 4-2, but he's not had the luckiest goes of things in the early round of many of these rounds so far. MNM split pushing at the moment. Couple starting on the exhibition side, just trying to open up some angles, work them a little bit. Maybe rotate over and join the attackers on the other side, similar to what M80 did on their attacks. This will likely be won by how successful that early round can be for M80. Can they shoot some drones, maybe win a gunfight or two? They've shot 3 so far, so MNM are down on intel. But this is that important pick, that switch up from Tyrant. He's moved to the Nook. He can start creeping upstairs and clearing out these defenders on the other side of the map.
All right, with the insertion, but he's still quite detached from any sort of winning angle here. He's trying to go for the long cross to those main barbecue stairs right now. Just is not going to have the winning angle. Reactivates the presence detector. Shift himself a little bit closer. We'll try to see if he can open up a pathway to get himself over by the main hallway there as well. But in the meanwhile, M80 has struck first, taking down Nello here. A few other members of MNM trying to work their way back in through that armory window. Take some direct site control from these defenders. And now it's Solotov with the kind of sudden hit as well. Nicely played as he drops off the roof, chucks in the Candela, and is able to negotiate a first kill with that. But Kino is now traded it out. However, quickly collapsing upon the rest of the setup over here by Drum. We're seeing multiple kills flood back out. Solotov has been able to push that control forward alongside quite a few kills from his teammates, but now Spoit with the equalizer to take down Usus. They're not getting away with this one just yet. We may be seeing that early presence from MNM work its magic, but now Diaz still left alive here finally. Comes into the clutch as he always does. Leaves it all onto Solotov as he gets out that last Candela. Solotov finds his 3rd kill of the round to knock out Spoit. Now it's him against Diaz here. 40 seconds, no case control currently at least for Solotov. Should be able to get it back, though, as it sits right around the corner from him. Just needs to reconcile with the swing, and he'll not only swing, he'll kill as well to pick up the 4th one of the round, and one that'll win it for MNM, and more importantly, keep them in the lead over M80.
MNM still stalling out, but Solotov and Tyrant break the tension. And the deadlock stops once those Candelas hit the floor inside of Shrine. Tyrant was waiting, holding a passive angle as Nook, just seeing now that he's snuck up if anybody's getting a little bit too relaxed inside of the site, and then Solotov is what kicks things off. He's able to get 2 big kills, potentially even set up by the supports on their team. Because that round was starting to look like if something didn't happen at around the minute and 45-second mark, it was going to go the way of T and Karaoke. Spoit able to get the first pick as well, the 2nd time so far that M80 have got an opening pick in the game up until this point. And it doesn't work out. MNM able to clutch that 1v2 off the back of their 2-star players.
MNM now going to try and lock in map point for themselves. One more, and they will indeed guarantee at least the overtime. If M80 is going to continue to cause some more problems here, M80 will potentially have that rotation of fallback on a T-room going in round 10 as well, so possibly MNM discounting that a little bit at the moment here. So focusing up quite heavily to try and make sure they lock down at least this one so they can get number 6 now and do not allow for M80 to close the gap to that somewhat scary extent. But if they are allowed to take this control here on Barbecue, and then round back over to Tea Room, where they've already won once previously. That could very well be the tie point at 5-all and allow M80 to truly come back into this game, just like we saw on Theme Park yesterday when they played against the Falcons. But that's pretty far into the future, so let's focus up on MNM's initial clear first to see how exactly they're going to be looking to try and put themselves even near the barbecue site, which M80 is currently defending.
Of course, they'll need to clear out Geisha, Tea, and Karaoke later on. They'll start on the opposite side of the map to acquire control inside of Office and then move forward. Help try and form a pinch inside of maybe Drum or Shrine, and then combine that with a player. If it's over by the Geisha side of things, one player outside Geisha window. If it's over on the backstairs side of things, one outside backstairs. In this case, might be the former. Solotov on the ace, opening up that wall. We'll need to see a bit of an entry into Drum to make sure this pinch works, but unfortunately for him, he meets the same fate that he dealt to DS Lucas a lot of the times with those Geisha defenses. The ace goes down first.
So with MNM down a player, down a hard breach as well, that is going to certainly affect their pacing a bit as they try to come up with options. Don't rely so much on the hard breach potential working out. They spam their way into Dragon here in the meanwhile, here unloading all the ADSs with their flashes, making sure the nade goes through to the actual shield to take that one down. M80 respond and give respect over that to some extent, but as you can see, the Ella still positioning herself over by the top doorway here. User just forces the issue on the Geschmack mine as well. Thankfully, not seeing too adventurous of an M80 response to that one. They are going to be able to maintain pretty safe positioning. Mistiming on the aggression from both Tyrant as well as the other player from M80 on the other side of that angle as well, so no damage done to either one, as MNM is still trying to reckon with forcing this pressure back from M80, which is currently boiling out from the top side Tea Room site.
And a lot of the burn for the magnets is now gone as well. All they really have to deal with any of those magnets and projectile denial were the flashes, but those are now gone, so it's the secondary EMPs. But Gomez is going wild. The MP5 on the Wamai doing more work than the utility. Users will try to bring it back. One lines up, the second does as well, but he's cut down soon after.
Not much luck taking it beyond that, unfortunately, as M80 deny it, even on the extensions here. A similar issue that we saw M80 themselves struggling with quite a bit in the previous half. Now it's MNM that's lost at least 2 rounds to that very similar fate. Nello left alone. Not really going to be expecting him to do all that much. As you can see, he's just literally sitting on the angle right now. So will be wasting out the time and is going to allow for more... is going to allow for, once again, just a bit of time for their coach to kind of give input just in this kind of default state. I heard it on the comms as well. There was going to be a pause called from MNM after this round, but I think given this like free 30 seconds or whatever that their IGLs had to talk to Nello and the rest of the team, they have canceled that. So I think they're kind of getting their like pseudo pause in right now, just in this rappel point.
I don't envy either team attacking on Skyscraper. It seems like they're both falling to the pitfalls of this map. Once you get to the points that you need to clear with utility and not just by gunfights, Terrace, Drum, Geisha, Shrine, they're both running into a wall and they're not able to break through. It worked previously because Solotov and Tyrant were both able to just use their guns and get kills. But with Solotov cut down so early here, MNM constantly working at a disadvantage. And also, none of the utility really working. It lands, it gets shields, sure, but M80 are still able to take aggressive fights and keep MNM at bay. There was not much more they could do after that. Maybe hope you can keep Solotov alive, use those Selmas to open up more angles, but MNM, they might just need to keep trying. Hope they either land their shots or they add a bit more utility to the mix.
All right, well, it's do or die time now for MNM, potentially about to lose control over the lead here if they do not find some way to make up for the issues that showed up on the last Tea Room attack, which, to be fair, wasn't entirely awful from the MNM side of things. It actually gave us a pretty confident performance right up until they got to the site. That's when everything fell apart there, as they just did not have the confidence to go for the direct entry play. And as a result of that, ended up losing it at that kind of gate that M80 refused to let anyone into there. And finally was forced into it due to the lack of time, and exactly the way you think it is, with the Toxic Babes blocking your way. The rest of your execute basically being funneled into one point. It is going to go very handily onto the side of the defense more often than not. Need to try and avoid the same fate here, and they are going to bring a little bit of a different flair to try and do so. Specifically as Tyrant, of course, brings the Gara Hook into play here for round number 10. More than anything, just to bring the G8 out, but we'll see. As actually, I haven't seen the G8 yet. He's walking around with the SMG at the moment, so we'll see if he's trying to do something cheeky, potentially with the Supernova.
That's what you got to be worried about. I mean, other people have done it before him, but Merc with that silent supernova on Bank specifically, he might have been the pioneer for a new wave of Amaru play. That's for later. Right now, we just have some good old utility, some opening of the Geisha wall with that Selma charge. But the Monty that we saw from M80, ooh, some shots flying by someone in Geisha. Iconic trying to contest very aggressively. I wonder if he knows there's a Monty around the corner that's trying to do something similar to what Kino did, which is hop on in. They'll be able to pressure the players inside of Drum, clear out that position, and that should clear a way for the Monty to move into Karaoke and get the bomb down later on. But there's still a massive bulwark from M80 standing in their way that needs to be pushed back before we even get close to there.
Well, once again, M80 getting close to the border, as it were. Just trying to reconcile how to clear out some of these natural extensions, which aren't even being played into too heavily by M80, but that hesitance again costs them. Solitov eventually goes for a bit of a peek, but he'll get dropped this time around. Tyrant will be able to trade it back out. Nello has been allowed to sneak in through Drum to Geisha, and he'll use that as a pathway to get towards Karaoke. They're going to try to do the same plan M80 did at the tail end of their half, but once more, they just don't feel that they can reconcile it right now, and I would say they're right because of that flank that's broiling from the barbecue stairs, but they don't really have a choice. They need to speed this up in some ways. They're going to try to make it work anyway now. Plant should be going down from Nello. Trying to play past this point, but is losing almost all of his HP due to the Toxic Babe. Nearly caught as well as he tries to get down to the corner, and indeed he will, but the plant is also secured. Oh yeah, this is the unfortunate outcome of it though, as that second player also got taken down. And with that, it's an easy task to quickly knock out the only remaining one in the Monty here. Retake is assured for M80. They take it back for themselves, and now they've tied the game up at 5-5.
Now I have a timeout requested by MNM as M80 are beginning to hit their stride. They're not just playing those positions and whittling down the time like MNM were. MNM played a decently passive game on the defense. If a position called for aggression like Solitov and Geisha, he'd get aggressive. He'd take a fight or use his utility. Kino's been doing a similar thing on M80 when he's the one holding Geisha. That's what we saw him do 2 rounds ago. But M80, the confidence is starting to build. We can see it. Spoit is now swinging, trying to get kills on the defense instead of playing the time. Same with Iconic. Sure, it didn't work out, but you saw him go up to the right of that Geisha window to aggressively deal with those players moving in onto the balcony. M80, it takes a long time for them to heat up, but it's starting to get hot, and MNM are feeling the burn.
M&M indeed calling for their own timeout now. See what exactly they can potentially change up on these attacks to make it better for themselves. Office is going to be the usual site we go to now for M80 to try and continue subvert the expectations of this matchup here after falling behind. Once again, it's always the M80 late game comeback you got to watch out for here, as they've shown us this not just once, but plenty of times back during the normal NAL season as well. Once they're given that opportunity to figure out their opponent, the ins and outs of their play on a round-to-round basis, they tend to do a much better job in the later portion of that first map and then following it through into the second and third map as well, by just countering out the general strategy that their opponents tend to bring to the table. That's happening once again, just like we saw against the Falcons the other day here. And MNM more than likely going to have to be a little bit concerned about that, especially if this comeback comes to full fruition. And this ends up being M80's victory after all.
Especially because Solitov has now been shut down 2 rounds in a row, one of the top performers for MNM. It's not that Solitov carries the team, but even if the team does badly, you can usually rely on Solitov topping the scoreboard with an impressive stat line, given whatever occurred in that game. And of course, when the team's doing well, you can probably be sure that him and Tyrant are doing about as good as the rest. But Solitov has now been the opening death 2 rounds in a row on Barbecue and on T. He's moved to Glass now. Not with the smokes even, only grenades. There's no smokes to speak of on the defense, or on the attack, excuse me. There are some flashbangs in the hands of Nafe. Solitov won't have a fully automatic weapon. If you're relying on a man to just hold an angle and click heads as they rotate and peek in, he's probably the man to do it. On an exhibition defense as well, that's typically the name of the game for a good portion of this round. They'll open up the right side of the wall, and if they move in to go get the plant and the bomb down, Solitov will probably back out. Just try to play the angles.
We're going to try to go for a quick opening here. View the access points a bit closer to the site. Kino,
nice.
Trick it, and I believe he did it. Nicely done there. He was able to get that electrical off just in the nick of time, and more importantly, avoid the EMP charge from the Thatcher as well that Usus had just thrown out there. So we're going to be a little bit frustrated with that, as that'll get in the way of their primary plans They've not been that great at kind of making up for a secondary one when this type of hard denial has come out previously, so that is going to cause some serious issues for M80, or excuse me, for MNM. And M80 will be very happy with the outcome of that.
Solotov backs out and half the round now gone. MNM's still sitting on this balcony. They're pitching a tent, roasting marshmallows, but they'll need to start moving forward and packing up at some point, because M80 have all of the western side to rotate through to go for flanks. MNM have shown they are okay putting some pressure and taking some control down below, but it's all really focused on this top floor, and M80 have had time to settle in. Claymore destroyed. They know Diaz is peeking, but he's ready for it, hoping to get a kill onto that ace. It's been a quiet game now, 2 minutes in, and MNM are only now starting to make their way through the bottom floor, but M80 are ready and waiting.
1 minute still to go here. MNM, once again, not enough confidence to just throw themselves at it, trying to stack up the flashes. Now here we go, finally in through Arsenal, and they sneak past Solotov here as well, or rather the players inside of the site. Immediately though, M80 shut it all down, 5 in a row in just a matter of a few seconds. Another flawless one from M80, and it'll set them up for map point.
I actually can't say it better than Kino just did. They had every single cross. All the angles, because MNM didn't clear out anything. They opened up some holes, sure. The double panel inside of office. Tried to open up the single panel into reception. They opened up the window. But all that M80 really needed to do was sit in their positions and hold the angles, because all MNM were betting on were the flashbangs working and the rush as well. And M80 didn't need to adapt their behavior. They had the Warden to look through the flashes, and if somebody got blinded, they had players close by to fill those positions. And it gets about as simple as that.
So, do or die time now for MNM as we reach the final endpoint of the rotation yet again. Back into another barbecue hold, where MNM have struggled to clear out these extensions just like M80 did on the opening half, but M80's made up for it in spades now as they take the lead outright away from MNM and have this, to be fair, one and only opportunity, but still an opportunity to end the game here and now. If MNM does give the proper response, though, that'll take us into overtime. 3 more rounds set up to find the true winner here and give at least one of these teams a bit of a sigh of relief to play to as we move over to our second map, which, again, a lot of comparative points to yesterday's M80 game. Is also going to be on Clubhouse as well. That's where M80 really came alive as well, was able to shut down the rest of that series too. So I'm sure they're perfectly fine to be making a return to that map for the second one of this series.
Especially because Spoit, Gomez, and Diaz Lucas, since switching to the defense, have really started to heat up. Spoit, Diaz, both 8-2, 8-3 respectively. Gomez with 10 kills, but all basically on par with each other. The 3 star players, or at least 2 of the star players on M80, putting up some very solid numbers. MNM going by the traditional playbook, going to open up that geisha wall, but we'll need to see some changes in the mid-round. Hopefully Solotov is, well, that's the player I'm watching, because the Candelas, they've been hit or miss for MNM so far, but Solotov, who's had a very, very quiet attacking side compared to what we know he can do and what his standards are, if he can hit a flank on backstairs or even maybe move up delivery into the site, the Nook is a prime operator to bring this back, get one attacking round on the board, and push it to OT.
A little bit of passive play here for MNM now. They've got that wall open and a few other access points as well. You can see Tyrant has been very busy with sniping away as much utility and default cams as possible there with those Bravo drones. The rest of the team is not set up already to clear things out upstairs, has been focused on finding the safest path forward to hunt down Diaz and a few of the other members holding on a bit closer to the site. Diaz will spawn out that one stolen default cam though, so pretty heavy emphasis on trying to hunt down the Frost being played out by M80 right now, but not necessarily going to be able to isolate them all that easily. Solotov, though, sneaks himself forward. He's going to get very close to the site with this one. Diaz has relocated, so no longer going to be hiding out in that corner, but he still goes for the direct insertion to the site, finds it. Red thing to play off of here, too, but he's been prompted over still. Marks the kill, as now Nave also gets a second one to prompt the rest of this put forward. A third also found here by Nello. Finally, MNM get a solid execute going for themselves, but Diaz still in the play. He brings himself back into the fold, and so Nello Gomez in just a moment, going over a workable angle, and he's been hard countered here, but still wins an important fight. Now needs to wrap the corner. He's missed his opportunity, though. Both the members of MNM already got themselves outside for the post-plant positioning, and Gomez is going to try to chase that down on an outright run out. He'll find it, too, and another kill on top of that one. Beautifully played by Gomez for the triple. Nello has to hop through the electric wall here to try to hold post-plant positioning over the top of the case, but of course, M80 will now be trying to bait him out from that. Nello has read this rotation up through the staircase here. Another counter defuse attempt has come through, but Nello holds strong on top of that one. Drops into it, stops the counter defuse, and now just has to dash away to give the round over to MNM and trigger overtime instead.
Nello had what he needed. He had the hatch, and he just barely had the play. Doesn't even commit to the fight with Gomez. Drops and bets it all on DS Lucas, sticking the plant, and it works out. A near throw from MNM. But they've managed to save the game thanks to Nello. Very good clear by MNM, to say the least. They were starting to get stalled, and finally Solotov is able to work his magic. He's got that nook, and no one from M80 is watching. He found his opening, rolls the dice, and the bet pays off. And even though they almost throw it, and it comes down to a clutch within a clutch. Now going to OT, but unfortunately for MNM, they get the attacking side, and it is by far and away looked to be their weaker.
MNM with an opportunity still, however, to rebound after they already had a massive lead of 4-2 to start themselves off inside of the second half. Unable to follow it through to an outright victory, though, as M80, once again, just like yesterday, came back with a vengeance on that defensive side. As Carter just mentioned, though, M80 will now get a massive advantage being able to play into that side, starting things out in overtime. You need to get it not just once here, but on the 15th and final round, should MNM either win this first one here or respond in the second one. Also, M80 have chosen to go over towards the office site. We've seen some very, very strong holds for them. MNM has been kind of just grasping at straws for ways to try and get access to this site, and so far have been unsuccessful for the most part. So let's see if they can try to take it for themselves one more time.
We'll see, but even then, Gomez will feel fired up after that damn near clutch. Him and DS Lucas both. That's a scary force to face. And we're also starting to slowly fit the pieces together. A lot of their star players are still negative on this attacking side, which has basically been almost the entirety of the post-rehost. Solotov the only one even close to positive, but Tyrant, he's the Ying. He's got those Candelas looking for the roam clear, and they're not trying to waste much time before clearing out these positions. Z-pings on one, but they can assume the other's probably in terrace. This is where they were able to break things their way on a previous office exhibition round, and as one goes for the peak, Tyron loses his opportunity. There's still plenty more as we enter the next minute.
Slow follow-up, but Iconic has found the moment of opportunity, as has Diaz. Look at this, M80 just going crazy across the map right now. A little bit too crazy in the case of Iconic. He's only caught up by Nave, but Nave is not out of the hot seat just yet either. Still contending against a few cross angles, one of them coming from the inside of Drum. Looks like it all has finally calmed down here, so Nave will be allowed to survive a little bit longer. Both teams just have to respect that 4v4 positioning they will now be inside of. Solotov, though, carving his way right up to the top of the stairs, and Kina responds to that with a direct peek. Takes the duel outright, loses his life because of that one, and now it's MNM with the advantage.
This is what is throwing M80 off. Solotov is finding his stride. He's able to just walk up the back, get a kill, and then he backs out. He doesn't push for more. And that not only leaves him alive to go for the execute, but it also keeps M80 guessing. They now have to worry about their flank at a man disadvantage, but they found Solotov, and that might be the blessing they were looking for. Gomez, 14-4, can still aggressively contest Shrine, and there's one just around the corner. M80 have the angles, but it's only the bare minimum. And MNM can play the trades on Gomez. Somebody's got to support this player in reception.
Gomez still off on an island. He has a little bit of cross support from his teammates deeper into the site itself, but that same problem starting to show up for MNM as well, where they have great opening kills, but then there's absolutely zero follow-through for that onto the actual site, as they're still trying to set their players up for that to begin with here. Look at the timer, 35 seconds left to go. Just a great drum control, but really unable to reconcile it past that point to push themselves into the small office and take the site. Instead, they're going to reposition Nave entirely on the outside of the Samurai Armor room. try and swing themselves in through there instead, but oh, nicely played by Nate. Thought he was a dead man for sure, but never mind. Subverts the expectations yet again to get another kill, but once more, it's a confidence issue. Doesn't want to take the next fight here. Uses has to come in instead, but he's there. MNM are properly set up to support each other this time. Gomez left alone. No way to really stop this plan unless, no, he does have a floorboard to shoot through here, but it's too late. He's missed the plant counter opportunity and uses, follows him out downstairs to shut it down. MNM take an unexpected first round in overtime here, and now it's their map point.
So many missed opportunities in that round for M80. They were gifted a lot of 1v1s, and they unfortunately just did not win them. The one with Gomez on the stairs, not able to shoot it through the floor either, and then Spoit losing the entry, or losing the engagement as they moved into the execute. Can't blame them entirely. Sometimes you don't hit your shots, but when it's getting down to the wire, MNM have found a round they needed to win. They found that attacking victory, and now they get to go to the defense. Things were starting to improve for M80 when they won their attacks. They won them pretty much both in a row at the very end of the round. But it's been a bit. It's been a bit since they practiced these attacks, whereas MNM was able to roll right off where they stopped. So M80 have to shift their mindsets for just one round, back to the attacks, remember the mistakes they made and not make them again.
For M80, they're going to see a pretty solid lineup showcased here, but probably going to have quite a few repicks onto it, including Gomez there. The whole team, except for Spoit, it looks like going for a change up to their operator selection here, as they just don't have the right picks to begin with. They've been expecting to go to a different site, so that'll explain why we'll have such a heavy amount of that. In the meanwhile, MNM have gone for their own confident site choice, and we saw them close out quite a bit on the inside of the first half, of course. And then we'll have to get used to that. Again, that's usually not too much of a problem for them to readjust the secondary side. We'll see how this upstairs hold will go, as they also take the office for their initial site choice, and their only site choice in overtime.
It was a good one from them as well. Though both teams not exactly having a perfect site record on the attack and the defense. Always start with a full clear. That's been the theme of Skyscraper so far. The geisha control and the T and the karaoke control is free, you'll take it, but it seems also drum might be fairly open for the attack to take. This is where M80 struggled on their attacking half. In that very first attack on Office back in round 2, they were able to open up and use the X-Kairos, open up that shrine wall, and then start pressuring the players inside. But MNM were still able to get away with the trades. And for M80, they're not running the Ying, they're not running the Monty. They really can only win this off of angles and the actual gunfight itself. They can get through steps 1 and 2, but with step 3, they're certainly not making it easier for themselves with the utility they have. It's only flashbangs from here.
It's been a problem for them in the past as well, that lack of utility, but hopefully going to be able to at least work their way into the side. We do not have a lot of that mitigation set up for MNM. What we do have, though, is a lot of strong ways to stop the actual walls from being opened up. So M80 may be limited in angle work, and that's been something that's completely scared them away from doing an execute in the first place on quite a few rounds. So just that setup and forcing M80 to go for those kind of choke point executes may be enough for MNM to funnel them in and close out in more straightforward fashion, making those flashes that they bring to the table a bit of a moot point ultimately when we get to the end of the round. Yuzus also tries to hard counter out the opening of that top stairs wall. We'll still have a bit of a breach to contend against regardless. Nafe playing onto the inside of Dragon yet again. Will be able to more than likely waste quite a bit of time as well. M80, similarly to how MNM were struggling to clear out some of these hard point areas, more than likely going to see the same thing happen. Now the teams have flipped sides, but Nello also has the pressure building up against him over here by the check-in desk as well. Flashed out. This is that flash dump that I was talking about before, and they do have some additional angles to work from this, but where's the peek going to come from? You just had that player blind out entirely. No one goes for it. Diaz finally is the one that strikes first here against Yuzus to take him down. Nello holds for 2 out of 3 of the players. Pushing in through check-in, though. Iconic is the one that finally trades him back out, and Solotov more than ready for the challenge coming on the other side, but he could get caught in a timing play if he's not careful here. Nave also still holding back the contention from the inside of Dragon, but it's Diaz making the big difference yet again as he carves forward. Iconic helping him out, of course. Nave now left off on an island, and Iconic will take him out as M80 take us to the 15th and final round of this first map.
Just the clutch late rounds between MNM and M80. Even if you take 2 minutes to get there, as long as you can win the fights that matter, when you enter the site, the round can still go your way. M80 have won that attack, and now the onus is on MNM. They've already got Office one singular time, but as I mentioned earlier, no site has seemingly been perfect for either of these teams, especially on the attack. And M80 will get to go to T and Karaoke, which wasn't exactly the best for them. They have a 2-0 record, but one had to be one in the defuse. M&M were able to get the bomb down and put it on the floor. So M&M have been able to find ways to get to this execute, especially off the back of that Monty and maybe that Ying play as well. But everything on the attack for M80 and M&M, it's just been so inconsistent. And it might come down to who's on and who's off in round 15.
Well, let's see now. Who will end up closing things down? It's been a very chaotic game. Neither team with a whole lot of huge benefits to look back on here. It's been flounder after flounder recovery that's come from that, and ultimately playing into the favor of neither one of these teams as we reach the 15th round. Like Carter said, it's all about who hits their shots and who is on for this final round here that will more than likely determine the victor of not just this round, but the map alongside of it, as it'll be a T-room hold from M80. Pretty usual expectation of, or usual spread of operators being brought to allow that one to work. Well, the Frost Mats out once again as well to try and delay some of the play and hopefully catch, if they're lucky enough, one or two of them on a bit of a rush take from M&M if they are going to be forced into it. Away from that, though, Iconic will be trying to hunt down the drone presence on the Solos, but has been unsuccessful in doing that, at least at the start. But at the same time, that may have just been M&M kind of holding their drones back, knowing that there was a Solus in play here.
Yeah, you'll sometimes see teams do that just to make sure they have as many drones as they can for the actual early round and don't lose it in prep phase when, if you know the site or you can assume the site, you'll lose out on some initial intel, but you'll probably be able to gain it pretty quickly afterwards. See what M&M do. They've really liked some of that Geisha pressure. The Ace has traded hands multiple times over the course of this game, but he's always outside of this position, opening up the single panel, trying to find an angle in. But he's also not faced a lot of success. It was Diaz, Lucas for M80, and Solotov at times in M&M, who's found themselves dying to that Geisha player consistently. But now it's Iconic to Solus trying to get aggressive inside of Terrace, or Shrine, excuse me, but losing a lot of his HP. Now M&M know this position, know where M80's playing, and they've whittled him down a little bit. They can start focusing pressure, applying some more needles to poke and prod, and it has to eventually falter with just how low Iconic is.
Applied across the map here as the phone call goes in. M&M trying to use that intel to hunt out a few of the members of M80, but not necessarily being given a huge amount to point themselves towards. They do spot one player on the barbecue stairs. Tyrant not immediately going to be able to take action on that, though, as he wants to kind of wait for his teammates to put pressure on the other side, too, so he doesn't walk directly into the M590 pump. Smart play, ultimately, but this is interesting, the intel they have up there. Hoping that's a piece of utility, because there's definitely not a player in that position that Tyrant tries to nade out from the downside.
Just going so slow.
Oh, there we go. It's Iconic, excuse me.
It's not how round 15 should look. I mean, Iconic now has an angle on the player down below. The angles don't go his way. Finally, the nade does. Iconic was already low, but it might be slow. But you ever hear the story of the tortoise and the hare? The tortoise is often what wins. And John, it might be round 15 if M&M can get it.
Big dump coming in on the flashes, but Kino is able to get the shot out before that one, as I believe it does end up getting eaten up, or better yet, he's able to shoot it back out. Now Diaz holding back the tide from the main stairs as well. He's been prompted for it. It's been telegraphed now. That's the big issue here. Even with the kill coming forward from Nave, that may not be enough, as M80 still holds a strong positioning on the actual site, but Nave once again trying to save the day. Nello getting into this action as well. They've turned the tide yet again. Everything falls to Sploit. Down in the 1v2 here, come out massively inside of the second half, but gonna have to clutch it outright in order to give his team this map. They're both focused on him. No matter. Spike gets both the kills, and M80 take the map. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, right after this to get you ready for map number 2 of this already riveting series.
Welcome to Hit for Sixth. Today, we have Wolves Esports versus the Sonics. Well, the Sonics have won the coin toss. They get the privilege, the honor of picking the first number. Gunnar.
I want 6.
You want 6? Number 6. How many times has Sweden hosted a major in Rainbow Six?
Just a major?
Majors.
Invite?
Just a major. All right, you guys have an answer?
I think it might
Feeling?
be 2.
I'm thinking 2.
That is the correct answer. So we'll reveal number 2. It's only in the corner. What is that? I don't know what that is.
Go with your gut.
Go with your gut.
I have no clue.
Trust your instincts, Gunnar. Believe in the heart of the cards. I'm gonna count down. 5, Sean. 4,
Yeah, say it.
3, 2, 1.
Sunrise.
Answer.
Coastline.
It's not Sunrise on Coastline. However, we can go to Wolves for an attempt there. Which number do you want to pick?
5.
Number 5. How many stim pistol shots does Doc have?
3.
Easy question. See, he knew immediately. That's a well-seasoned Doc player right there. Let's reveal the image. Ooh, a little bit of grass. A little block.
Okay. Garden coastline. Yeah, it's the square in the middle.
Oh! Incorrect, Bibu.
It's not called that.
We call it garden in French.
Easy. Give me number 1.
Next question. Wolves have unfortunately not correct. Could not make the cut. Gunnar. Citizen. Which number?
Number 1.
Number 1. We'll see if they're number 1 after this question. What is Zero's real name, boys?
Sam Fisher.
Sam Fisher.
I'd like to guess where it's at.
What is the number?
Give us Courtyard.
Is it Courtyard?
That's a still. You know, that's the only way they won something. It's okay. In my heart, we won.
Well, and you know what? As long as we're still in positive spirits, that's what matters. But thank you for watching. Hit for 6. Tune in for more action between all of our teams at the Copenhagen Major.
Do you want to see his moves again, or?
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend.
he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with our moves. Frostblade fans, they keep things cool like my hit was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Hengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta Arnold, world champion.
Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion tiles fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
Well, what a way to close out map number 1. M80, by the skin of their teeth, managed to take away their own map pick. In overtime, nonetheless, and in a 1v2, nonetheless. I'm a little bit speechless by that, guys.
I think we're a little bit speechless as well. It was certainly not the clutch that we were expecting in that situation at all. Spoit has done a fantastic job to get it, no two ways about it. But what a map. 8-7, all available rounds. We were expecting 3 maps.
Yeah.
We weren't expecting maximum overtime in the first one.
Yeah. When you identify a player and you're like, we're going to import this player and we're going to bring him in from another region, and then you're 7-7 and it looks like you're going to lose when you want him to step up right then and there to get you over the line in these big moments, and that's exactly what Spoit did. But a quick word as well, Gomez was absolutely excellent today. He's quite, on the server, sometimes quite unassuming, but then, you want him to be doing his job and 20% more, and I thought he did that marvelous today, wasn't getting the flash clutches or the flash multi-kills, but we're just doing his job and picking up those important kills.
Gomez, a player that before today coming into this series wasn't actually positive. Wasn't actually positive in the KD. There were only 2 players. I was going to say, I bet he is now. There was only 2 players on the side of M80 that were positive. It was Spoit and Diaz. Between them, they had plus 27. Now, MNM, they played a lot more maps. They played a lot more rounds to get to this point. So there's a couple more players that are positive over on that side. But for me, Gomez stepping up today was exactly what M80 needed, because a lot of those rounds really were quite close.
Now, considering the fact that this was a 4-2 split during half-time, for me, MNM having that really good lead for them on their defense side, sure, that's great and all, but let's focus a little bit more on the attacking side of things. For both of these teams, wasn't necessarily looking the best.
Yeah, I think honestly it was kind of fitting that the game came down to a 1v2 clutch in an individual moment of brilliance, because I thought both teams on the attack was generally very, very linear. It was very, there was no squeeze, there was no push, there was no tempo in terms of working these players out of positions and then punishing them. It was often, as you just saw there in the, in the highlights there, it was often having to double peek and being punished for that on the attack. And both teams are not going to be happy with the way they attacked that map.
We know that attack can be difficult on Skyscraper. Something that made it particularly more difficult here is going to be that thermite ban. Now, it was MNM that brought the thermite ban out. We had a little bit of a problem with the overlay, but it was MNM that brought out that thermite ban. And we saw just how much they were able to make use of that on their defenses. Picking up that 4-2 split, it really debilitated some of the ability from M80 to open up some of those walls and to really start getting things going. On the flip side, whatever you give out, you have to receive. And they suffered with that thermite ban as well. And it was something that kind of came back to bite them a little bit. MNM were a little bit more prepared, but there were far fewer instances that it was helpful for them.
Do have a point about the thermite ban, but I was just enjoying the replays of the players celebrating that clutch there, and they was as well. They were just behind us looking at it. Yeah, the thermite ban's great because obviously when you're trying to open the geisha wall, it opens the geisha and the drum. If you put a thermite charge on the right side, and the same with the office, it opens the office and the minibar wall. So a thermite ban from MNM, I loved it. Obviously, it's just a token. I loved it because they lost the map in the end.
I think it was not only really a surprise for all of us to witness that clutch situation, but also for M80 themselves. The sheer amount of, joy, obviously adrenaline, the way in which they were celebrating really speaks volumes. But now we're going to be moving on into Clubhouse. MNM's map pick. How do we feel about this one?
Well, obviously based off the fact that Skyscraper was M80's map pick and we saw it go all the way, are we expecting this one to go all the way as well, Fresh? You've got to think about this and think, these are 2 well-matched teams, the system's working. I would love to see this one go just as close.
I think for MNM, I said it before when the bans initially came up, but it's a map that they love. It's their most played map at the tournament. They've won it 8 out of the last 10 times they've played it. It was a map that was, for a long time for MNM, it was Club and Bank that was the permabans. They brought Nath in, he helped, reimagine their club, and suddenly they're one of the best club teams in the world. So for MNM, I think the big challenge isn't the map, it's more, do they have the mental fortitude to come back from, you know, and I hate saying it, they've had loads of XP1 losses, so I would back that they probably do have the mental fortitude
That's the one that hurts,
to come
though.
back. But the fact that they do keep losing these 4v1s, 5v1s, it was only a 2v1 there, but still, that one will hurt.
So heading into this map, who are the key players you're going to be keeping an eye on? Who do you really want to see step up?
I mean, you've got to keep an eye on Solotov, right? You know, Solotov has had a fantastic tournament as a whole. One of the highest players in terms of KD so far coming into this. I think he was plus 34 or something along those lines. Again, he had a great time on Skyscraper. He was really doing a great job at being that backstab on the attack. His ability to find space. I've always said that Tyrant is a great player at finding space, and he is valid. But Solotov's ability to find space, to backstab, to crouch walk up the stairs, to really just appear inside of the bomb site when he's on the attack is fantastic. We need more of the same. We need a little bit more from the other team as well.
There's a little stat that I've been wanting to say in the last couple of desks, and I've not said it. So obviously he won the last map in terms of Spoit with that 1v2. He's never beaten MNM. You know, he was a player in Europe. He did play for Rogue/Koi. Never won against MNM. So for him, you know, a little storyline. Getting rid of his EU brethren, dumping them out of the tournament. You know, watch out for him because he probably will turn up big.
Do we feel like it's going to be another case of keeping a close eye on that Iconic and Spoit synergy heading into this one? Do we feel like they're looking pretty confident coming into this?
I think so. If you look at the way that M80 have played over, you know, the course of NAL and this tournament so far, it's all been the Iconic and Spoit show. I think it was good to see, you know, DS Lucas and Gomez both stepping up as well. We know Kino's got it with that shotgun. I think it's kind of more the team now is what we're looking to step up. We know they've got it. We've seen them got it in map 1, so, you know, we're expecting it in map 2 as well.
Well, I'm super excited to head into this one. I want a prediction on the score line. Do we think it's going to be another overtime? Because I'm here for it.
That's rough.
I wasn't expecting it to go overtime on map number 1, but maybe it's a sign of things.
I'll give you one, Jasmine.
Go on.
8-6 to MNM.
8-6?
8-6.
Okay. I'm going to go 3-3 splits. I think 3-3 splits is fairly... I think we're expecting that here. It's Clubhouse. It's a map that can just go and fall straight down the middle, especially with some changes that have come in. You don't see Bar being played as often. You know, we've got Brava in here now. We're seeing a lot more teams go back up to CCTV and Cash. I'm excited to see what M&M are going to bring in terms of a ban. I thought the Thermite ban on Skyscraper was wonderful. More of it, please. I want to see something else there that's as ingenious and as effective here on Club.
I do love on Clubhouse is that the site everyone goes to, Church and Arsenal, it's actually only got a 41% if defense win rate.
Right.
It's an attacker-sided site at the minute. Teams are loving attacking it despite it being the primary choice. So for these teams, both of them actually love the defense. You know, you could argue for both of them that they're the defense merchants, right? So I think that site is going to be like the key to who wins this map.
Well, I'm geared up and ready to get things started. This is Blast Star 6, and this is going to be MNM taking on M80.
All right, thank you very much. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Time for map number 2 to get ripping and roaring here between M80 and MNM. It is M80 currently with the map advantage. Time to see if they can carry that forward just like they did yesterday against the Falcons. Or will MNM put up that greater challenge and send us to a third and final map? Let's find out now as we go into the bans for Clubhouse.
Ollie's trying to keep us here all day. Same with Jack. But I wouldn't have it any other way with two important and storied teams. Their major fate on the line. We'll see how the bans influence this. The Sledge ban to start out. One of the most common sets of nades on Clubhouse now gone. One of the most common sources of soft destruction, but Buck is often an alternative sought by many teams, M80 especially. So now they're gonna miss the Sledge too much once they get to the attack.
Fans continue to get a little spicy. Here's Ace is the next one to be knocked out. Oftentimes the go-to hard breach for a few of these situations. Sometimes we'll see Habana get knocked out as well, but Ace is a bit more of an uncommon one. So we'll see how that affects the other sites. So outside of the basement, where we most notably have seen that Habana ban kind of change things up. As we move over to the defensive side, Azami is the first defender to be knocked out here. So that aligns once again with that triangle we've been discussing quite a bit. And the final ban to come forward from M80 is going to be Mira. As Mira, once again, here, saw her banned out in the last map as well. Quite a bit of power to be played into on this map as well, so it makes perfect sense to knock her out once again, especially for sites like the basement. Realistically, all of them have some way to incorporate Mira in some way, shape, or form.
With bans transpired, we'll leave Hibana available to the attack, but Cade is also on the board, so even though that the attack should have a little bit easier of a time getting those hatches, especially if you want to bring some hard breach charges in the hands of, say, a Buck or a Fuse, for example. Wink, wink. Solotop is just have it picked right now, so I cheated a little bit. But of course, with the Cade still on the board, If that were an option brought by M80, that's something that MNM would have to maybe bring a Thatcher to counter, but it's not something that M80 have done. No hard breach denial, actually, save for that mute, and of course, John, you can't get hatches with that.
No, you cannot. So we'll see, though. The Solitov is still going to have a fuse to potentially throw into the hatches themselves and just force the members of M80 out of that zone of contention. I think they are going to be trying to go for that type of strategy as well. We've seen it done before, although the fuse charges have had somewhat limited usage from the times I've been able to see them be incorporated. So we'll see how exactly it'll all pan out. As you'll note here, too, M80 is going to extend themselves out quite a bit onto the second floor. They are going for the sandwich setup. We'll see if they can potentially trip up MNM in the early round with this one, or if it'll come back to bite them, as it very often does end up doing for the defensive team here, because they'll stretch their legs a bit too much and not be able to properly support this upstairs setup, losing one or two players as a result of playing into it.
But that player that you'll have to clear is Spoit. Spoit is certainly feeling himself after that clutch, that 1v2. The moment where he was able to potentially save M80's major, just like Gomez and Iconic did yesterday on map 1. He's had his hero moment. Now MNM have to fight that once they go for this roam clear. Starting out on the Jacuzzi side of things, but of course with some presence over on the plat wall as well, making sure that the main two stairways back, the main two avenues back, red stairs and main stairs, are cut off for the defense. Something Iconic will have to consider, as now MNM have that avenue cut off, and Spoit and Iconic both from the Dokkaebi call starting to face pressure.
No one able to line up for an outright pick just yet, but Iconic's going to take at least a little bit of heat here from the adventures of Solitov going in through that top window. Not enough to force away the outright presence here from M80, as you're still seeing those two players, soon to be three potentially. Some of them recommitting themselves up to the top of the stairs. Still going to be fully committed to the depths of this gym, as well as the setup here. Spoit taking quite a bit of heat from the spray that had come through into Logi. And now he's having to kind of hold back his own aggression a little bit, and eventually one of them will fall. It's Iconic to take the first bit of it from Nafe. That'll lead to the elimination of not just Nafe as well, but Spoit also found out Gomez will at least be able to trade for the loss of Spoit. But still, once again, that aggressive extension for the defenders, at least in my opinion, cost them quite a bit. Now they're going to have to hope those losses they've sustained in life can be made up for in the time drain, as it did at least bring MNM down to the 1 minute marker now, as the last one finally descends into the depths of the basement.
Potential for some C4s as MNM will take a little bit of time. Not even necessarily to find some vertical angles, but definitely to open up some of those hatches. But thankfully with the fuse charge, if they were to place some in Logi, it'd basically open up the entirety of the kitchen floor. Kino's already let his loose. It's not worked out. You can see, there we go, all the holes opened up on kitchen, but more now being sent down the long hall in basement. MNM are cutting a path straight into the site and just spot one player moving around Moto. They have the advantage, thankfully, so if they just consolidate around one position, be it inside of Church or inside of Arsenal, they should be able to win this one.
Solitov ready to move forward here, and now in position as well to pop off these fuse charges into the depths of Church that will cause a bit of respect on the Church wall, but Moto can still be played out here by Kino. That's exactly what he's going to be doing, but locks himself right into a flash. Two members down, but immediately two members respond as well from the side of MNM. Where is the plant, though, as we are out of time? 3 seconds left to go. Diaz still holding positioning upstairs, and that's it. No one goes for case control, apparently, or the case is just lost in the sauce somewhere downstairs. So the round is won on the timer.
Oh no, so Diaz hit the flank. Case was on the hatch.
Okay.
Case was on the hatch. MNM a little separated, unfortunately. The two players down below looking to push into the site. They wanted to go for the Moto hatch drop. Still very linear, especially with Kino on that shotgun, but they make it work, but only on one half. They relied on that diffuser on the top floor to drop down Moto and immediately sprint on in once the two players down below cleared the way. And yup, as you see, diffuser dropped. Another clutch play from an M80 player.
So M80 once again bring it back off of that brilliant flank there. Once again, that was Diaz that pulled that off with a double kill right at the tail end of the round. Sets his team up for success after already we'd seen earlier the kind of double down on the upstairs setup. Good amount of counter pressure via angles had come in from MNM. Looked like those players were going to back away, but they stuck around, tried to take the fight. That cost the lives of at least two of them. But still, Diaz reascended more than likely through the blue stairs to try and retake the angle and bar, shut down the plant avenue, as MNM did not leave themselves with enough time due to having to clear things out upstairs to properly attack the site, even with a player advantage to start things out as it brought down to a 4v3. So nicely played by M80 to once again completely remove the chances of MNM to close out on that round. So it's up to CCTV and Cash now for round number 2 here. Pretty straightforward setup as far as M80 is concerned. So not going to be a whole lot that MNM will have to watch out for, at least when it comes to the early drone phase here. Shouldn't be any surprises once they get past that point and figure out that indeed this is going to be another straightforward Cash setup.
And if there is any offside presence, did a very good job dealing with it last time. So not too many bad omens to start out. It's just at the end of the round that they got to be careful for. Want to see how they're able to deal with this garage pressure. We've got Solitov on the Nook, and especially after, once he started to get his feet wet on Skyscraper, it was a scary sight to be sure. Able to break that tension and move on forward. Spoit, unfortunately, missing one of those impact grenades. But hey, that's why you got 2. That's why you got 2, to open up that gym hatch and make your way on down. But either way, with Gomez playing in that rafters position and Spoit playing off the side at the moment, there are players that MNM can start to latch onto and clear, but Spoit's already made his way back. That's a fairly solid and close to the chest defense for M80.
Time continuing to tick down here. And MNM not much closer to the execute point just yet, but at the same time, M80 still with a lot of aggression they can cook up. However, Solitov is looking to counter some of that out with the bar lurk he's got going for himself right now. He's not the only one looking to clear things out, obviously. The construction presence is well asserted now by the rest of MNM. They're still trying to hold themselves back to build it up a little bit more prominently. This is alongside the usual pressure over by the platform wall, which I'm pretty sure has been opened up already here by the members of MNM as well. Try and give them a secondary angle that may not be used outright to swing into the site here, but at least we'll give them a nice position to play on post plan, especially once they commit themselves and the rest of their team in through the Cash side. It looks like Solitov and a few of these other players are looking to do now, assuming Nafe can get off this construction wall, but the impact comes through. Hard counter onto that. That was the second one right there, so no secondary attempt will come through on that one. MNM will have to shuffle through that doorway directly into the choke point if they still want to push from that direction.
It's all going to be bet on gunfight. Solitov, such a proficient player, Tyrant as well, to break that. But the utility isn't landing. They still have 1 nade left, but it's all getting caught by these magnets, and Solitov is the first to go down. Utility dump back and forth, but it's M80 who get the kill.
M80 continuing to hold the line here. MNM just not with enough positioning to play this one out, and still looking like they're trying to force the issue on construction. They don't really have, oh, never mind, here we go, Tyrant. I was about to say, they don't really have the time to wrap over towards Garage, but it really only was just Tyrant from the looks of things. Nafe and his only other remaining teammate now, or one of his only other remaining teammates, work their way in through the window and are actually able to brute force their way through, mainly because of the prowess of Yuzis here. A triple kill already on the round from him, as he's taken down Spoit. Iconic is all that remains, and immediately he's countered out as well. MNM respond to that first round loss with a bit of a statement of their own, forcing the issue in through just the windows and choke point doorways here to take CCTV control.
It's really all Yuzu's right there. One of the quieter, more understated players on MNM, but he has the capacity to take over games, and he completely swung that round in the favor of MNM. They were completely stopped inside of construction. Aside from Garage, which Tyrant was able to get, and even then he was traded out, it was all Yuzu's, who after the utility dump from both teams, sent it into Cash and sent it into CCTV and was able to get 3 kills. Because if you look right here, it's a 4v3 favoring M80, and as he hops in the CC window, he gets 2 headshots onto the site players, and all that's left is Spoit and Iconic down below. And unfortunately, Spoit tried to retake, and Iconic tried to deny the plant. Both were cut down.
So into round 3 we go. We're going to continue to see how exactly MNM will look to try and build up this advantage for themselves, as M80, of course, has to respond in kind. They will not try to retry things over inside of CCTV and Cash. Instead, they work their way over towards the third and final site they'll more likely rotate into. Could potentially see them play into Bar as well. They need to go for that later on the map, but after this one, could expect a basement. But it's gym for now. The usual operators being brought in to support that gym site. Most notably, of course, going to have the Maestro with the additional intel that'll come from that being played by Kino and Iconic. Now bringing the Frostbats in to hopefully trip up the late round navigation that MNM will need to make closer to the actual site.
Gomez likes playing this red stairs position, likes getting aggressive with those Rotero drones, though. Any shield utility he's playing behind can be bypassed. There is that view jammer that does need to be worried about, but if it's just shields and magnets, our Terra drones can blow up all of it. Nello already on top of these rafters. M&M are moving quickly to pinch and push back these defenders. Gomez will get aggressive, but he'll probably back off fairly soon. Take a couple more shots before he extricates himself from this situation. But no, he won't even take that. Won't even take the chance at a lost engagement. Only a minute in, and M80 have already pulled back to gym bedroom.
Use this in the rest of MNM. continuing to look for opportunities here to take that initial control, mainly on the construction side, but it's all a process of building up for themselves that they can work into here later on in the round itself. M80 have gone relatively quiet, giving that respect over to MNM's clearing pressure so that they can kind of bait them closer into the actual site. Set up no reason to get hyper-aggressive here, especially with the strong drone presence that MNM have deployed across the rest of the map here. Continue to waste out the time here as MNM look for proper setup to move forward.
Just clearing out utility. And even if they just want to base this off of some gunfights, at least Yuzu's has set a good precedent for that. One player down below. That's Spoit right now, creeping through the depths of Clubhouse, going for a pit all the way up Oil Pit and into CCTV. M&M are very focused on the utility clear, very focused on the forward aggression. Is anybody watching this flank? It seems like one might be, and indeed they are, but the initial engagement does not land.
Uses strikes true indeed, but now Nave gonna be fended off in the other direction here as well. Enough contend against that pressure that'll be constantly there from M80s. Will have to keep a player on constant flank watch if they want to pressure it this way. Could be the winning position from M80 needed to try and close out this round and cause enough hesitance on the actual clear from M&M. 35 seconds left to go, but a sudden walkout from Iconic going into a Nello that was still hopping over the railing right there. Gives the kill over towards him and now limits the defensive potential for M80 to a pretty serious degree here. Nello's taken out the fourth player. All that remains is Kino inside of the bathroom bunker here. He's going to try to tuck himself into the shower itself, but he can only survive for so long. Downs out one more player, but is still knocked away a moment after that one, giving the round over to M&M in the lead with that now at 2-1.
Excellent flank watch by M&M, cutting down Spoit as he moved up the rafters. Even if they didn't get that kill, they knew he was there, and they were going to make him very hesitant on continuing with that flank. He'd have to change another direction or just persevere, and again, M&M were more than aware of it and more than ready to take that gunfight and stop him from pushing on forward. Thankfully, with Gym and Bedroom and Clubhouse in general, if you're going to have a little bit slower attacks, not slow, not stalling out, but still only getting caught and stuck outside those doorways and these angles, Clubhouse and Gym Bedroom specifically, it's a site where you can make it work. You can sit on metal balcony, and if you're watching CCTV and you've also got players on jacuzzi and maybe construction or main stairs, that's a lot of the angles you need covered, and you can really box the defense in. So with M&M, who've got a slow attacking game today, Clubhouse is a map that's not really going to cause them to make as many mistakes or make them face as many problems.
It's a pretty straightforward map at the end of the day when it comes to that attacking lineup. Will not present as many challenges as we're seeing on a very complex one, and one that we don't see played out all that much, despite it still being the newest map in Skyscraper that we had played out before there. So a lot of confusion coming from that one. Won't be seeing that happen here on Clubhouse, as it's a map that all these players understand to a much greater extent. Speaking of which, we've got M&M out on the board now, going for their second basement attack. And the second basement roam for M80 has also been deployed too. They've got still that extended presence going upstairs to the second floor, and Gomez watching things on the first floor too in case there was a very quick bar clear. Won't be the case. Once again, M&M giving that respect over, so they will be jumping into that second floor clear over the next few moments here. But Gomez might actually be able to cook in a second. This push is coming out directly against him, but he is able to sneak one, but just one more traded out after that one. Solitov tries to force the issue down main stairs, but there is going to be a very well-timed Toxic Babe here to stop him from going any further. Tyrant, though, gets a nice timing play against Iconic, catches him while retreating down to the bottom of blue, and there is still one more player near red, too, that could also get caught out there, but could also subvert things. Turn it back into the favor of M80 if played appropriately.
Solitov has worked his way in Moto, though, and Nello also in blue. So much pressure can be applied to M80. Now the Yuzus is joining the fray. He's made his way on in. He's got Case now just behind the bomb chassis, and M80 are outside of the site. Spoit going for the retake. Ooh, his opportunity just pulls back, but he sees him through the shelf. Tyrant goes on the drone. The flank not expected whatsoever, but M&M might still plant this bomb.
Certainly looks like he's going to go off without any interruption. Nello now backs up. Give the respect over to the post plant here. Just going to let the players from M80 breathe back in a little bit. Retake some of that positioning which they have lost in the actual site itself. That does kind of leave Yuzus off on an island, but all for good reason too, because it was to set up Nello up on top. Problem is, though, took a little bit too long. Now he's been left alone in this position here. At least Spoit goes for the counter defuse. He could have realistically had it too, had he stuck it right there, but now he's given Nello another opportunity to re-peek at a moment from now. Nello doesn't have the angle. He's got to go for the direct peek, and Diaz is there for the hard counter. So it's M80 to take another basement defense for themselves. So far, the only one they've been able to close out, but that's good enough here for the time being as it ties us up yet again at 2-2.
The post-plant position's not as solid as MNM thought, and Spoit, though he hesitates the first time, he sticks it the second, confident in his teammates' coverage, and it works out. Though it was very close to the wire. If Nello had just aimed a little bit lower, might have been able to save that one for MNM. Really good execute, though, by the attack. Try to take it quick, and even though they face some struggles and are stopped for a little bit, they don't waste too long. They know that they've already started committing to the very aggressive fast play. If they just stop while Solitov is in moto, it's only gonna serve them poorly. So I really do admire MNM's calling right there, and they try to commit to it. I just don't think the post plant was unfortunately nearly as good as they believed.
All right, folks, another rehost. So give us a second here. We're just gonna quickly resume the game as we get our players back into the lobby. But either way, solid lead set up here and a chance to come back once again for the M80 roster. But need to get themselves together, need to find some consistency off of this site so they can try to maintain at least a 4-2, maybe 3-3-1/2 here against the members of MNM, of course. They allow MNM to get away with that one and take that 4-2 lead on their own attacking side. That could be bad omens to build up into the second half here, especially if their own attacking prowess is not going to be nearly as strong as what we are seeing from the defensive sides. Well, figuring that out over the next few moments here. Once again, once we get ourselves back into the game, not entirely sure why we did this rehost, but like I said, it should just take a moment or two to get ourselves back in the game.
Yeah.
Drone bug again.
Well, I was going to make a joke, but our observer was like, this is why the rehost happened. You should inform the viewer and do your job. I was going to say something dumb, like, I don't know, but I'm sure it would have been funny, at least. Thank you, Easy. Shout out to our observer. But, all right, that was very mean. Oh, that just hurt my ego, John. I don't even want to talk after that.
Once again, a close game between both M80 and MNM. The battle of the M's here. As one from North America or one from Europe will be moving on into tomorrow, but unfortunately, one of them as well will have to say goodbye to them. They have reached that rough 1-2 score marker here, so need to try and find some way to keep themselves in the fight, in the chase for one of those final playoff spots when we get to our last series going into tomorrow at the end of this stage, as we get ourselves ready for the final stage this weekend, where we finally invite you folks at home in as well to watch it live here in Copenhagen. But once more, we've got all 10 players in the servers. Should just be another second, and then we'll resume the game. You can see everybody giving their nice little handshakes and whatnot. High fives all around. Try to keep the vibes good between these two teams as they get ready to jump into the game one more time.
Yeah, the fist bumps are the universal sign for rehost done. We're back in the game. And I'm just excited to see that. Of course, if you're just now tuning in, not going to tell you about the scoreline because you'll see it in a second. I will tell you, actually, it's 2-2. We're going into round 5. But we've sent 2 LATAM teams to phase 3 so far, 1 North American team and 1 EU team, that being G2, the current world champions, looking to win back-to-back majors. Now, this is not a promotion game. This is elimination. John, as you mentioned earlier, M80, the champions of the NAL, still fighting for their life, still 1 best-of-3 away if they lose it from elimination. But MNM, the journeymen of Europe, who have always been so close to success and seem to have the right formula with the right players and the right composition, have always fallen below what we believe to be their ceiling. They're 2-2 so far, and the rounds they've dropped have required very good performances from M80, especially from individual players like Spoit and Dias Lucas. Their attacks are very still winnable and very could likely end at 4-2.
Well, let's see if it's going to end up being the case here. You see once again, CCTV and cache deployed out for M80. They're going to work their way up onto that site. We'll see once more if they can get the better of MNM, but it's these off-sites where M80 have been struggling so far, where MNM have been able to take the cake in some very close fights, but ones that have ultimately went their way. M80's tried to boost their own in-fight capability, of course, with the most obvious adjustment to that being Gomez being promoted to Doc here. He'll be playing, of course, on the inside of the garage balcony. He can continue to kind of re-bolster himself if MNM try to focus pressure against him. But keep in mind, MNM didn't really try to play too heavily in from the garage angles. This is a bit of an unnatural evolution of the setup right now. It was more so on construction side that MNM tried to play things out, at least on the last attempt.
Yeah, it's certainly not an adjustment I expected. I thought we would see kind of Gomez stick with that Mamai he's been playing on multiple sides, or just stick with an operator that on Raptors you think would try and just stop the utility, but then focus on taking some gunfights with the players sitting inside construction or moving in through construction. Instead, Diaz has the Wamai, which I believe he had last time on CCTV, which is still good. You can layer up magnets in that red stairs angle, which MNM were really keen on clearing out, though, to some middling success. Able to clear out the utility, but not really get a lot of solid kills until Yuzu's got in the fray. You also have Iconic down below. Who would have thought? He loves this basement so far on Clubhouse. Spoit trying to bridge the gap, allow him to rotate back to the site, but Solotov has worked his way up close. The X Factor, the desk, and John and I have talked about on this operator, and in this role, he's looking for a kill.
See if he can get it, but never mind. Diaz ends up swinging out against him to knock him out instead. Solotov dropped. He's still not going to be able to perform, at least at the beginning of this round. Deeper into round 5. It'll have to be his teammates that make up the difference instead here. Nade's coming in from below, but not going to have anyone really responding on the other side of that one. Just not going to utility at best here. As you also see the plat wall being dealt with relatively quickly here by MNM. At least one option opened up for them, but they're going to need to card forward more than that. Once again, just seeing it play it out here as MNM are going to be dodging Garage in the second round in a row. So Gomez won't really be challenged from that POV. Has been able to use at least one of the stim charges to boost up his teammate, but other than that, hasn't really had to do a heck of a whole lot just yet.
And at least before they got the opening pick onto Gomez, so when MNM were going into this, they at least started with an advantage. Now this time, not only they're in a 5v4, but there are players that so far been unaccounted for. Gomez, like you said, Iconic now sitting below the garage stairs, making sure that nobody can flank up this stairway, and then you have Spoit still trying to get aggressive inside of Lounge. MNM with only 30 seconds left are still standing in their positions, and M80 are not just looking to stand idly by, they're looking to get aggressive.
Spoit. I don't want to get too aggressive, however, as he knows there's at least one member hiding out in stock, but he may need to strike sooner rather than later. Nafe has been able to find a successful pickup from the construction side. Nello floods in as well, but Keenan will begin the process of countering this one back out. He swings back over in that direction of construction and finds at least one player that overextends toward the top red stairs here. Keenan finally runs out of luck here as he'll be taken down, but Iconic as well with the nitro from below. Knocks out one of these players. Plant still going down onto the ground. If Iconic can find the angle to deny it, might be able to end the round here, but no longer the case. It has been planted, and Iconic has been found out, so it's MNM once again to barely piece this one together as the offsites continue to favor them. 3-2 now as we go to the final round of the half.
It's just by all metrics, these attacks should not be working as well as they are. They are stalling out. They are going far too slowly. But yet, it somehow works. Wasn't Yuzu's this time. It was really a whole team effort, just taking 50-50 engagements and it working out. Diaz gets a very big, important kill onto Solotov, but then with only 20 seconds left, Nath gets a kill. They're able to move on in, cut Spoit as he's rotating back up red stairs. I mean, MNM are being very linear, and these attacks are not the best, if I'm being perfectly honest. But they're winning them, and these players are winning their fights. And that is what counts, because all you need to do, you can get a 4-2, you can have the sloppiest attacks in the world, but if you can just bring it back and get a positive half, hey, just focus on your defenses at that point.
Well, then in the timeout, they're going to be discussing what exactly needs to be improved here. So we get ourselves deeper into it. We'll see what exactly they can try to change up to win at least this one final round. A bit of a weird time to go for the timeout once again, just because it's at the tail end of the half. Really only going to be making immediate impact on just that one single round that's left. But we will see, of course, if M80 can at least close out on one more of these here, in this case, Gym and Bedroom. It will more than likely be worth its weight in gold to try and tie us up at 3-3. Going back over to the attacking side, where M80's players will have a little bit more of that freedom, especially inside of the early round, where there's some struggles right now. Be able to try and control these rounds a bit more confidently and swing directly up to 7 to end this game, ultimately in M80's favor, which would also end the series along with it.
I mean, I'm certainly proving that they are top contenders in this series, to be sure. Even if their attacks leave little to be desired. Yuzu's is showing up. Tyrant is showing up. Everyone individually, honestly, that round wasn't even one player going big. Like I said, everyone just won their fights, and everyone pretty much had one to win, except Solotov. May he rest in peace, at least in that round. He's alive and on Flores this time. No Nook to be seen. He's bringing the Rotero drones to clear out some of that utility. And it was a similar story for MNM's Gym Bedroom attack as it was for their other ones. Had a lot of really good utility to deal with some of this in-sight utility from M80. The Rotero drones to destroy the frost mats. Now you have the Thatcher even to destroy those magnets and those K charges as well. The utility game has been great from MNM. They're bringing what they need and they're using pretty much all of it. Just often, they are lacking in their positioning and their coordination and betting on 50-50 engagements, and it just so happens today's their lucky day.
Meaty peek from Diaz, so close to finding the kill against Nath, but he's just barely able to escape to the top of the stairs. Nowhere near a safe position yet, though. As you can see on the other side of that wall, there's at least one, if not two members of M80 looking to continue challenging him. Even so, those players are now going to be forced to back up due to the opening of that wall. They don't want to stick around and potentially get pinched out by additional presence from MNM waiting outside of the windows. The drones will continue to flood in, reconfirming that they need to back away from that spot and just kind of respect the early clear so far from MNM.
Tyrant will just fill the space and we'll move to the second phase of the round. M80 giving that respect, as you said. There's one player who's not with the rest, who's not with the program. And oddly enough, it's not iconic, it's DS Lucas. You saw him earlier in the round try to take a fight with Nath over an oil pit. He's the only one not with the rest of the team onto the site. So as MNM open up these X-Kairos holes, need to open up Jacuzzi Wall, actually. Just want to say that real quick. Benello still has both of his exothermics, and Yuzu still has all of his EMPs. So opening up that angle shouldn't be a big problem. But once they do that, even if they don't push from there, just useful angle to open up. Once they do that, they need to worry about DS Lucas. He might not be Spoit. He's a very, very skilled player on M80 who, with his slow, unassuming style, can often catch you off guard at a time when you really need him to sleep.
Attempt being used to try and open things up on Jacuzzi Balcony, and they will indeed get that job done. Keto will respond by slapping shut the bathroom wall, creating a little pseudo bunker for himself to play into. Nello goes on repel angle, just tries to see if anyone from M80 is going to take a peek out from Logi or inside of Gym somewhere nearby here to ensure, of course, that they pick up as many opportunities to penetrate this M80 defense as possible. And they nearly find one, too. Spoit gets down, but I think he's in a safe position just inside of Logi, so I would imagine someone can rotate over to get him back up. But
oh, my.
We'll find out soon for sure, as Diaz as well as Solotov have a very awkward duel between them lurking in the future. I think neither one of them necessarily knows it's coming as well. Diaz spots it, but it's going to be Solotov regardless that wins it. Tyrant finishes off Kino upstairs as well with the nade, and keep in mind, Spoit never got brought back. So it's all execution coming forward now from MNM as they get themselves a flawless end of the half at a 4-2 overall scoreline.
Able to break through. All they're doing, setting up angles, using utility. Sometimes it seems like they're stalling out. It might just be them waiting for everything to fall into place. Unfortunate loss of an engagement for DS Lucas as well. Even if he's not able to maybe affect things after that, having that main stairs angle would have made that defense a little bit better and put up a little bit more of a fight, but it really seemed like M80, the pieces all finally clicked in round 6, and that's not good for M80. That'll end a 4-2 half for MNM. And now M80 got to go to the attack on the back foot, and by the way, earlier, it was M80 who took that tactical timeout. So now they don't have the option to pause later on if these new attacks pose problems.
So into round 7 we go, as MNM look to try and take absolute control of this matchup here, or at least this map. Taking it for 3 more rounds. 1/4 of this game just needs to go under their own control. And we'll be able to send us to that 3rd and final map on Oregon. But for M80, they still have the chance to prevent that and end it here and now. But it's going to take a pretty big rebound and a pretty quick one at that in order for them to still have a chance to end it on this map. 2nd one of this series. Away from that, though, MNM also going to be deploying to that room, giving some reinforcements going down upstairs. We'll see what exactly they can potentially build up towards as they try to get us some trouble into the early round. And just like we were seeing M80 do at the beginning of the first half.
A lot of utility on the side of M80. You got those Candelas, you got those X-Kairos, and Gomez on the buck. Expected. M80 do not play a lot of Sledge on Clubhouse. We did not see, at least Gomez, play a lot of Sledge on Clubhouse into their game yesterday against Falcons, so the loss of those nades and that sledgehammer will not be too much for him. Though it does mean that M80, since they didn't play a lot of Nook on this map either, will only have 1 set of nades in Spoit. Will likely try to aim it over towards blue. Gomez might feel he has an opportunity. Saw a player on cam sitting down behind generator. It'd be very difficult to work out, so he might delegate that to someone else, as there's still a lot of hard breaching and a lot of vertical destruction to be done before you even really get anywhere close to moving down to that basement floor.
It's all being slow played out right now. And he's still not capability to move themselves forward just yet, but they haven't been able to clear out that natural extension that MNM has gone for. We're on the 3rd floor here, trying to play out the sandwich setup. Just not going to find enough effectiveness from that, but the good news is they also get everyone out of there before it becomes too hot to continue playing out against M80. They avoid the pitfall that M80 kind of fell into a few times, but and credit for them still recovered to it. Oh, that's a little bit of a mistake right there. There's at least 4 of those X-Kairos pellets going to get eaten up. Only 6 left sitting in Diaz's inventory, so does need to be careful about how he tries to. Oh, but he almost just lost another 4 right there. So let's see, do they actually have the EMPs to properly deal with this still? They should have 1 or 2 in the pocket, and there we go. Counters out once again some of the presence on the other side of that one, and should be able to pop the kitchen hatch as a result of that one. Defenders do not have impacts themselves to counter that one. Spoit's patience works out for him too. He was waiting for that peek from Solitov, finally did get it. And as a result, M80 will take the first kill of the half.
Huge one as well. They've cleared out that blue position. So now Spoit's job later on in the round. And moving on in and applying pressure to either site, whether it be Church or Arsenal, wherever M80 want to push from, should be a lot easier. They've also still got these Candelas on the front side to disorient everyone inside of the site. So M80 are looking to form a pinch, and they might be moving their fingers right now.
Candela's working their way in, the execute coming forward as well. It's clean so far from M80, but uses a Nafe. Hold the line now just on the Nafe, however, as uses gets traded back out on the inside of Church. And Nafe cannot sustain outside of the site in the depths of Blue Generator. A clean take from M80s. It takes them a moment to wind it up, but once they're ready, they don't hold anything back, and it's a very quick take, ultimately, for them to take quick control of their first round of the half. They also bring within 1 round's reach of the tie at 4-all.
Very convincing round to start out. Utility clear with the Hibana is a little clunky, little dicey. Gotta be careful you're watching those Electro Claws, but everything after that was perfect. Spoit doing his job right here, showing why he gets paid the big bucks, taking down Solitov early on, and then everyone from M80 just bull rushes into the site. And pretty much all works out, no need to even get the bomb down. Not even get much vertical destruction either. It was almost done all horizontally via engagements taken on the basement floor, but MNM will try to run this one back.
See a second basement play come in from MNM to try and correct on the issues for round 7. Won't necessarily be the easiest thing in the world. They'll try to go for more direct denial on this one too. The Bandit also going to be incorporated in for Tyrant, also to block off access to the primary walls leading into the site. We'll see how effective this will be, as that was not the big issue, was M80 being able to pop those open and get access for themselves, save for maybe the Church walls. We'll see if this direct contention will work out, but it's just a quick repick from Iconic as well to get a pretty hard counter against that one. As long as Diaz survives that later phase of the round, still should be able to eventually pop that open and directly counter out the reselection from Tyrant here.
We'll also have Iconic shipped back to the Thatcher, and that's probably for the best. Those impact EMPs tripped him up on those Cade charges. So with those primary EMPs, you don't even really need to aim them. You don't even need to find the intel. You just throw them down, and hey, it'll probably get it. You don't need to worry too much. And of course, you mentioned those EDDs. Got to be worried about it. Got to be worried about Solitov in general. But really, for MNM, they don't need to worry about too much in this early round. They weren't super focused on holding the second and first floor in the previous Church round. They've decided to run that back again, so M80 get all of this for free. They've got the X-Kairos, they've got the hard breach charges, they've got the flashes, the nades, they've got the utility you're looking for on a basement attack. And hell, if they can pressure this blue position as early and as aggressively as they did last time, whatever changes MNM made, they're still going to be in for a world of hurt.
Gomez and the rest of M80 setting up same exact way we saw them do so on the last round. No variance to the strategy required here as MNM continue to waste out as much of that time as possible. A bit of a passive hold for themselves down on the inside of the base, but really not doing much to obviously stop that play from going forward here. Uses is going to try to trick things with the electric claw on top of the kitchen house, but M80 not going to reach the point of the round where they're worried about that yet, so a very active amount of play to come forward for him. Going to try and knock that Nitro off the ceiling, and we'll be able to do so. As the pre-placed one just not really going to find its chance to soar here. All good, as he has been able to retrieve it and has a chance to use it later on in the round here. Like I said before, hard counter, though, to the electric claws on the hatches. Makes that tricking that we were seeing an attempt at there a moment ago from the users a bit of a moot point, as they were able to quickly pop open the hatch anyway.
Now it's your late round play. Can Spoit get that kill again? Can a rush up long work? And M80 are moving on the same trajectory towards the same things as last time. A lot of the utility change-ups they've had are really going to be focused on that initial utility clear, but now they've got the firebolts and the smoke bolts to block off those sidelines and make those positions uncomfortable. One player lurking in dirt as well, but it'll be incumbent upon Iconic to win this fight, because if he's the one that sends them into a 4v5, everything M80 want to do will be a lot harder.
push from Spoit, but he's given himself away a bit early here. And now the advantage goes to the defenders. He'll have to be very careful about how he swings around the corner. Kino with a big assist, though, in the incendiary bolt to take that player down instead. But MNM responding with enough defensive setup here. Iconic maybe to breach past the veil, but never mind. Uses again, holds the line alongside Tyrant on the inside of Church here. Maybe not just yet, though. Tyrant left alone all of a sudden, tries to capture Diaz, but instead gets a face full of flash. Has to try and back away into the depths of Moto to get himself away from that one. And even though it's a trade, there's still one more member of M80 up and running. So as a result of that one, they win the round.
Very, very down to the wire, but M80 have tied it up 4-4, and also now defeated the primary defensive bomb site for MNM. Down 0-2 on their defensive half so far on one particular site that was fresh mentioned before. Church and Arsenal is not exactly the bastion of the defense as you would hope for the favored bomb site on Clubhouse. But now MNM are forced to try something else. Not CCTV, instead it'll be gym bedroom. M80, of course, you can expect them to run back that Thatcher. Maybe even run the Thermite now that is an option, and Ace is not on the board. Right now they're keen to just use that Hibana at the moment, as MNM likely not try to change things up from the normal gym bedroom style.
In the long run, going to be regretting that decision to go for basement twice, as now they've squandered the 4-2 advantage they started out this half with. It's a tie game now. M80 potentially expecting to work their way over to the CCTV site instead of this one here, so a few change-ups need to be brought into the lineup, but it's nothing earth-shattering. Just going to be switching away the Thatcher to bring the Hibana back in instead, which for Diaz has now been changed up to a Thermite, but is away from that as well. Kino was going to be bringing the Capital for the second time in a row here, which obviously can work for this side attack, but feels that the Ying is going to be more useful. It's kind of the M80 special, so it makes sense to bring that into the fold yet again for the first attack here on Gym as well as Bedroom.
Go for that clear over by CCTV and Cash. Diaz Lucas will rotate over. He'll take Jacuzzi and Flatwall, use those exothermics. Maybe he won't. Maybe Iconic will use some of his X-Kairos. He's already used 8. He's already used some of that hard breach with those Selma Ace bands. You gotta use that Hibana. As finicky as it might be, this has been a very default Clubhouse between M80 and MNM. A lot of the positions you'd expect to be held are, but say MNM try to change things up on CCTV by going for the split pushes. When it comes to Gym and Bedroom, sure, they've been linear, but they certainly haven't been crazy or earth-shattering. It's been a default game between M80 and MNM with some minimal changes to adapt it to the team's play styles. As Diaz Lucas opens up Jacuzzi, and Kino will start pressuring Bathroom, and then Diaz rotates over to use his exothermic. They're still not breaking from the playbook.
It was primed for Spoit, but actually good that he holds it back, as the player that was potentially going to be in that position is now long gone. Quickly moving through the motions here on M80's side of things. They are going to be popping open the secondary wall going into construction as well. Spoit does end up throwing both of those nades in from the bottom side here, but it won't really meet with a whole lot of damage. Solitov, though, will be able to find a very successful pick against Iconic as he goes for the peek against him from the inside of the site. So first kill goes to MNM. That oftentimes causes a lot of hesitation for the remaining members of M80, so that'll probably be a very good sign for the members of MNM that they have struck true first. More likely that they're going to be looking at a very hesitant M80 for the rest of this round, at least until, of course, they are forced into the execute when we hit too low of a time.
The Hibana also being the one gone means that the Bathroom player doesn't need to worry about those X-Kairos opening up the wall as much, even if maybe some have been used, though I doubt it. Let's take a look at that wall right now. Yeah, you've only got some feed holes on the right side, but that's part of the strat. Nello's used to that. So he can play a little bit more freely, but Gomez, I can tell when a player thinks they have an opening, and he certainly thinks he has one.
Gomez hunting for a member of MNM to peek back out, but they're giving him nothing right now. Like I said before, M80, there's not a lot of confidence when they are down a player here, so we need to see someone subvert that expectation, bring out the entry power that's needed to get this team onto the site, and it may very well be Gomez that accomplishes it. Spoit taking a lot of heat, but he finds the kill instead of Logi. Diaz also strikes true as well. 2 more players go down. Yuzis being the most recent to fall, as Gomez also contributes to this one. Nafe is all that remains. M80, it takes him a moment to build up the intel bank to make that play. When they are finally ready to go for it, it succeeds. This may stop the plant, but never mind. The wall blocks it. You're going to see a successful plant go down onto the ground, and Nafe tries to swing himself up through main stairs, but is heavily countered, so it's M80 to run the gauntlet here now, pushing themselves not only into a tied position, but taking the lead outright away from MNM. To put them up 5-4 now. And I'll correct myself further, we did call an M80 timeout. That was, or rather, we did call an We did call an MNM timeout earlier. That was an M80 one. I believe this one is going to be coming from MNM.
These M teams, man, dude, they get to you.
It's got me like 6 times.
There are 2 teams in the lobby and 3 M's. How does that make you feel?
Confused.
Of course, yeah, as John said, MNM will take their tactical timeout. They've now lost 3 rounds in a row, all of them being on their defenses. And I want to hype up Gomez a little bit right there, because the desk talked about how Gomez, he was top fragging, but he wasn't getting a lot of those multi-kills. He was just doing his job and then some. And I specifically want to highlight that point as it connects to what he did in that round, because he only got 1 kill on that execute, and the round was already pretty much won at that point. But what he did was he saw an opportunity, he walked in, and he played it patiently, relaying the info to his team that the site was clear and that they actually could execute at that point, that they should throw those Candelas in, that they should start moving in and taking these gunfights because the site is a lot freer than they initially thought. And that's the sign of someone who's aggressive enough to make the play, but humble enough to not go for the clip, but instead just communicate to his team what the plan is, what it should be, and then that's what M80 executed. They've had attacks look better and better and better so far, and now it's on MNM. If they want to close this out in regulation, they need 3 defenses in a row to match M80's attacks.
M80, an opportunity to quickly try and close things down here as MNM make their 3rd rotation over towards the CCTV site finally here. They're going to bring the castle out forward as well, which would be interesting to see how they try to play this out on site. We're going to try and break up the monotony, especially when it comes to the downstairs setup a little bit more. It gives them that extra room to play out, especially to retake the site if they lose a few players as well, to keep that kind of defensive prowess rolling, even past what M80 may try to clear out. But it's going to be all 3 panels utilized down here just to purely block off the pressure coming from stock and bar side.
The introduction of the castle, though, with that sledge ban, will make these actually a little bit annoying to clear. Because normally, I mean, John, you've seen it multiple times. They just walk in, walk up the sledgehammer, and it's gone, right?
True.
Like,
well, we do have Zof at least. So
exactly. Then
2 out of 3 of those panels should be pretty easy to deal with.
And that's what I was going to get to, that you use the lifelines now. But let's say later on, you want to go onto the site. Maybe there's no deployable shield here. Maybe there's a Goyo pack you want to detonate, but you can't quite get it. Maybe you're able to use that explosive. Maybe use those grenades as well. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult and take a little bit more time that could add up by the end. Spoit, though. Oh, no. Oh, I'm looking at that site right now with a castle barricade behind him. That real estate might be a little too free. But he'll open it up.
Just backs away from it afterwards, though. It's also going to pop out one of the Goyo canisters, too, so a 2-for-1 combo there on the nades. Nothing too bad about that one. Most of the hard breach has already been accomplished, as well as you've been seeing over in the top left. Heavy pressure going to be going on to Garage on top of course, the main plat breach. So M80 have most of what they need. If they want to try and bargain for a little bit of construction pressure, they can do that, too, but in all honesty, with Garage going their way, and potentially the plat as well, that should more than likely be enough between those 2 angles to overwhelm, at minimum, the CCTV hold. And looking at the defenders, they've only got 1 nitro from Usus to bait out, so as long as they're able to execute with about 30 seconds or so left, should be able to work their way past that without too much of a problem.
Prox goes out, but hey, John, I don't think anybody from MNM could peek through that if they wanted to.
Yeah, that's, I think it's more the early warning system.
It is.
Players down in stock more than anything. We've got a few gun 6s, as we just noticed there, for at least one of the members of M82s that can also be utilized to get past these barricades. Solitop, though, is dead.
Goodbye.
Spoit just randomly headshots him, it appears, from our POV anyway, from across the map there. But obviously, Spoit playing as cerebral as he always does. The incendiary is going up, but they're now getting gobbled up.
Oh, no.
By the magnets. Not what you want to see happen. Tyrant, though, still ends up getting affected by it, because remember, those bolts are still going to end up going off. The magnet just pulls them to a different position. It doesn't stop them entirely. So that will be a little bit of a double-edged sword that ends up playing against our Garage player at the end of the day. M80 once again in prime position now. 3v5 already in their favor. Just needs to figure out the positions of those last few players to get the confidence to move forward, which they pretty much have already done. Going to be using one of the can openers to pop up one of the Garage panels. Nello fails to chase down any damage from those crosses that are being played out over inside of Garage, and now his position has been revealed. The plant goes forward. Like I said, Usus does have a nitro to use in this situation, but never mind. We're not even going to see it come out. He's been forced out of the plant scenario anyway. Usus is actually coming in from the backside. He'll be the last to die as M80 lock in map and match point for themselves here on Clubhouse.
And another clean round from M80, using the setup against MNM. You saw the bar and the lounge doors were castled off, and what they were trying to do was use the feet holes made in the stock wall to not only contest anybody entering stock, trying to go for a nade from below, but also make sure and hopefully take a gunfight to that lounge door. Problem is, you've also now just denied any way to retake the site, because now Spoit has confirmed lounge control for the attack. If anybody wants to retake it, it only has to be through red. Spoit can focus on that. And that then frees up your garage players to move in, because now they don't have to worry about red stairs or brick, and they can fully focus on firebolting the player on rafters. I get the setup from M&M, but M80 did a really good job realizing its weaknesses and how it actually would allow them to expedite their clear.
M&M with no other option make their return down to the basement. They do not want to risk a bar setup if they even had one prepared for this game to try and save themselves from eliminations. They'll go to the site they've already lost 2 times previously, and once again as well will commit themselves to the roam on it as well. At least 1 or 2 of their players heading upstairs for the reinforcements. That would generally assume that we'll have a little bit of roam action, but we'll see. Is actually never mind. It looks like most of them have been peeled back. Nello is still sticking around over here by Logi. This may just be baited reinforcements. We'll have to wait and see. Now, Nello will be playing this out a little bit, it looks like, by the gym side, but he'll be truly alone in doing so. So we'll have to wait and see what exactly he can contribute to the team by maintaining this position.
Hopefully maintain confidence, at least. You need it at this point. I believe Ollie predicted an 8-6, or Jack did. One of them did, and if that were to happen, M&M would need to win 4 rounds in a row, something so far, at least on the defense, they have proven incapable of.
Oh, nice spot.
I was about to say, very nice spot. That's an old one right there. I used to do that in ranked back in 2019.
I didn't even notice it as well when he pinged it. That really blended in right there. That'll get rid of that one. Prevent any unfortunate shenanigans, especially again from the mute up on top, as he can still have some play potential here with the M590 on that angle as well instead of Logi. So prevents the sandwich from coming to full fruition.
Yep.
And now he's going to leave M80 just with the usual clear to worry about.
Which Gomez are perfectly fine to do. They've got the flanks cut off. They've got the buck for the skeleton key down below, the hard breach charges. If you're able to keep a watch on these stairwells, you're all good. You can focus on doing a lot of the first floor control. And if they have people watching upstairs, which that was a rhetorical question, they do. Spoit's up there. He might still find a kill on Nello, who's pretty much stuck in this corner. He's got to win a fight with one of the best fraggers in the game, but Spoit probably honestly just goes rogue at that point, doesn't even care, because M80 do need to start applying some pressure to the basement side, but that will leave Nello alive on the top floor, waiting, hoping he can save the major for M&M.
As Carter mentioned, 1 more lost round leads to the elimination of yet another European team and the survival of 1 more from North America, as M80 will guarantee their slot in a matchup tomorrow. And here we go, M80 just bursting forth into the site. Already 1 entry to start themselves off. The rest of the team contained mainly on the inside of Church and on retake angles. But look at this, Nello has been allowed to waltz right back inside on the flank, shut down the plant angles entirely. It looked like M80 was going to take control, but M&M snaps the jaws shut on the flank. Diaz is all that remains here. He'll get the better of Nello, but that holdout upstairs on the 2nd floor pays off in huge dividends here for M&M, as it very much has saved them, at least for 1 round. They'll still need to find a second one after this one, but it's more than likely, once we see some huge play from Diaz, gonna fall into the hands of M&M, and indeed it will. 6-5 goes the score, and we go to round 12 to settle it all.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I'm starting to sit down and be like, all right, match is done. M80 have worked their way on in. Nello too slow, unlucky. I didn't think M80 actually didn't know where Nello was. He'd been there since the beginning of the round, and Spoit was in bedroom. I was like, okay, they think he's not gonna do anything important, so they'll just go on with the execute, watch main stairs.
Here he comes.
Yeah, and they're not even aware of it. Spoit's either completely forgotten or M80 never found it, and I don't know which one is possibly worse in that situation. It's still 6-5. M80 still just need to win 1 attack amongst many previous victories to close this out. But man, if we go to OT off of that, that's gonna be a heartbreaker.
Well, we're not going anywhere just yet. It looks like as another drone bug, unfortunately. So give us a moment, as we are gonna be hopping out of game, and we'll quickly re-host this one as fast as we can anyway to get ourselves back into it and go into that final round of play as well. We'll have to see, of course, what can potentially be brought out, as it's now M&M looking to try and forge their own path forward to still keep themselves in a winning position to bring this game back under their own control. It's all in their favor now, because like we said, outside of that one round, it's been all losses so far in this half from the side of M&M. They need to hope that they can bring something better to bear, and they can no longer rely on the basement, obviously, either, as that's now been locked away with the most recent round victory.
Got to go back to gym bedroom or CCTV cache, and neither were great options for M&M. Then again, Church Arsenal wasn't either before that attempt, and just stick Nello in a corner and have M80 not drone him, and hell, you might have a defensive victory cooked up for you. It'll be a little bit more difficult to lurk on gym bedroom or CCTV and cache, unfortunately. We saw Iconic and DS Lucas when M80 were on the defense lurking in similar positions. M&M have not been as keen to do it, but when M80 did it, those lurkers did not have too much of an impact. Sometimes they'd rotate back. Sometimes it'd maybe get a kill, but it still seemed like the attacks were a bit more solid for M&M. So we'll see if they decide to break with the trend, and if they do, I doubt we'll see Nello be the one to do it because of those SAS operators. I mean, what the hell is he going to do? Take a shotgun fight in oil pit with someone on the stairs? Probably not. Probably not, would be my guess.
All right, well, we've got most players back into the server now. Just waiting for the last few to join themselves up, and then we will begin yet again with round number 12 here, seeing if that overtime will be triggered or if M80 is going to be as consistent as they have been so far on this attacking side. Lock down one more round. That's all they need to move forward here. That great performance out of either Spoit, Iconic, any one of these great players here. Diaz as well has been having quite a few rounds over the course of this event. That could be it. And we nearly saw that as well with the way that we were able to see a few of the members of M80 carve their way into the site. But like you mentioned, Spoit getting picked off on the flank first is either not able to get the comms out at all or just not able to get it out quickly enough. Leads to the death of a few other teammates as well. So creates a too chaotic of a situation due to that great retake from Nello. And they just are never able to recover from that one. So the first real bump in the road for M80's attack. Now we just need to wait and see if it's going to be a quick recovery to that or not, or if that's truly shaken up their momentum game as well.
Remember, M&M have already taken their tactical timeout, though M80 also have as well. So neither team has a pause button remaining. M&M are reaching the point where they're relying on individual performances to win rounds. And hey, if you can do that a second time, I'm not going to give you too much flack for reaching overtime and keeping it close to M80. But it still goes to show how dire things have been between these two teams. Remember, if Spoit doesn't clutch that 1v2, M&M are up 1-0 on maps right now. And if they're just able to bring this to OT, this could be them in a position to close out the series. But it's come down to huge players like DS Lucas and Spoit, and on M&M, Nello. With round 11, as you talked about, John. We'll see if they can clutch another big performance together, or if this will be the most convincing team effort from M&M.
All right. Oh, well, M&M, they've got basement selected. So that's probably going to be another rehost. And indeed it will. Give us another minute here, folks. As we forgot to lock basement, it looks like. So
I really like the color purple.
We're gonna try that again. You know, I think Blast likes the color purple too.
I actually was really happy. I'm like, this is my first major, and the theme is purple and black. This is sick. I was actually really happy. I'm not even lying right now.
Yeah, it's got purple everything here. Like, we got purple monitor lights as well and all that. And we got like a purple glow on our map fly-ins.
I do not like to get, I like purple, I like black, red's cool as well. I like my 3 colors.
If you guys come to the venue and go to the concession stand, we have a purple beer too.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
The popcorn's purple.
Yep, popcorn's purple.
We shipped in poutine from Invite. That's purple too. You know that Danish poutine, it goes crazy.
You actually have to wear purple paint as soon as you enter the venue.
Dude, we're supposed to tell them that. That was supposed to be a secret. It was a Dark Zero themed major. Be really sad if they get knocked out today, by the way. Liquid DZ after this game, by the way.
They're more of like the dark purple though. This is like, we're like more of like the magenta-ish, like light purple.
What is magenta, by the way? What is that color?
It's magenta.
No, shut up. But like, what? Like, I always hear people talk about magenta. Like, how is it not purple?
It's like light purple, isn't it?
Shut up. It's purple.
It's like, I don't even know. I assume that to be light purple, so that's kind of...
I hated art class.
The way. I never went to an art class, so...
How did you not go to art class? Were you in elementary school? Did you skip that?
Oh, that art
Were you working on the farm?
Yeah. Okay, well, I went to that art class. I thought you were talking about like college or something.
No, I didn't take art class in college.
Talking like a series.
I'm a poli-sci philosophy major. You think I took, actually, well, I technically took art history because my girlfriend kind of did, so.
Did you take it because your girlfriend was in it, or does it?
Yeah,
just like...
sometimes you get interested in the class and your partner just talks at you. And you're like the brick wall gift, but you're the wall in this case. We're almost got everyone back in the lobby, by the way. Wait on 2 people. One person. There we go. One people.
So as soon as we get them in, we'll try this again.
MNM is not an org, it's a people.
It's a collective.
It's a collective.
It's a lifestyle.
It's an idea. There was an idea to bring together a few Brits and a Turk and a Croat to build a team that could go toe-to-toe with NA's best. I don't have anything after that.
Have you heard of the M&M initiative?
That was the reference I was making, John.
Oh, I know. Yeah. I just finished it for you.
We're back in the game!
Just gotta make sure all the settings are good, folks. But we are loading in right now, so we appreciate your patience as usual.
What's Gunnar doing here?
What?
Nah, I just made that up.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about?
Nah, it was a joke for me.
Okay, so it looks like we're all good.
John, refresh me on what's happened up until this point.
Well, MNM just had a very clutch comeback after it seemed like the players on M80 were going to really just carve their way directly into basement and win the game. It was Nello on a Hail Mary flank that he had been cooking up for the entirety of the previous round. Then it works out. Players from M80 just don't know what to do with themselves when it's thrown on them, so they fall to pieces, mainly as a direct result of that one, costing them that round, and now throwing us onto this one. Round 12, where M80 still has the chance to end it here and now. Be on a bit of a different site. The gym hold for MNM, which unfortunately for them, they still have yet to win as well. So M80 still very much in pole position for this, as far as I'm concerned.
M80 looking in a very good spot. Just won so many attacks, it's hard to bet against them. Then again, MNM had won 4 defenses in a row on Skyscraper to start things out, and we know who ended up winning that map. We'll see who's more clutch, who's got the bigger star power, who's hitting their shots. I could decide overtime for MNM. Or an early morning tomorrow to fly home. See the Solus brought by Nafe, potentially the answer to their problems, to do damage to M80's intel game early on. There were a few times on Theme Park, or Skyscraper actually, where that Solus had dealt quite a bit of damage to M80, starting the round with 5 drones, or even if they start out okay, having only 3 or 2 by about a minute and a half. If Nafe is proficient with that Solus, they just need 1 defensive round. That would certainly be a great way to start M80 off on poor footing.
Yes, of course, just trying to set himself up for some early drone presence here, but it's going to take him a moment to actually utilize that. There is a mute jammer sitting in the way of that drone hole, so not a whole lot for DS to do here. But at the same time, he's not being really taken away from other responsibilities at this point. Oh no, Nafe, the sudden dash out from the inside of Kitchen. That's going to catch Iconic and the Brava drones along with it. Highly doubt he's really had the opportunity to utilize those drones at this early phase of the round, so big key piece of utility going to be taken out as a result of that too. Nicely played here by Nafe. It's those unexpected plays that are going to push MNM into overtime, so nicely done by them to just kind of, once again, subvert the expectations of how they've been playing out this half so far and try to make up their own destiny here.
Now players like Spoyd will have to overperform a little bit to go huge, or even just individually try to bring things back. No grenades for M80, by the way. So they have useful utility. They've got those smokes, they've got those flashes, but no opportunity to take an indirect engagement to bypass a gunfight and get a kill another way. We'll have to fight these M80 or these MNM players head on. Whereas Yuzu's, he's got secondary utility. A nitro prepped, aimed towards Platwall. They're walking in, he's ripped it and thrown it, but they've dodged it. M80 survive a big C4.
Gomez. Again, picking up that opening kill for himself, but Yuzus able to respond. MNM hold the line, and more importantly, hold the player advantage as we come down to the final minute. Diaz as well can't cut the angle as harshly as he needed to, and now Nello springs into action inside of the bathroom setup. Yuzus to pick up 1 more second personal on the round, and that should be pretty much it here. There's going to be a hugely telegraphed push from Gomez. They can double down the positioning on the stairs, but won't even need to do it. Second map in overtime here now as MNM looks to bring themselves back from the brink and trigger Oregon.
It was an 8-6 prediction with the desk throwing it our way. Now MNM might just make it come true. It'd have to be 2 in a row in overtime, 4 in a row total. And they start defense, which so far has been their weaker side, but they're on a bit of a hot streak now. maybe just figuring it out. Definitely the best round we've seen from them so far. Nath able to get that opening pick, get aggressive early on, and then a clean closure afterwards. Though with M80, with players like DS Lucas, unfortunately, just caught by themselves inside of the site, trying to bring things back. Also, what a beautiful fadeaway by Yuzus right there. MNM proving they have that individual skill to go toe-to-toe with the best.
All right, so MNM bring it back from the brink. Now reignite those 3 additional rounds. Time to see, of course, if they can come to a closeout here, or if, once again, the M80's strength will still end up surmounting the defensive prowess that, well, they started out with here for MNM. MNM once again gets the advantage in overtime as well because of that defensive start. Finally starting to get a grasp on some of these round holds as well. As a result, that M80 going to be shaking in their boots a little bit here as their victory is not as certain as it was just a few rounds back when they had their own perfect rotation on the attacking side. Now it's MNM starting to pick up their own little run here.
Looking to build and further on their foundation that they've set in the previous few rounds. Giving it to basement defense, though with no sled, they'll have to use some of these explosives, but Yuzus, he's getting aggressive. He's found M80's only set of nades and the player to work that blue angle. MNM's solution is to get aggressive, get into M80's face. And to their credit, M80 have been a lot more passive this tournament than I think a lot of us expected. Now with Spoit gone, no more grenades for blue. They're really relying on that Capital, but if they want to do what they've done before, it'd have to be some other way. But Gomez, he's on the hunt.
Gomez is going to start working his way down. Has been able to take up that initial positioning here, but no one from MNM really out in the open to oblige to it. Tyrant also waits for an opportunity to strike from above as well. Another potential sneak play, but Ping has gone in. They know he's going to be down there. This time it's Kino that gets the better of it, though. Responds, but just barely. Look at his HP. A tiny little sliver is all that remains. Solotov will be forced away in the meanwhile here from an upstairs hole that he was going for just a few moments ago. He's actually going to go deep all the way into Strip. Trying to see if he could pull off a little Nello play from a few rounds back more than likely here. But as you can see, Kino is aware of this one, so I doubt it's going to have the same effectiveness. Just going to be wasting out a good amount of time more than anything.
I was about to say, yeah, Solotov is trapped now. Unfortunately here, he's not really in a spot where he can waste time. He might be able to go for a flank. As long as M80 has somebody watching it, be it by a gun or a drone, there's really not that much Solotov can do. They've also got plenty of drones. 6 total right now. They surely have one to deviate on the flank. One's been shot, but now Solotov is going to push. There's a castle barricade in his way. So now M80 need to start and worry a little bit because Kino's on low HP and they're still doing hard breach with only 50 seconds left. They've worked back for more dire odds before, but a lot of what you'd expect to already be accomplished is only just now being so, and there's still Solotov ready and waiting.
It was all silent. Neither team wants to make a mistake now, given the stakes in play. More so for MNM, of course. M80 still the other map to rely on here, but MNM know that they are up against the walls. They are not giving the players on M80 anything, and that's going to be a problem for M80 here. Like I said before, they have struggled to reconcile with a few of these peaks, but moving forward, Nello at least is going to take a huge amount of damage. He uses the first to pick one up, and now Dave crunches it as well. That's a weird one. Gomez at least is able to knock out Nello, but the damage once again already done. Kino left alone in a 1v3 here. No HP to play off of either. Time is running out. This round is almost certainly going into the hands of MNM, as they'll be the first hit map point inside of OT. 7-6 is the scoreline. One more from MNM triggers map 3.
Sensory overload, it seems, for Gomez. Saw 3 different MNM players, but they were all around him. He had somehow worked his way into the middle of the storm. Wasn't able to find a single one. Not entirely his fault. That would have been the craziest clip of the tournament, probably, if he gets all 3 of those kills. It still goes to show how hectic of a round that was for M80, just getting hard breaching done with 50 seconds left. Yuzu starting things off great with a kill on Spoit. M80 lacked their traditional entry, and even getting a kill on one of the roamers they knew was there in a gunfight in which Tyrant took it un-ADS'd. Kino still gets put down to 1 HP. And M80 just struggled to fight back at that point. Now they move to the defense. Now time for them to learn from some of the lessons MNM did.
All right, so into map point here now for MNM, a chance to berth us on to Oregon. Let's see if they get the job done. M80 have to respond in kind. But the good news is, falling back onto this defensive side, they still have the chance to rebound as well. They, too, were starting to once again capture more and more of the half itself as we got towards the tail end of their defensive side. Just gonna need to bring it back under their own control. Otherwise, once again, this map goes the way of M&M, and we will force ourselves onto that third and final engagement. For M80, though, we're going to be trying to play this out and about a little bit, but I doubt we'll see the same level of sandwich aggression. Actually, now I'm looking at it, looks like they do have another player committed up to the second floor, so a little bit more going to be played out, most notably by Spoit, of course, but even he's retreating now, just in time, too, as we have at least one member of M&M walking their way past the blue window. Thankfully, not going to be able to challenge Spoit by the time he reaches the bottom of the stairs.
Spoit will be thankful for that, especially after last round. Doesn't want to get taken down too early. He'll live to fight with the T5 at another part of the map at another time. M80 have to go for M&M have to go for that full clear. Just cover all their bases. Make sure they don't find someone, oh, I don't know, sitting outside a gym for the entirety of the round and then hitting a crazy flank in the late one. That would be that'd be a little too much, be a little too ridiculous. But they don't have to worry. All of M80 are focused on that bottom floor. So this is just M&M doing their due diligence. That also means that they won't face some of the same problems M80 faced last round. They should be able to get this hard breach a little bit earlier, get that soft destruction a little bit earlier. They've got the hard breach charges, the X-Kairos, and the exothermics. So when it comes to opening up these walls and these hatches, it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Slow go of it here so far from M80, but just because, once again, they need to clear things up on the top-down angles here. Oh! Solitov as well, spots down below, but not actionable for him, unfortunately. This is just a little bit too late there. I'm trying to catch those players.
Thinking he had the gun. He pulled out the pistol. He was like, I got it. Oh,
Never mind.
I don't have it.
Got a 9 instead.
I brought a 9mm to a gone fight. I'm proud of myself for that one. I'm gonna dust off my shoulder.
On a 9mm to a 45mm fight. That's
well, still opening these hatches. M&M making good progress. It's been a slow 2 minutes, but slow and steady wins the race. M&M just need to win one attack to cross the finish line on map 2. Send us to Oregon. Some black eye cameras still up. M80 still holding their positions. This is a classic M&M round, John. All the positions for the defense still alive. How are M80 going to win this one?
We'll see. Dirt's certainly going to be part, at least, of the opening formula here for M&M. Try and pop that open for themselves. 30 seconds, though, and no one has taken a single sliver of damage. If M&M are going to make this work, it has to be one swift motion. And if a single player from M80 is able to get in the works of this one, it could be over. And we'll be going to that 15th round, but uses, forces the issue down the main hallway, gets 2 for himself before being down. The response is coming in mainly from Spoit here in strong contention. Kato helping out as well. They'll deny the entry, and M80 tie it up, sending us to round 15 yet again.
This is always the problem with that M&M strategy. If you just try to win it off gunfights and push in a 5v5, it's a gamble every round. And sometimes it's not going to pay off. Yuzus has gone huge previously. Nello's gone huge previously. But there is not much to push M80 from their predetermined spots in blue, on AKs, in church, in long haul. M80 was all playing where they were expected to, and M&M's credit, they try to go from different angles. They try to bring some pressure from Dirt alongside the pressure in main, but it still all came down to gunfights, and M80 had utility and guns up to deal with it. What better time at round 15?
So that'll be a call from M80. Yeah, so we'll have to rehost it again, folks. Give us just a second. We'll get ourselves out of the game, and hopefully, once again, this will be pretty quick. We'll see once more if they are going to be able to bring themselves back into it. We do apologize, as usual, for this delay of game. Nothing we can really do about it. If it's a bug and it happens, we got to respect it, so...
I'm not sorry, actually.
You're not?
I'm not.
Well, you got a lot of angry viewers now.
I'm sorry. I'm
wasting their time.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my fault, actually. I've got a script. See this ring I have right now? You guys can't see. I wear a ring. My girlfriend got it for me. Shout out.
Cute.
Very cute. But I have a secret cheat under here. And when I twist the ring 3 times, it deletes a drone from the game.
Carter just is the drone bug.
I am. That's what they call me in high school. Call me Carter Drone Bug Hannafeld. Because I was always down on Intel. I always show up to the test. I'm like, what class is this? Where are we going? I didn't know this was social studies. I thought it was art.
All right, so once again, just waiting on everybody to join back up into the lobby. M80, of course, silent as they patiently wait for everybody to get themselves back into it. But MNM, once again, as well, at the bitter edge of potential defeat, and more importantly than that, potential elimination from the major with our new format. It's going to be a long, long time before MNM get their chance of revenge later in the fall, is when we may see them on the international stage next, of course, at least here on the official circuit, of course. So they do not want to go down without a fight here, and without a potential third map. That's why we see them fighting. It's so rough to the bitter end. And we'll have to just wait and see if they can bring enough prowess to the table to win this one final round. That's all it comes down to between these two teams.
All 30 rounds as well so far needed. 8-7 for M80, 7-7 for both teams, but one team will get that 15th round. Will it be survival or damnation for M&M? Or will it be ascension or bated breath for M80? If you also recall, M80 have just barely won a defense. Isn't that right, John? They won a defense. And now they have to switch over to the attack to make sure that they can close this one out. Because if they don't do it, they will simply lose. To be frank, I'm just glad we get a good match between these two teams. Because, you know, we got Liquid Dark Zero, we got D plus SSG. In my opinion, no disrespect to my NA boys, I kind of think Liquid are going to run away with that one. So I was worried that it'd be a day of elimination matches that ended in an anticlimax. But now we get a game that goes at least all 30, and hell, if M&M have it in them, goes all 45.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see if we can get the full 45. Looking likely with the way that things have gone right now, but it's going to take one more big clutch out of M&M in order to give that to us. Important to note, folks, we're not done after this game concludes. We still have one final best of 3 coming up after this one. So you're sticking around for that as well. On top of that one, we have one more day of our playoff groups to get through here, our playoff Swiss bracket, before we move, of course, over to our primary venue come Friday. Look, of course, to show off our remaining teams in the playoff bracket.
Primary venue. Is there a secondary venue?
I mean,
does that imply the existence of a tertiary venue?
Yeah, you gotta have backups for your backups, you know? Otherwise, you're a bad planner.
It's actually, it's funny.
Right?
You know, the forum gets closed, I don't know, construction. It's like, crap. Good thing we
picked the wrong weekend. Shoot.
We've got a backup in Mishawaka, Indiana, boys. Saddle up and get on the plane.
Go to Iowa.
Dude, the Des Moines Major would go crazy.
Des Moines Major.
Sam would be so happy.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Sam would be like, yo!
For anyone that gets that reference.
I actually don't, I was about to name another city in Iowa. I don't even know.
I'm surprised you knew Des Moines, because I wouldn't have even gotten
literally
that
the
far.
capital. That's literally the capital.
Even that's impressive, to be honest.
Again, you had to learn that in like 8th grade social studies.
All right, well, we're getting ourselves into it, folks. We're loading back into the game now. Hopefully everything is set up correctly and we can avoid a further delay of game. Let's get ourselves in and check it real quick. And then if you guys see the in-game layout, then...
I got my binoculars. Looks good to me, John.
How's it looking?
John, it looks good to me.
All right.
Does it look good to you? Yeah, I'm handing them over.
Let's look at...
Here.
No one can see this.
This is for us. Does it look good?
Looks good.
All right, boys, that's the official ruling. Looks good.
Into the game we go. The round looks like it's live, pending any additional drone bugs, of course. Cross your fingers. But I think we are good to carry forward here at a 7-7 scoreline for anyone who is just joining us. It has gone to the full 15th round for the second map in a row. M&M have brought themselves back from the brink. And now it is M80 that needs to close out on at least one more here in order to lock out M&M and eliminate them from the tournament. Let's see if they can get the job done. It is going to be, I believe, I'm trying to see which site we're on. I think it's the basement, but we'll double confirm that.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no,
upstairs, right?
That's not basement.
Yeah.
That's CCTV.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried, though. I'm a little concerned. They're running this castle setup back, and I'm not the biggest fan of it. Because M80 realized something very effectively last time, and that's it. You can deny Lounge from the defense by their very own setup. If you're able to evade the eye line of the player sitting inside a bar, basically they can't retake down below unless they take a gunfight with you on red stairs. So taking control of stock can basically make the attack's life a whole lot easier because Lounge is barricaded off. There's another barricade on the double door from bar to Lounge. And that means if Spoit can weave his way in and get it just like he did on the previous CCTV attack, then Kino's job and mindset going into this clear of garage, using those firebolts and that play on rafters, it feels a lot easier and feels a lot more comfortable.
All right, we do have M80 out on the board now, starting to take that map control away from themselves. We'll see if MNM can disrupt that process by any means, of course, as they too are going to be looking to try and take this as aggressively as possible. Now, a little bit too close, it looks like, to that castle barricade there. I think he actually gets hit by gun 6 or something similar on the other side of the barricade itself, so that will actually eliminate about half of Nello's HP. Not the way he would have wanted to start at this round, but hey, at least there isn't an immediate follow-through from the player that knocked it out. He will at least be allowed to fall back further up the red stairs and keep himself in contention. Attempt to trick it there from Usus, but the stun charges on the lifeline from Iconic came through. So a good counter from him, as Usus did have the correct timing to keep that wall up, but the bandit trick will falter this time around here, and M80 now have the angle opened up. Tyrant as well, taking a pretty healthy amount of damage as he tries to peek up here from the inside of his garage catwalk setup. So right now, good start from M80, but unfortunate the fact they have not been able to follow through any of this with an outright kill. So, well, it's a good primer. They have to actually get these finishers once they work their way into the site for it to be worth anything.
Oh! Speak of the devil, and 2 kills shall appear. Iconic trades with Usus, but Solotov getting the action as well has made this a 4v4, but that now makes 3 MNM players on low HP. Look at Kino, he's prepped. Rafters is not that much of a concern. Might just be firebolting it off, make sure he can't rotate, but no, he'll drop back down. Now M80 moving a little bit further away from it execute. Seemed like they might have had something in mind. There's nothing solid just yet. Nave still has red. MNM still have rafters. Something's got to give for M80 if they want a clean way into this.
Spoit hops out, will reposition himself more than likely over towards the breach or try to work construction angles, but Kino already with garage control, not really going to need that construction angle necessarily, especially with a limited time here. Ooh, a bit of a risky cross for Kino. Thankfully, he's a little bit late on that shot. Does take up the positioning to allow for his thermite to get in position and make a little bit of a bigger hole here instead. They can also save that one. Oh, Kino, a little bit of an awkward shuffle for him as he's caught by Solotov. Diaz might have to hop over the barrier, but it looks like he's got a safe little corner to play into. But Solotov still allowed to just go off here. 3 kills for him. Nate finds another one. Time is up. M80 are not going to be able to get this job done. Diaz left alone. 3 more kills still need to be found, but no time remains. So MNM trigger map number 3, and we will go the full distance. Stick with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, your analysis desk will be getting you ready for the 3rd and final map of the series.
Welcome to Hit for 6. We have Space Station on one side, and on the other, MNM from Europe. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Fultz. I'm just gonna, who's the best just aimer on the team? Who's the best at pointing and clicking heads?
To you, bro. I appreciate that. That's what I was thinking.
On the other side, of course, we have MNM, Yuzu, Solotov. Thank you for joining us. You know, Yuzu, I think you're a good player, but do you think Solotov might have the edge in the clicking heads department?
I think so. Just
think
about.
so? The reason I asked all that, of course, is today we have a reaction-based test for you guys. See which one of you, out of Space Station and MNM, has the quickest reaction time of them all. Space Station will be testing their reaction times first. So Fultz, Forrest, you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah. All right.
Let's get it.
You may go. He'll have to switch. So as he's tapping right now, he's doing all that. Yuzu's about 10 seconds. Forrest about to jump in. You think he's gonna do better or worse? He's doing okay right now.
I think he's doing worse than Fultz.
Think so? Well, in 3, 2, 1, switch.
Sure.
Nice, little boost right there. I appreciate it. I can't tell. Is he doing better or worse? Looks about the same to me.
Yeah.
Think think so. Oh, he's gonna get to 40. Got 2 seconds. One, time. Time out. Thanks to Fultz and Forrest, 43 is the score to beat. But now you guys need to try your hand at the reaction time test, so go on over. All right, Yuzus has assumed the winning position, so go. All right, he's off to the races. Remember, 15 seconds, you guys are gonna need to swap. Who's already
We lost this game.
Oh, this is not looking good. Oh, no.
Oh, he's tapping in.
He's tapping, all right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Gets it. Ooh, that was a little delicate. That was cute. I mean, Forrest, you had a really great second round right there. Ooh, 5 seconds. Remember, 43 is the score to beat. You got to get 12 in 2, 1. No more time on the clock. I mean, you kind of got 43. You got 34, just the inverse of what you wanted to get. Space Station knocking it out of the park at 43. M&M, unfortunately, 34. Not enough to cut it. But join us next time on Hit for 6 to see who might come out on top. Welcome to Hit for 6. Today we have Space Station Gaming versus M&M. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Fultz, third team to qualify from North America. And of course, we also have representing M&M, we have Yuzus and Solotov. Today's game is a quiz. There is an image hidden behind a block of numbered squares. The goal is simple. Pick a square, answer the question, and if you get it right, it'll reveal part of the image and give you an opportunity to guess the map. But if you guess wrong, the other team gets the opportunity to steal. Fultz, Forrest, which number do you choose to start out?
We'll do 5.
5 it is. What is the longest match in Siege history by rounds?
G2 versus Empire, 2019.
That's unfortunately
18.
incorrect. M&M that gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Okay, let's go koi phase. Let's go koi phase.
Let's go first.
M&M have pulled off a heist, so let's see what is behind square number 5. I mean, if you guys want to guess the map right now, you can try. Go for it. You don't lose anything.
Fortress.
Fortunately, it is not Fortress, but it's all good, because you just stole Space Station's question. Now you have an opportunity to pick your own square. So what are you going for?
6.
6 it is. So, question. What word used to be on the side of Tachanka's LMG?
I have no idea as well.
No idea?
Nope.
All right. That gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Like Lord?
It is Lord, was written on the LMG.
Let's go.
So, Space Station have stolen M&M's question back. If we can reveal what is behind square number 6. All right, do you guys want to make a guess? You seem confident. What map do you think this might be?
It's theme park.
Can I get a room on theme park?
It's got to be office.
All right.
Our guess
got
is
an
office.
Office on theme park. Can we get a reveal? Correct. 2 squares and done. SSG have won the game. That is it for us on Hit for 6. Tune in next time.
Well, M&M have only just gone and done it all over again. In overtime, nonetheless, both of these teams having won their respective map picks. This looked like a very different attacking side from both of these teams.
Yeah, both teams, I think, genuinely were very, very good on the attack. I think they showed just how Clubhouse should be played in terms of the current meta, and, how it probably leans into the attacker favor.
4 to attacking splits here for both sides. We weren't really too surprised about that coming into things. The attack can be very good here on Clubhouse, and both of these two teams certainly know their way around it. A couple of flawless rounds thrown in, and I think, Fresh, we sort of agreed that the rounds that the defenders were actually able to win, they were the ones that, it was kind of a bit of a mess up, but it was kind of the defenders that had clutched one out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think, the reason that we even hit overtime and the fact that, M80 were able to get a couple of rounds on that attack was Diaz in that very first round with, the big double kill. Spoit, and I can't remember who it was that was retaking on the Church Arsenal. And then Nello got a big play late on in the round as well for MNM as well, just to take it all the way to overtime. And then I think once it hit overtime, I think it looked a very different game, to be honest. It all started getting a little bit nervous. And I think the calls were getting a bit like, we was in here listening to the teams, the calls were getting a bit nervous, a little bit stressed, especially that very final round.
Yeah, I think the clutch factor for the side of M80 was most definitely there as well. Is this kind of unexpected form that you're seeing from the side of M80?
I think, especially for their team, is that they've got 2 players in Iconic and Spoit that, really are big clutch players, and that they tend to lean on. And then, for the side of MNM, we talk about it all the time. Solotov, even users in overtime tried making a massive play.
Yeah.
If his team had gone around him, they would have won it there and then in round 14.
You might have actually been right then as well. There was a world where your 8-6 prediction actually came through, and Users tried his best to make it happen. He didn't just walk down long inside a basement, got himself a couple of kills on the Dokkaebi, but his team just got cut down on their way to him. There were some big clutch rounds coming out of M80 as well. They got 2 1-versus-2 clutches, which really cemented their defense phase for them. But, what were we expecting between these two teams? Another absolute banger.
I think it's also worth mentioning as well, we have some insider information. Both of these teams actually scrimmed against one another yesterday, which means, could that have been a sign of things to come?
Yeah, so, with the system that we had, they thought there was about a 10% chance that they would be playing each other. So they set up a scrim against each other. We can't say any more than that, but, they're playing football against each other. They're scrimming against each other. And now they're going all the way in the best of 3 to see who stays in the competition. These two teams have somehow just intertwined themselves, this competition.
Now, obviously, we are going to be heading on over into Oregon now. So talk to me, X. How do you think this one's going to go?
Oregon's been a good map for MNM in 2023. They've played it 4 times. They've been successful on there 3 times. So you would expect that they know the way around. Oregon, everybody can play Oregon. We always love to say that Oregon is one of those maps that every team should have as their bread and butter, and MNM certainly do. On the flip side, M80, they're no slouches either. They've played it 3 times, they've won it twice, so we're talking very similar teams here on this map.
When I saw the map, Vito, I had a big reaction, and it was the same reaction I did yesterday, was when MNM were playing Oregon, was it's an MNM map.
Yeah.
It feels like an MNM map.
Good old Rainbow Six Siege.
We love MNM in the fact that they're a proper British team. They play a lot of proper British operators in the SAS operators. They play a lot of Thatcher, a lot of Smoke, a lot of Mute. And Oregon it has been a very successful hunting ground for them in the past. So if I was flipping one way or the other, I'd say we're probably going to have overtime. And then I'd just flip it to M80.
Now, gents, I want you to talk to me a little bit about that sledge ban that we saw from the previous map. Any kind of theory crafting behind why that might have been? Did it take you by surprise?
We've had a couple of interesting bans so far. We kicked things off with the Thermite ban over on Skyscraper. We get the sledge ban on Clubhouse. We sort of theory crafted it's for the nades. We want to reduce the number of nades. M80 really wanted to target that. MNM, as we've already mentioned, they love playing sledge. They love playing these nade operators, as do everybody. But users particularly can be very effective with that util. And if you're going to look to try and clear out power positions, you're going to look to try and make basement a little bit more defensible. That's something that you're going to look toward. Now we move on to Oregon. What's the sort of off-meta ban going to be here?
Yeah, and I think, like we know, these teams have scrimmed each other. They know each other. It might be something to do with that. We don't know what maps. We don't know any more than that. But I think these teams certainly know each other, especially from the VOD footage as well. In terms of, we're seeing a couple more target bans. And I think the way Rainbow Six attack is right now, is you've got that flexibility, especially, we've seen the Thermite, we've seen the Sledge now, to actually go at what you consider a key strength for the opponents.
Now, at the very start of this series, Fresh, you yourself specifically mentioned, you were a little bit hesitant about the when it comes push to shove, right? How are MNM going to be able to handle under the pressure? Because obviously map 1, we saw it go all the way to overtime. It looked like MNM could have taken it, but M80 came out on top. We had another overtime map number 2. Now, do we think the opinion or outlook of MNM's kind of capability of clutching up in those situations when the pressure is placed on them, do we think they have what it takes for map 3?
Difficult.
Difficult.
I would say that I think that the momentum from the Spoit clutch has worn off now.
Yes.
Obviously, that was a big factor coming into Clubhouse, was the fact that Spoit has just pulled out a worldy 1 versus 2. That now not being the case, and MNM didn't win that round off the back of a clutch. It was a strat they tried a few times. It was a strat in the back we were quite critical of. We questioned it and we were like, yeah, it might work.
It didn't have the mirror, right?
It didn't have the mirror. It might work yesterday against Revan, but it didn't work today against M80 for the first time, and it only worked the second time because M80 tried to pull off a rush round. So it's not quite the same level of momentum that MNM are coming into this one for, and I think, as we've seen the round 15s be so far, very cagey, map 3, in my opinion, be quite a cagey affair.
I think the fact that, you know, it's effectively a best of 1 now. Both teams have won their map pick. We're going to a decider map that in theory is a neutral map in terms of preference for both teams. And both teams have had a decent amount of time. You know, now they've had 10, 15 minutes between the last map. It wasn't won in the same manner, like you said.
Yes.
I think both teams will be reset, ready to go, as if this is a best of 1.
All right, well, Blue and Lynx, it's over to the 2 of you for this deciding matchup.
Indeed it is, and it's time to go into our 3rd and final map of this series, ladies and gentlemen. MNM have brought it back from the brink somehow, and now they have one final map to try and close it out against M80. Let's see if they can get the job done and knock out M80 instead, or if M80 themselves will still surmount this one as we go to the playground of so many Siege teams. Oregon that dictate this final map. Ying is going to be the initial ban, Knock will be the second one. So pretty much making perfect sense there for these 2 teams' play style to counter that out directly.
Yeah, Solitov with that Nook trying to break the MNM deadlock on attack. But for MNM to ban that Ying on the defense, or was their defensive ban, against M80's attack, it's something that they always bring to try and get a leg up on their opponents on that attacking side. Mira now taken out by M80. You have to imagine either Valk, Azami, or Solus will be the next one to go. It will be the Azami, but that leaves Valk and Solus, the 2 operators who have typically been left up so far in this series, will be available to MNM to start out.
So get ourselves into round 1 here. No huge surprises when it comes to the actual bans themselves. Let's see if we'll get any surprise choices now from the initial operator selects. More likely not going to happen, as it'll be the traditional basement start here from MNM, so no reason to really shake anything up too much there. Away from that, though, we're going to see M80 as well respond in kind with a pretty straightforward attacking lineup of their own. But M80, of course, have the opportunity to repick into it over the next 40 seconds or so. So we'll give them that opportunity before we talk too much about what they've brought to the table. It is pretty much just a straightforward bunker hold here coming in for MNM. Usual spread of delay utility, intel denial, the Warden played by Solitov, of course, to fight out if there's going to be any flash dumps or smoke dumps. And away from that, uses maybe a little bit tricky here with the aggressive play on the balcony once too.
There are some options forward, but it will probably just be all focused on the site. Play to the strengths of Oregon. That's the name for both of these teams right now.
10 seconds remaining.
And just like on Clubhouse, how you're not punished for those linear attacks as much, the same can be said on Oregon. It's just the problem is those linear attacks are often not favored to win. There are some tools the attack has, one being that Thatcher. Even with the Cade unbanned, those EMPs are up. Bringing him is almost futile. I'll influence MNM's decision, so Gomez will bring one as well. The benefit here, you can throw them on the roof of a lot of these rooms, say the kitchen, for example, and disable those ADSs to allow for nades in, say, long haul or freezer or the washing machine inside of laundry, a lot easier to land. M80 have traditionally only used 1 set of nades. Now they'll have 2, putting Iconic on that sledge. Those EMPs to disable the ADSs and then send on it afterwards. That'll be a very, very powerful 1-2 combo. That's what M80 have in mind.
M80 looking for the quick clear here, at least inside of kitchen. Gomez will carve through that one, but everyone from MNM that was or might have been positioned here already long gone. They just didn't get a full picture of security, so that's why you see a little bit of delay with him swinging into the kitchen itself. Aside from that, though, Gomez and the rest of M80 will stack themselves together and start trying to take up the initial positions just outside of the precipice of the basement descent. No resistance comes forward from M80 on those points, so they fall back fully into their bunker. That means M80 has, well, really the rest of this time to play around with now.
About 1 minute and 30 out of 1 minute 45 total. Just open up these hatches, disable some of these ADSs, find the Valk cams, work players out of their positions, even if you don't get a kill with those grenades. It's a tried and tested game plan on Oregon basement that M80 will not be strangers to. Neither will MNM. At this point, M80 are starting to decide where they want to push from. Could go down Freezer, could go down back tower stairs. They do have one player who's not going with the trend. That's DS Lucas outside a bunker, but just trying to maybe relieve some pressure on the rest of the attack, deal with Nafe, who's getting a little aggressive inside of Elbow. The X-Kairos also shot on the top left of the E-box wall to make pressuring that Harry Potter position a little bit more difficult. But now M80 have something. They're focusing on Big Tower and E-box.
Pressure starting to work its way in from M80, but all to the slaughter, it seems, of Tyrant and Solotov. Tyrant gets exchanged, but Solotov still in the fray. Nitro out as well, but actually not going to find the impact it would have liked to have gotten there. Diaz now finds an equalizer against Solotov. Bring it back down onto an even-keeled 3-on-3. Kino and the rest of M80 trying to stack up, work their way forward towards it. A little bit worried about a potential flank from the back end, it looked like there, at least for a split second, but certainly not the case. M&M have all three players stacked up on this site. They've baited for a moment, but it's long enough. It's given enough time to repump the shotgun, but still cannot get a new shot out. It's Usus now that has to step up to the plate and pick up not just one, but two more pickups here, leaving it all on Spoit. A big clutch from earlier, but not going to be seen in the first round of this map as it goes to M&M instead on the first round.
Big 3K from Usus right there, but a close round between M80 and M&M. M80 just going with the standard attack, open up those hatches, decide where you want to focus on. They decide Big Tower and E-box, but without that Ying, it's a little bit more difficult to blind the players playing inside a pillar or playing inside a bunker. They weren't able really to do much damage to any of them. It was a straight drop down through the E-box hatch in a straight sprint down Big Tower stairs. But without those Yings, they were only relying on Candelas and one gunfights. And they were able to bring it down to a 3-on-3, an admirable position. But a lot of M&M still felt confident, and Usus playing in that trade and Elbow proved critical for M&M's success.
So M&M back into it. And once again, seeming to take command now as we move on to our third map. They take a strong hold in the basement for the first round of our third map. Trying to move on from this one and move over to the kids' dorms here at the usual expected second site, and a pretty standard layout of operators still going to come with this one too. Nath wants to get a little tricky though, as he'll bring the Oryx into the fold, so expect a bit of maneuvering around the map from him. The same can even be said as well for their Warden Tyrant playing on the inside of Big Tower. Will be a few switch-ups from M80, but they're all relatively minor. Just Gomez bringing in the EE1D there on the Lion, and Iconic going for the Ash.
Flex player on M80 deciding the sledge is a bit too slow for his liking. He wants to get in quick, but so does Nafe. He wants a way out of this series. A long war of attrition. He almost gives Spoit an early exit from this round. Puts the fragger to 1 HP. Now back to one set of nades for M80, and they very nearly just lost it. But Spoit was able to recover and evade the rest of the bullets. And only finds himself on reduced HP, yet alive. Typically an A-team's favor, this big window take, and they'll just send it on in. A Runegate detonated, but Gomez loses half his HP, then loses the rest to Nello. Now Spoit down on White Stairs. Iconic, the only one with any form of success so far in this round, and that will continue to be the case as he's worked his way on in, but very quickly shut down and unceremoniously dispatched.
Loses himself as he gets himself a little bit too deep into the site right there. Kino trying to fight for his life as well here. The Nitro even going right into his face. Nearly took him down just on the head damage there, but not going to end up happening. Usus ends up knocking him out beforehand. Spoit already knocked out here as well. He's actually going to be able to back away. I do know Diaz. Oh, this is okay. Nicely done. Diaz baits in his now dead teammate a little bit, but at least it gets him a 1-for-1 exchange. And the body of his teammate ate all of the bullets there too. So no additional damage done to Diaz. This is now a very tight 1v1 with pretty much infinite time for Diaz to play this one out. So he's got a good chance to potentially shut this one down. Baits the drone initially, wants to see if there's any immediate reaction. There won't be, so he'll hop onto the cams themselves. Go conquesting forward with it, checks the corners. He's noted that there's nothing in the back of kids, but he's missed that fatal check. However, Nello obliges, gives him the sound cue there. shooting out his own gun to indicate that he's indeed playing back by trophy. Diaz with the case, though. He needs to try and bait Nello out into the open, as there's no real reason for Nello to play this aggressively here. Diaz thought there was a bigger rotation there. Certainly not the case, and keeping his wits about them, too. Good game sense here from Nello, as he's still watching out for Valkyrie cameras around him to make sure that Nello's teammates are not giving a free info drip of Infel itself. Diaz now ready to move forward, but against the shotgun, he's got to be careful how closely he tries to challenge him here. Tries to bait it in, but never mind. Falls to Nello instead, as MNM take round 2.
Nello is fired up. He was at the end of Clubhouse, and now he especially is as MNM move up 2-0. DS unfortunately not able to clutch that 1v1. Oregon attacks are sometimes slim to come by, and when you lose an opportunity for one on one of those primary bomb sites, it definitely hurts when you walk away the loser. There's still the opportunity for the tertiary. MNM going to Meeting Hall Kitchen, as so far they have not overextended their hand against M80. In fact, they've not really played it at all. They've just kept it inside of the site, kept it very close to the chest, and M80 have been more than happy to give them a lot of gunfights that MNM are more than prepared to take and win.
MNM off to a booming start here, getting closer and closer to outright eliminating M80 with every single round here. Still the beginning of the map, of course. Plenty of time for M80 to rebound here. And it's certainly getting in the way of the momentum from M80's side of things as well. Tertiary site now being deployed here down on the first floor in Kitchen and Meeting. This will be the best chance M80 have yet, just in terms of an overall win percentage outside of this matchup for the attackers here. Let's see if they can get the job done. Quite a bit of a change up with regards to M80's line to predicate on this execute here. Let's see, of course, Kino going for the G8 operator herself. It's going to be the guard hook brought back in, so we'll see what type of shenanigans they're able to get up to. That'll be quick tower control or maybe something else up Kino's sleeve here.
You should be wise to their tricks, old man. No G8. It's the Supernova.
Oh, is it? Okay, sorry. It's my bad.
Nah, it's all good. Because it's about to be fun. Well, I hope. Because you are right.
Or it's about to be very depressing.
Or it's about to be very uneventful. Because Kino should probably take that big tower control, should move in very quickly, or even send it into dorms, honestly. One of those two options. Big tower would be the more passive control, but dorms would be the more explosive one. To catch everyone inside of that top floor completely off guard. Gomez working his way into garage. Oh, M80, you're prepped for a fast one. You see the skeleton key, John. We are going to see some Supernova action.
Kino ready to hop in. Not even going to need the hook for this one as well. Just waiting for the call from Spoit, waiting for a few other teammates, I believe, to get into position as well. They're going to need to be careful, though. Those top-down positions are brutal, especially coming in from the kids' side if they want to try to carve this over towards the kitchen, which may be the play here. Flash goes in, and immediately Kino takes command, but no, the headshot does not connect. Iconic as well accidentally knocks the head off of one of his own teammates on top of knocking out Tyrant. So they'll be down one in the midst of this execute here, but still some control being given over to them. Iconic has been able to move through Yellow Hall and take that for himself, and he's got a free angle leading into the actual site. Another kill will be found, making up for that team death a few moments prior, but now Salatov puts him down as well. Diaz and Spoit are all that remains, but it's a winnable 2v3, especially given Spoit's position, but this is the problem, that top-down angle, you can see it right here. Naif is the one sitting on the other side of it, that red silhouette that's right up on top of Spoit. Spoit has no real clean way to work himself past this, almost gets lost there. The up and down movement can be a little tricky sometimes in Siege. He has to go for a quick 180. Thankfully, works out. And he's able to get himself back over here towards Meeting. They still have an opportunity to plan on the inside of that one, too, but there's still plenty of resistance there from MNM. So I think he's hoping for a little bit of assistance to come from Diaz on the front side of the building, but for Diaz, it'll be a very risky push as well. He does not have the best intel to build into this one, but Diaz, the direct peek, and unfortunately, direct death for him. Spoit immediately follows it. MNM complete the full triangle now as they go up 3-0 over M80.
It's all been quick clears from M80, but none of them have worked. On basement, they went for the full clear. They got the hatches all open, and they just tried to send it on into big tower and pillar, and it did not work out whatsoever. Then they went with even quicker attacks on dorm and Meeting, and all have been completely shut down by MNM. I mean, look at it right here. They flashed in the kitchen, a very useful angle. Then they take the fight just raw with the guy in green. And MNM win it. They are winning all of these on-site engagements, or even if they're dropping a couple, they're keeping the lead. Even if it's due to team kills from Iconic, they are not losing these trades.
All right, Round 4 as we begin the rotation yet again for MNM. No real reason to try and go for the full tour, of course, which would be playing onto the other first floor site. That would be a bit bold, to say the least of it. So MNM do make their expected return to the basement for this one. A little bit of a different flare going to come out from M80 this time as well. Kino uses the Montaigne. Something we did not see it used on the previous attack. You're going to try and control the pacing a little bit better with that one, as they did struggle quite a bit to maintain any sort of control on the basement itself. So the Montaigne will hopefully help with controlling that a little bit better. This is on top of course, Gomez and Iconic being able to knock out some of the insight setup between the utility that they will be carrying forward into this round.
Use those lifelines and those grenades. And M80 are falling back on Old Reliable, bringing that Monty. Spoit's got an early engagement that he might have to deal with. Won't be able to save those nades entirely for the long haul play. If he knows somebody's in security, if he knows 2 people are in security, using a nade and throwing it might just be too tempting. They at least have to push them back. Maybe even have, well, they can't even get someone bottom freezes. The security angle, of course, to worry about. So this is a predicament for M80. Do you clear it? Do you back off? One's already dropped. Do they know about Tyrant? They'll move upstairs. There's another player lurking on the top floor. This time it's Solotov. M80 need to walk a fine line here. Don't lose yourself to one of the roamers. Maybe apply pressure to them, but don't get tunnel visioned. Might cost you some valuable time.
This is the Montaigne actually used to clear out some of this extension upstairs. Should be a pretty easy way to get in the way of it. Solotov tries to brute force his way past the Monty. Obviously not going to work. And this is the problem of going for a setup like this. Solotov now, okay.
There's just no way.
He battles his way out of it regardless there. Gets the better of Spoit of all people as well here. Backs up from it. Knows there's going to be a second challenge coming in soon from the big window side and takes it, but this time comes out on the losing end. And this is on top of another kill also being claimed by Gomez. Nello still sits in a pretty advantageous position here, just at the midpoint on the freezer stairs. We could still potentially see him rocket back out from that as well, but nothing coming out from it just yet. He's playing it patiently at the moment, waiting for M80 to make their own next personal move.
They somehow managed to work themselves into that 4v3. They were focusing very intently on Solotov, and now they've lost their set of nades. So taking down players in long or even freezer, as there's one player sitting bottom freeze with a shotgun primed, ready and loaded. M80 don't have a lot of time, and Nello is in a great position to stop them, but the Monty's in the way. The C4 in turn doesn't find anything, but Nello finds one.
Nicely done, finishes off the damage on Iconic that had already been done from the Nitro there. Nello doesn't, tries to push himself a little bit too far up the stairs, and that gives Gomez the spray he needs to carve out another kill for the team here. Nafe will, of course, try to blockade the push for the Monty, but Kino isn't stopping for anything. He's got full gas right now as he's trying to take full site control, even backing away from this one further down the hallway too. Uses that will be able to take out his support in the form of Gomez, which creates a very awkward situation for Kino. One he'll still try to fight outside of. The shotgun actually loses its prowess in the fight against the drop shield here, so Kino shuts out 2 kills at the end of the round. The Monty, M80 finally pick up a round here on the second descent into the basement.
Just a wild round all over. Half of it taking place on the top floor on a basement defense, which I can promise you does not happen as often as you might think. Completely focused on Solotov, who kills Spoit, probably the worst operator he could have killed in that position. And then it's all just grab bag at that point from M80, struggling to find anything that can go their way. But finally, they pressure freeze. Finally, they get a man advantage. But they'll still take a tactical timeout, because I think you and I can agree, John, that was not a clean round from M80 despite the victory.
Not in any sense of the word, especially with this disruption that came out from Solotov there, wasting up so much time. Time wasn't ever really a key issue, however, for M80 at the end of the day. They did a good job of making up for that one, but it's just these individual players that were allowed to get away with far too much, regardless of who it was. You can see Nello, of course, on the staircase here, use this as well, finding that very important counter to not just Gomez, but the player that was initially supporting Kino's push. It's a very good thing Kino played his positioning as well as he did to leverage those 2 kills out, as this could have very easily been a 4th round for MNM had that not been the case. MNM will just continue rotating aside from that though, and they'll move upstairs into their next site of kids.
I imagine one thing that will have been talked about in that M80 tactical timeout is knowing that MNM are going to go to dorms in all likelihood, about what kind of take they actually want to do, because on meeting hall, kitchen, and dorms, M80 just blitzed it in, tried to go for a rush that MNM were completely prepared for. M80 will need to slow their game down. They'll need clear out some of that utility, open up some of these angles. Even though some are already open to them, MNM did like to play with that left panel of the exposed closet wall opened up. Now it's fully reinforced. So the option even they went for the rush before is no longer viable. But they'll need to take the time that they have to use those Selmas, use those Kairos, open up their angles, and even if they want to go for maybe a big window take, which typically can be a little bit quicker for some teams, get everything onto the table first. Make sure you do your due diligence. You don't want to throw away your chance at a major because you got too ahead of yourself.
Solotov strikes first for MNM this time around as we go back to MNM controlling the pacing of the early round here after M80 being able to find a nice berth on the previous one. Continue to see Solotov look to disrupt things here as he maintains still forward kitchen presence. A real safe way for him to get out of here in the meantime, but it looks like he was given enough of a path to back away from that one. Obviously still having the aggressive positioning though. I'll correct myself, this is Solotov on the inside of security. So we'll continue to waste that out. Needs to go forward to the top of white, just dealing with the barbed wire and any other utility that may have been positioned up on top of there nice and quick. Now they can focus on pressuring out the man himself in Solotov. Nafe did get himself into a little bit of a skirmish there up on top as well. You can see a little bit of HP has been drained from him on the bottom right side of your screen, but he's been able to back away from that one as he was playing more interior to the site. I do believe if I understand this setup correctly. There's the angle, but no, not able to get enough of an impact there against Solotov. He's allowed to escape deeper into the kitchen. That nade as well will be mostly a miss, unless it was pointed towards utility there, which I don't believe was the case. Solotov's got a pretty naked setup right now, so he's really just relying on the benefit of the island inside of kitchen, but finally out-rotates himself here and just walks directly into Spoit when he tries to go back inside of security.
Spoit finds his man, now the security player down. A C4 from below you need to worry about, but there's still two on the site. That'll be a cause for concern. Kino's worked himself on the big window. They are trying to get this case down in front of the big window. The players they need to worry about are obviously the guy in dorms. That's the job of the white player, Spoit in this case, to make sure that he can't get too aggressive. And if there's anybody that I would not want cutting off my rotation, it would be Spoit. Kino will do some job cutting off and using those Rotera drones, denying some of that utility. M80 still have about a minute left, but no grenades left from Spoit. So all this will have to be solved via engagements, and Nello has worked his way into a bit of an aggressive spot. Kino or Spoit, one of them, might need to take an engagement with a player with a shotgun.
Dave picks up the next big kill here against Iconic, and with that one going down, it's brought to a 4v3. Kino, Diaz, and Spoit need to pick up the pieces here and still put together a second round for M80, but it's becoming harder and harder with every single kill that goes against them. Spoit, the most recent to be dropped, so good damage coming out against at least two of the members of MNM, but no follow-through here as Tyrant slaps Kino in the face when he tries to take window control, and Diaz, well, it just doesn't have a way into the site, unfortunately now. So blocked out on two different angles here, as there's now a second Goyo canister that's exploded after the first one, so we still got at least another like 5 or 10 seconds before he can even push through this doorway without losing 3/4 of his HP. Means this round is pretty much done and dusted. A fourth is pretty much guaranteed now for MNM. Doubly so now that he tries to dash right through it. There we go, E1D, or EDDs rather, sitting on the doorway as well. Missed that factor. That's gonna finish him off here and finish off the round for MNM.
Very nearly could be 5-0 for MNM had M80 not just won that basement round. Only one attack going their way so far. Nello trying to keep the energy up in this long, long match between these two teams. They have basement as an option, by the way, since they did lose it against M80 before the attacking team took their tactical timeouts. Their options are meeting or kitchen or basement in terms of sites they have won. They've chosen basement. They're willing to try it again, and I mean, to be fair, it looked pretty strong, especially the heavy roam presence from MNM seemed to confuse M80, though it ended up giving them an advantage. I wonder if MNM will do the same or if they'll just play to the hits, go back to round one and bunker.
All right, time to see if that'll be the state of play now for MNM as they work their way down into the depths of the basement one final time to try and lock in round number 6. This is the one that M80 was finally able to take away for themselves back in the fourth. M80 will look to try and repeat that same level of success. A Finka looks like it's coming in there as well for Diaz. Not an operator we tend to see all that often anymore, but given how chaotic these fights for the basement have been, I completely understand why they've chosen to incorporate her now. The smoke may potentially help things out as well, just to get some of that initial map control when they make the descent onto the site floor itself.
It helps M80 hit their shots. I'm sure they'll be happy with the recoil buff. The ability to just regen some HP. The Monty back for Kino. along with the Thatchers, hopefully to make some of these nades easier. If you remember, again, back in that second basement attack, the nades were killed very early on. Spoit was not able to use them in the later round. He also didn't have that much presence in that first basement attack either. Really, a lot of these things that M80 have brought, the Monty, the grenades, smokes, flashes, or even primary operators, unless it's opening up some hatches, M80's utility play has not been that significant. And neither is their conversion afterwards. They're in a similar spot here. Thankfully, there's no roam, John. We can at least be sure of that. No crazy rotations from Solotov. So it'll be another slow minute and a half as M80 get open all the hatches that they want.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Going live.
Nice.
Slow build up here so far. M80 only able to pop the can opener on the freezer. Should reduce most, if not all, of the presence inside of freezer there from M&M and force them back deeper into the hallway or the site. So they'll choose the latter of those two options. Not when you pretend in the hallway itself, but still a few more pieces of this puzzle that need to be popped open before M80 feel the full confidence to swing themselves down into it. EMPs on their way forward here should prompt a quick opening of the E-hatch. Allow for the drop to follow that one up without too much further delay. They are probably going to commit a few drones down here to just try and figure out where we're seeing positions like Tyrant, as well as Usus, and this very aggressive push from Solotov being played out as well. They've created a pretty active amount of presence here on the back stairs. No, the push from Tyrant catches Spoit with his pants down as he was still in the middle of the animation out from the Gemini. Beautiful play from him. Puts M80 on the back foot now. They're going to be scared to even swing around the corner anymore as they're suddenly down a player. Not even to mention the Kino, of course, on the Monty. Kino is going to try to force his way forward a little bit here. He wants to bait out the Toxic Babes and will succeed in doing so. Solotov has found another pickup as well. So M80 quickly losing all of their manpower. This push may never even happen with the way they're being taken down by this incredibly aggressively leaned M&M right now. Kino, he's got the confidence from that last round. He just outright takes a duel against Dave, not even prompted for it as well, and wins it. You're going crazy on this Monty right now, my man, but it's unfortunately going to be all to a moot point ultimately as far as this round is concerned. Dios now left alone in a 1v4, no real position to play off of, is trying to make the elbow push work, but doesn't even have case control anymore, so he does have to double back. Finding behind the fallen Monty shield to be able to pick that one back up as he pushes forward. There we go, finally the down comes in, a third kill on the round from Solotov, and M&M lock in a 5-1 scoreline on the half with that completion.
Both teams have struggled on the attack so far, on Skyscraper, on Clubhouse, and maybe, just maybe, if M80 are lucky, on Oregon. Tends to be the defense that's favored on this side, but M80 were lacking just a lot of skills that you could transfer between both sides. Team play was not entirely there. Spoit caught off guard a lot of the time. That's not even necessarily a failing of Spoit. That just goes to show M&M have his number. Getting aggressive on back tower stairs, not letting any position be taken for granted. And a lot of M80's usual bag of tricks was basically anticipated and countered completely by the defense. So now as M80 shift sides, and they'll start on basement as well. This is a do or die round at what is normally a safe haven.
Thanks, no.
All right, so here we go. Very much M80 being pushed to the bitter brink of this matchup here. Just 2 more rounds away from elimination. A huge fall from grace as far as M80 is concerned as well. Had the match point set up on map number 2, already with a 1-0 lead, but unable to maintain control over. M&M refused to give up the fight, and they brought it back from the brink so many different times. Ultimately win things out on Clubhouse, and now they are shutting it down here on Oregon. Destroying the chances for M80 to move forward here. Really locking in their own reascension into the playoff bracket. But keep in mind, both these teams will still have at least one more matchup tomorrow to play into as well to get to.
Oh, no. No, John. Oh, I suppose, I guess, if M80 wins. You said they have one more matchup to get into. I was like, no. If M80 lose, they're out.
Oh, yeah.
But I was like, even if M80 win.
Yeah, for both of these teams.
No, we're not giving M80 a second chance, boys. Not today. Not today. The soccer match was their second chance. That was their second go at it. Spoit. Ooh, Tyrant, actually. I just saw the Ana. My brain immediately defaulted to Spoit. It's Tyrant. Sees someone for just a second, but now backs off. M80 are also cognizant of the position they're in. The only aggression they're showing is a shotgun on bottom freeze, and that's about it. M&M are also taking a bit of a page out of M80's book, bringing the Monty in the first round. Again, with the lack of well, I suppose, consistent flashes in the form of the Ying, or the lack of a bit more explosive flashes in the form of the Ying, an E-box drop would be very difficult. And one thing M80 really did not do was take and focus a lot of the utility on Freezer Stairs. I think MNM will be trying to correct for that and use the Monty and the grenades and the flashes as well to try and go for a front-sided take instead of a back-sided take.
Yeah, we'll try and see if he can take some of that Kino Thunder away on the Monty this time. See if he can find any effective frag opportunities, although that's not the intended goal of the Monty. I know a lot of you guys at home, some of you ranked warriors are building up some confidence in Kino play. Don't get any ideas. That's not how you're supposed to use him. Speaking of Kino, first to fall, unfortunately, this time around on the smoke as well. A nice snipe from MNM as it removes a key piece of the defensive delay utility from their lineup.
Solitov very much on point in this round so far. But the Terror drones being shot out in quite a large margin will hurt them when they try to go, or if they try to go take that elbow shield. It seems like there's been a bit of a rotation by MNM. The Goyo is now popped, so if they do want to push down that backside, it'll be about 20 seconds before they can do so. But it's all spread out from MNM at the moment. They'll have to decide which way they want to go. As Nello pushes up Freezer, it seems like front side is the way to go.
He's gonna try to force Nello into the corner here. There's no beating the Monty in the corner, unfortunately, so he's gonna back away from that one somewhat awkwardly, just look for another fight that he can take for himself, and nearly finds it against that very same Monty. But it's Spoit to step up to the plate next here. Everyone on M80 shutting it down now. Tyron and Nello are all that remain. But okay, hold on here. A double from Nello. Gomez at least stops the run from Tyron, who got away with one himself. And this is probably the most awkward 1v1 ever. It's the most winnable 1v1, I would say, assume to say at least, for Gomez as well. He just has to simply outrun the Monty, which is not that hard to do at all, and he wins the round.
A very scattered take from MNM. We had one person coming down Freezer, the Monty, so that's not even a gun. Well, actually, I'll get to that in a second. We have one player coming down Laundry, one player coming down E-Box, and two players going down back tower stairs. A lot of 1v1s given to M80, and MNM have really based a lot of their attacks so far this series on just winning those 50-50 1v1s. This time it doesn't pay off until Nello, by the grace of God, just ADS's his Monty and kills two people. Now they still lose the round, but I cannot believe that it got that close, and it's a testament to Nello's skill and his desire to persevere in this battle between M80 and MNM. And he almost brought it back and made it a 1v2 that Gomez had to clutch.
And once again, the Monties are just saving the day left and right, it seems. Here, it was Kino in the first half. Now it's Nello in the second half, matching that energy from Kino. Giving us quite the show. This has to be like the highest number of Monty kills in, like, not from his shield at least, that I've ever seen.
Leagues ahead. Leagues ahead.
It's actually crazy. Right? That's why we're laughing about it so much. If anyone's like kind of curious when we keep remarking on that, it's like, yeah, it is just a guy with a shield getting kills, but it's really hard to get those kills.
It's a common talking point. It's like, oh, it's a Monty. Like if you're in a 2v1 and it's a Monty and somebody else, it's like, oh, it's a 1v1.
Yeah.
Only one guy's got a gun. Because what's the guy going to do? Is he going to ADS and reveal his head and kill the other guy? Well, in this case, if it's Nello and Kino, yes. The answer to that question is actually yes. Nello's 6-2 right now, 4-2 before that. Well, no, we won enough time. So 4-2 before that Monty play. Math is great. I wish I had done better in it. Dorms, the next defense for M80. Still a very close one. But if MNM are just going to walk in through the hallways and doors, it'll be a gamble, but still one that M80 could reliably win depending on what happens. We do have the addition of the Brava, by the way, so we'll likely see Nello hack some of those defaults, for example, the default in Z, or even focus a bit more on the utility inside of the site to make pushing in a lot easier. There's not much for him to get, but there are two important things. There are those Banshees and those Magnets, and the Banshees especially will be great for MNM.
Once again, they have a bit of reversed effect though, so now we'll be slowing down the defenders when they cross them. Obviously, they're originally owned by the defenders. So no longer going to be the case, and that can cause some problems. They'll have to shoot them out on first sight. But it may not happen, of course, until they try to rotate into a fight itself, where at which point it'll be too late. Someone from MNM can grapple them while they are slowed. Away from that, though, it's a pretty quiet lead-up so far here from MNM, as they are trying to find the best position to work their way into the site from. Gonna put some pressure up here onto the big window site to start the push from there. That's only one small piece of it. Still need to work themselves into a few other portions of the map. Solitov, for instance, we're going to see here. We'll try to open up a All right, guys, so that was our observer again, I believe.
They're still playing, though. Don't you worry.
This is going to be another one. We had one of these like a day or two ago. Our apologies in advance, but the round is going to be finished. You guys will not be able to see the rest of the outcome of that round. So we'll just come back to you once we have a result.
We will see the outcome.
Yeah, we just won't see it live.
All right. It's time to play a game. This is game 4 on Hit for 6. We had to cut it for time, unfortunately. It's guess which team won.
Oh, okay, cool. No, we get the backup feed. The backup feed stayed alive this time. Sweet. All right, we're back in. Correct ourselves here. The plant now going down for Nello and the rest of MNM. They're going to be able to work themselves back into it here. Diaz with 2 quick pickups as well. Kills most of the opportunity for MNM to make this take work. Uses N. All of it remain for the attacking side here. Tyrant, though, really giving a peek hole into the actual site itself, but has to inch his way, as you can see there, towards that Malusi to make sure he doesn't trigger it outright and get trapped in the open. Time is pretty much out here for Tyrant and Uses, considering there is no damage done to either one of the or any one of the 5 remaining players on M80. It's kind of the expected outcome there for M80 to take that control and bring themselves within 2 rounds reach of the scoreline from MNM. We will have to jump out of game now, folks, though, so that we can get our primary observer back into the game. So give us just a moment here while we rehost the server real quick.
A bit funny, by the way, that we saw, I think it was Nello on the Brava. I can't remember exactly, though, but we saw whoever was on the Brava go to get that Banshee on the White Stairs doorway. Completely missed the one actually on White Stairs.
Did he really?
I thought it was funny. I mean, it happens sometimes, you know, your tunnel vision, you get focused. That was one obvious one, but no,
To be fair, that's the one as well that, like, they could safely take out, so maybe that was not on purpose, but...
I mean, it was a 2v5 at that point, didn't really matter.
But
hey, if you're walking up the stairs, you're going to walk into that one no matter what. Sure, you can safely take it out, but now they know you're there. And Solotov, who loves to lurk, if he were to be the one lurking up Wide Stairs and that Banshee reveals his position, well, MNM are stuck in a spot where they normally... I just cooked that up right now. That was crazy.
Touche.
Touche what? We weren't arguing. Oh, I guess we were arguing.
Yeah, what are you talking about? We were having a discussion.
Sorry, I just entered a fugue state. How many rehosts has it been? 6?
I think there was like 1 or 2 in the first map as well. So I think it's like 7 or 8. Oh. But anyway.
I was never good at counting.
Yeah, neither am I. So maybe we're both wrong. But once again, we are going to have to jump out real quick. Like you said, this was just because our observer crashed, so excuse the delay once again, folks. This does tend to happen from time to time. We've just been a little unlucky inside of this series, so your patience is appreciated in that area.
I just like Diaz Lucas. What is he doing?
Well, what was happening there?
He was just like, he was moving his mouth back and forth just relentlessly.
Can we get M80 on the screen so we can see it again?
I know Gomez is chilling. Iconic is also chilling. But Diaz was literally just like moving his mouth back and forth, not even pressing his keys. He was just keeping it warm, I guess.
I don't know, maybe he's got like a little like mouse warm up. Maybe he like has like a JPEG he downloads and it's just like little like targets on his desktop and he just like
I don't think that would be allowed. I don't think that'd be allowed on LAN.
Flicking his mouse between dude, I don't know.
If I were to guess, if you were to open up, I don't know, like a program file on a LAN PC that didn't look anything like the game or officially condoned material, they're like, what are you doing? Oh no, don't worry. It's an aim trainer. I installed it myself.
It's just a JPEG, bro. It's not gonna hurt anyone.
You said JPEG. I didn't hear that. I was thinking like...
It's not like a .exe file.
Yeah, I was thinking like a mini aim trainer.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He just sets it as his like desktop background.
Gotcha.
I don't know. Keep your wits about you, that kind of thing.
Fair enough, I suppose. Or yeah, I mean...
Probably still not allowed for the record.
Could be tea hunting, I guess.
True.
That's gotta be a weird feeling. Like, you know, game crashes, you're like, all right, time to tea hunt. It's time to get into it.
That means he's focused, to be fair. That means he's like synced in. He's like, all right, I got a moment, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, Diaz is a quiet guy, but he gets wired in. He's very intent on playing his game. By the way, score, since we did see the end of that round, is 5-3. The 3 being M80, not match point just yet. They need to win 2 more rounds in a row to tie it up. M&M being on the attack currently. They've not been able to win basement, not been able to win dorms. And so far, it has been a struggle for the attack to win any defensive site, primary, secondary, or tertiary. So we might see M&M meet a similar position.
All right. Looks like we got everybody back in. We are restarting the game now. So assuming everything is set, we should be good to resume the game at that 5-3 scoreline. M&M still in D with the possibility to close this one down here and now with just 2 more rounds, but they've been looking for that for at least these previous 2 as well here. M80 quickly storming their way back into it. as they've taken control both of their basement defense and their second floor defense. So it's over to Meeting Hall and Kitchen, where we'll have to see them lock in that tertiary site to keep that record flawless and prevent MNM from getting their own map, match, and series points up onto the board.
Try their best to hold on as much as they can, but again, the defense has had a much easier time so far on this map than the attack. Likely see M80 move up inside of dorms, contest that part of the map as well as contest attic. Make sure that MNM can't move in and go for a sage plant, but the operator selection will or should reveal quite a bit, especially for Meeting Hall and stage. Sometimes usually if we see, say, an operator like the Monty or the Osa, it's going to be a stage plant. But now we see the Monty dropped out very late in the game, and it's very standard. Got the ace, got the thermite. Now this could still be a stage plant, but it's a lot harder when you don't have a shield to sit behind. So it could be kitchen, but it could also be a plant inside of split. Move in from the first floor. Right now, M&M are a bit focused on the top floor side of things, so it's a bit too early to call it either way.
They're going to taking some second floor control for themselves. The walk-in has already been pierced, and Spoit standing in the way of that. He's got to be careful though with this additional cross. He's got to what's about him up. Does not get baited into the open, but he does get baited into the one tap against Solotov. Solotov, I don't think ever even saw Spoit there. Now, just saw the bullet entering his brain. Lead to a very quick elimination for one of the brightest stars at the moment on MNM. That will probably be very good news for the rest of the M80 roster as well. So on all honesty, I would expect even potentially a little more aggression to bust out from them. They don't have to contend against the lurker extraordinaire in Solotov.
You still got Tyrant, but Tyrant is playing more with the team currently. You'll know where he is. It seems MNM, they do want to make sure that they can clear out that kitchen side. Get a lot of that control as much as possible. They haven't been able to pierce this top floor defense just yet. All of M80 are still fairly comfortably up there. Now starting to move down as well. Nello has made his way, joined the team over on the side of Showers. This is where they're going to try to go in for the plant, but nothing has worked out for MNM so far to clear out these defenders. And now there's one on top of Freezer Stairs and one joining him from down below. M80 are constantly keeping MNM guessing and changing up these positions.
Down once again to that final minute of play. MNM have not been able to negotiate for decent map control just yet here. At the same time, there's still a few extended aspects in M80 setup that have yet to really even be triggered as well. So a few of those issues that'll need to be handled, such as this one. Oh my goodness, Spoit being hit by the aim punch from the explosion, still was able to control the spray and knock out Nafe as well. Beautifully done. A second kill now claimed just by him on this round. And MNM are set stunned at the moment, trying to hunt him out. But look at this, Spoit's got the read, it seems at least, on Yuzu sitting above him. Iconic, of course, supported this one. The Nitro up on the top, that should leave room open for Spoit to cross if he really wanted to try and take advantage of that scenario. But in all honesty, with the time that's remaining, could just sit himself right below those freezer stairs and wait for the chaos of the execute to unfold. With that said, MNM actually being given a lot of control in the site, but oh no, the hard counter to the plant is found out here. Tyrant will have to try and negotiate positioning on the inside. They're losing more and more of their player count. It eventually falls into the hands of Diaz. M80 come within 1 round's reach of closing this one down, and MNM are going to call for a timeout to correspond to that one.
Only option once you've lost 3 rounds in a row. The attacks, man. These damn attacks for M80, for MNM, on Sky, on Club, and now on Oregon. They are proving very, very difficult for these teams to get. And MNM are just facing a similar fate this go around. Does deny the plant right there, as you saw. But MNM were just going for broke. I mean, I can't even blame them entirely. They're going in the 5v3. Spoit has just put 2 of them in a montage. So what the hell are you gonna do? Yeah, go for a 3v5 plant. That's the only option you have at that point, because clearing out the roam and clearing out the aggressive players just is not working. And now M80 will get to go back to basement. And after taking their tactical timeout, I'm sure that's exactly what MNM have discussed.
So back in round 10 now. Only 1 round separates MNM from losing their lead. As we've seen happen to both of these teams so many times over the course of this series, that third and final overtime is potentially in the cards. We'll have to wait and see. M80 can more importantly complete this comeback to begin with, and if MNM can finally wake up and find at least one of the 2 rounds that they would need to close this down in regulation. If they hit 6, that at least guarantees the overtime to themselves, and they can breathe a small sigh of relief, but they'll certainly want to try and get a bit of a cleaner closing, especially considering just how long this game has gone on now. This is going to start to become a bit of a war of attrition issue, given just how many rounds these teams have had to play out here. No way you can expect every single member, all 10 players here, to still be at their full strength. So it's going to come down to who has that perseverance to maintain this deep into a series.
That's the funny thing about this matchup, though, is that, say in a game like M80 Falcons, right? It's Falcons' first international event. They're not going to be that experienced to a lengthy best-of-3. Sure, they've had success in previous tournaments like G8, but G8 doesn't make you a major champion. It doesn't make you the best team in the world. A major's very different. But MNM and M80, under different names or with different players, but all with this core, have been at many an international event now, been in many a stressful game. MNM have always not really made it to that main stage, but they've still been in similar dire positions. This core is experienced. They are very, very potent. But M80, the same can be said for them. And even though new people have joined the core, Sport and Iconic, they too have experience in do-or-die high-pressure situations, and specifically lengthy series. It'll likely be the same on Oregon. It's a basement attack. I don't need to tell you what's gonna happen, you know. The hatches, the stairwells, but it is a little bit different here. There's a glass now, and a Capital with smokes as well. So even though Tyrant is creeping down freezer stairs and getting and hitting all the aggressive angles, MNM will try, likely with very little time left on the clock, to pull one over on M80.
Torch is ready.
M80 still, once again, just biding their time down in the basement. No need to take any risks on a site hold like this. And M&M as well. Able to pop things open here on the hatchwork. A little bit awkward for Kid, but
I've seen better. It's all good.
We move. Just a few more lines. Actually gets that thing popped open. Should still have enough excess as well to be able to get the second hatch, which was the important part there. That's why you're seeing him do it kind of awkwardly on that hatch to make sure that he preserved enough of the propane to be able to pop open this next hatch as well. I assume it's propane, but...
Yeah, I would assume so as well. We're getting down to the final minute of a very quiet, slow game. Solotov outside a bunker. The smokes will likely be placed in a way that will allow him to peer through and take down the defenders as they get aggressive inside a pillar and try to get different angles on the attack. But also watch Gomez and that Warden. There are 2 operators in this lobby, 1 on each team that can see through those smokes, and it could be a war between the 2, not necessarily even directly, to see who can get more kills.
Pressure starting to boil in, but thankfully a lot of mitigation present here for the defense, able to eat up at least some of that one, but the next bit of it is going to start to work its way through. That's the first aid that was chucked out there a moment ago, of course, by Solotov. A second one still primed and ready to go from him, but the defenders have already backed away from this situation. And the glass as well, not being given any winning angles. That'll change up, but the deployable shield making it so tough for Solotov here to rationalize it. I'll try and work it on the nade instead. The nade will land directly on top of Kino, but it was not cooked enough, so he's given the time to back away from it. Iconic, oh no, not again. Iconic picks up the first kill. And beyond that, we don't know what happened because...
New hit for 6 game, boys.
Okay, here we go,
now
we're back again. Okay, it's not over yet. Into a 2v2. As Usus down to a low amount of HP, but he allows the Nitro to go through, and that's gonna be the end of it. The Nitro sings loud enough, and it gives them the round to win it out. M80 take the control away from MNM, and are gonna be able to steal the lead along with it.
Very, very close fought round by MNM, but that C4, it lands. And down go the chance for MNM to recover after the tactical timeout. This game has come down to individual, isolated moments. A Spoit 1v2, a Nello 3K flank, and now a C4 has stalled MNM's comeback and equalized the score now, 5-5. Whoever wins this next round will move to series point and elimination point. But not for them, for the other team. Iconic and the rest trying to keep the team in it right now, trying to keep them focused.
All right, well, we will see if these teams can get the better end of this. Because we are just going to head directly back into the game, so doesn't look like we need a rehost for that one. We'll keep ourselves in the matchup for now. Keep on rolling as is at that 5-5 scoreline. Like I said before, M80 have now finally stolen the lead away from MNM. Don't have it under their own control just yet, but at least have been able to negotiate for the tie point now. Time to see if they will be able to take it one step further than that by winning out this round. But that fate is more so under the control of MNM than it is for M80 here. M80 just been going through the motions so far here, picking up a full 3-round rotation and looking to make it number 4 here and return back upstairs as well.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
No Glaz to speak of. But now the Dokkaebi. Gotta be careful. Spoit's moved to that Ella. The recoil change, those calls are targeted at least towards one individual that I'm looking at, but I'm sure MNM are more than happy to get as many targets as they possibly can. No Brava this time, but also no Malusi from M80. It's just a bit more of an aggressive posture in terms of the operators. You can just throw down that utility as the Ella, then move on forward. Throw down the mute, move on forward. Spoit sitting behind the shield. This is such a dangerous spot, not only for him to be in, but for MNM to deal with, especially after the quick peaks he's been hitting in this game so far. And that's exactly what MNM will have to worry about initially with only one set of grenades, and those were Taro drones.
The slow clear as usual from MNM, spending a lot of excess time putting that presence onto their own drones. Uses has already been able to work his way in from the small tower side though, so is starting to take some control away from that end of the candle, but a lot more still to burn off, and more importantly, burn away from M80's own control as they sit, for the most part, entirely inside of their own setup, with 2 exceptions to that one. Iconic a little bit further out from Attic, it looks like, and of course, the player in security that we got a peek of a few moments ago. There's a set of 4. Like I said, I think Iconic might be playing, like, T3, if I saw it right, but we'll focus on that more in a moment here, because we do have it. Yeah, there he is. Iconic, a little bit lonely there at the moment, as no one from M&M playing into it, but good. We'll have to wait and see. He'll more than likely have to rotate back a few moments from now. The focus for M&M right now is still on the Arsenal clear, and they've been able to accomplish that without too much difficulty. Same for the pop-in here of Walking as well.
Now you just need that second angle to really make it comfortable. Taking down the shield, definitely a good idea. Very good for M&M as well. Of course, Diaz can still challenge it. He just can't be as aggressive. He doesn't have the safety of the deployable anymore. With M&M, if all they have is that doorway and the closet wall, it'll still be a very, very linear attack for them to deal with. They're currently relying on Yuzus with these nades to maybe get a kill and make it easier, but both Gomez and Kino have lost quite a bit of HP. As the Dokkaebi calls ring out, the nades are not working. M&M are starting to stall. Something, anything, has got to break if M&M want match point.
Salatov looking for an angle, but is not being given the portal he needs. Nello is the one that strikes first instead, and he more than likely could catch Iconic on the rotate. There we go. The T3 hold comes back to bite him in a massive way. Spoit, though, leaps into action, but can only negotiate for 1 kill. It's Nathan Nello to immediately exchange those frags back out. Kino tapping away on the angle, not being given anything to play off of realistically here. M&M knows what's sitting around the corner there. They're not going to challenge it too boldly here, although still, the fight ends up going Kino's way. However, 3 more kills still need to be negotiated, and he only has about 15 seconds to find all 3 of them and get on the counter defuse and stick it in the process. So this is more than likely going to be an unwinnable one for Kino. The lead comes within just a finger's reach of the M80 roster, only to lose it on the very next round. Not the way they would have wanted this to pan out, but for M80, like I said before, they're breathing a sigh of relief as they've at least guaranteed overtime with that round pickup.
They've won half of it. Now to close in regulation to survive until the final day of Swiss. M&M just need 1 more attacking victory, be it on dorms or be it on meeting hall and kitchen, to close this one out. Remember, basement not an option. M80 have won it. So their options are either retry dorms, which they have won in the past, or go to meeting hall and kitchen, a site that admittedly also won. Also done well on. But M80's defenses are starting to slip a little bit. M&M were able to make a very minimal take work. And that's the win condition so far for M&M. They attack small, but if they can get what they need, which is usually a man advantage and their desired map control, they can force a plant and probably win it.
Okie dokie, folks. Well, this is it. Once again, do or die time for M80. Just this 1 final round separates them from elimination. If they can trigger OT, they are still in the chase. But if not, M&M will win out this series instead. and take themselves to tomorrow's games. They won't be confirmed for the playoffs just yet either. Important to note, as we've mentioned this at least once or twice as well. They still need to win out one more series tomorrow, but at least they will survive until that point. Meanwhile, M80 will unfortunately have to be the team to be eliminated here now, or they can take it to OT. Like I said before, give us that full 45-round series to potentially determine a real winner out of these engagements.
It's been such a back and forth game, such an inconsistent game. To me, there's only one way this can end, and it's gotta be the distance. It's gotta be an OT. First bandit goes out. The Thatcher's unfortunately timed. The EMP allows Diaz to get that bandit trick down, and one Selma now gone. But there's redundancies, there's more EMPs, and there's more Selma charges. There's also a Kino. He's getting aggressive in Big Tower, but if he wants to peek, he's got to not use that shotgun because nobody from MNM is close enough for it to mean really anything at all. But M80, they're holding on to Big Tower. They don't want to give away this position to MNM because if they're going for a stage plant, which they have the resources and the player's position over here to do it, trying to use Kino's strength with that shotgun, it will delay a lot of time.
Awkward confrontation here. No, if you don't have that same power that we've been seeing out of players like Kino before. Oh, Kino, nicely done here as we're going to see his Toxic Babe get shot out literally as it leaves his hands. Still tries to continue the fight, and he's going to be able to, unfortunately, lose the grasp on things just a moment later. Keeps himself alive, though. That's the more important part of it, as it's now brought down to a 4v3, and Iconic ends up being the one to accidentally take out Kino. That's a second team kill inside of this game. Around still, in terms of player pacing, under the control of M80, but not by a whole lot here. It's down now to a 3 versus 2. This is still certainly winnable by MNM, but it's going to be a tough one, because they have to try and find some way to get themselves safely on this stage and not get countered out completely by Spoit's position, still extended upstairs, where he can play against that attic hatch sitting directly in front of him.
Whether it's Nello or Tyrant, whoever is covering, they have to go huge. There's no other option, no other fate. If they want to prevent OT, Nello's going to move in for the plant. He is one bullet away from dropping that case in the site. Tyrant has got to watch attic and meeting, and all he's got is one singular gun.
Nello go for the plant, and an advanced move from Spoit here, but he's caught out by Tyrant. Good overwatch so far, and now Iconic moves in though, denies the planter, but not the plant itself. That will make it onto the ground. Now this angle turns against the favor of M80, and Tyrant can take huge advantage upon it. He's expecting a very premature rotate up the stairs though, so he's not paying close enough attention. Oh, but nicely done. Spies his way through the tracers there to be able to take out Diaz. Now bringing it down to the 1v1. Iconic sticking it, but hopping off at the perfect time here. But it's a great bait from Tyrant. He's not overextending himself into this fight. Hard pings going on to Iconic the entire time as well. Tyrant has full intel bleed from his teammate. Should be able to win this, but Iconic sneaks in the damage. He's got to stick it now. He can get off it maybe one more time, but the drop is in, and so is the kill as MNM close out the series and survive to fight another day. Unfortunate for M80 as they will be eliminated, but massive congratulations to MNM. That'll do it for myself and Lynx. We're gonna go into a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll have your analysis desk ready to break this one down.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. passion, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Well, MNM have only gone and done it, winning out this series versus none other than M80. Now, Nello, talk to me a little bit about how you're feeling in this current moment in time.
Tired? Nah, I'm really happy. That was one of the toughest series to play like I ever played. From the first map, from losing that 1v2, 8-7 to getting to comebacking on the second map from 6-4, winning in OT again, being 5-1 up, then winning 7-5 last map. It was just really, really great game.
It was a bit of a roller coaster of emotions, left, right, and center. But having scrimmed versus M80 yesterday, did it change your game plan and your approach heading into today's games?
Yeah, unfortunately we scrimmed them, and now we had to play them. So, especially on Club in Oregon as well. I mean, we just focus more on our own game. We knew like they're gonna probably try to counter something and stuff, but we just played our game.
Now, speaking of countering, how do you really approach countering the iconic and Spoit synergy that we have on the side of M80?
I mean, they're great players, great gun skill as well. We just try to play more together, more composed, take our time with stuff, and obviously some rounds it didn't pay out, but a lot of rounds it paid out, especially the last two, where we took our more composure and finished the rounds.
Well, over on Clubhouse, let's cast our minds back to map number 2. Did the sledge ban kind of take you by surprise, yourself and the team?
I guess because we scrimmed them, they saw we play sledge, and we play sledge always, but it didn't really take us by surprise. We have multiple people who can play multiple ops, so we just rotate around. We're really flexible as a team, so it was fine.
Now, focusing a little bit more on not only your teammates that are currently playing in the server, but also your coach, Julia. What's it like having a former SI champ coaching you boys?
I mean, he is like the icon of the scene. He won everything that can be won in Siege. But yes, he brings a lot of experience, and he helps us understand more about mentality during a LAN environment, which is really important. So yeah, he's just a great guy.
So you guys have actually played the most amount of rounds and maps in the tournament so far. You've given away an awful lot. To anybody that might be watching the VODs, have you still got some tricks hidden up your sleeves for further down the line?
I honestly don't care how much we play. We need to qualify. So they can watch VODs, they can prepare. I literally don't care.
Now, my final question for you is, who do you want to face in the next stage? I know you'd mentioned that you kind of figured out it was a 1 in 10 chance of facing M80. Yes. But we had to talk right now about who you want to face later down the line. The teams that have already qualified, we've got NIP, Sonics, G2, SSG, FaZe, and W.
G2 rematch would be fun. That was 8-7. It could go either way, so I would like a G2 rematch.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining me, and congrats again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Well, boys, that was a 5-1 half in favor of MNM, and then the rounds kept on coming for the side of M80.
Yeah, our makeup artist must do a good job, because we were sweating. We were sweating thinking, are MNM ever actually going to get this done? And boy, just about. You talk about big moments. And we talk about big moments in the context of games like, oh, Soltov, is front man on this team. Users can have a big moment. In the end, it was Tyrant and Nello that pulled off a 2v3 plan in the very last round to get them over the line.
We were sat backstage watching that last round, and Freshy said, there's no way they play for the plant here. There is no way they play for the plant here and get away with it. And what did they do? They played for the plant, Nello got it down, and Tyrant, it was It was a masterclass. He could not have played that post plan any better. He had the high ground, he had the advantage. There was no need to peek, there was no need to get the kill. Got a little bit lucky, I'm not going to lie. He took a few shots. One of them could be a headshot, and it would have been round over. But for them, it came out on top. And again, another map that has delivered here inside of this series. It's been the best series so far at the Major.
Yeah, I was just about to say this. You know, both teams was ridiculously high quality. To the point that when you're on the disadvantageous side, neither team could really do anything about the other. Apart from these series of really big moments in every single map, you know, the Spoit 1v2, the clutches in Clubhouse, and the clutches in this round. And it took, you know, a panic Monty from M80 to even get an attack round. It took MNM with, you know, a couple of big plays. You see this Tyrant here just dancing around it. Absolutely.
Even the time left on the diffuser there going down, Nello was so lucky to actually get that down before the player takes him out. And if that had happened, well, we'd be sat here waiting for an overtime result. This was the only map of the series that didn't go to overtime, and even then, it needed all available rounds, and it still made us feel like it went to OT.
Well, Nello said it best himself. He wants to face off versus G2, but before we can get round to who is facing who, let's talk a little briefly about the Team Liquid versus Dark Zero matchup that we've got coming on up. Another overtime affair? Another 3-mapper?
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. I think that it's gonna go a long way to outclass the game in the series we've just seen, but with that said, it's a very, very important game for Dark Zero and a very important game for Liquid. You know, both teams are in the do or die situation, and I feel like both have got a lot to prove.
And I think we'll be saying this about every single fixture where a team's facing elimination. Both of these two teams behind us have underperformed to be in the fixture that they're in. We know, you know, you've got former major champions. Liquid are in the last final of a major. They can go so much higher, so we need at least both of them, you know, to step up tonight.
Well, it is going to be Team Liquid taking on Dark Zero for our final best of 3 of today after the break.